Welcome back to part 2 of day 1 of Cadets Con. I'm your host, Kyle. With me, as he has been all day, right there is William K. Holland. And joining us now, right there,
Connie here.
Enrica Jang, creator of Crossing.
Hey,
how are you?
I am like in awe by that video that just played. Actually, I'm sure you guys have been watching it all day, but like that was neat. That was awesome.
I've been watching it for about 2 weeks, and I love it more every time I play it. So.
Very, very cool. Nice. Well done. Hi guys. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Very good. Very good. We are. Nicholas is here. Gustavo's here. Dan is here. We've got people popping in from all over the place, including the Comic Book Shopping Network, which we are live on now. So I just wanted to say hi. Thank you for being here, guys. If you head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links and scroll down, there will be links for Enrica's socials and all that kind of stuff, so you can get a hold of her there. I'm going to let Will take over and kind of steer the ship for a while, but I'll be right here if you need me.
All right. So first things first, let's talk about your wonderful project that you got going on. Kind of share with me. Always, I like to kind of start off this way. First things first, how did you get into comics and then roll from there into what we're currently working with right now?
Oh my gosh. Well, it will take a while. How did I get into comics? I don't know. I just fell into it. Hey, Jen. How you doing? Fell into comics, and then they won't let me leave.
Oh, my.
Cannot leave. No, we've been doing this almost 10 years now. Actually, 10 years now. With all the prep for the first book all the way up to the present day. 10 years in comics. But indie comics, so. But yeah, I'm originally from Columbus, Ohio. Awesome comics community there. But then my husband was military, so we moved lots of different places. So lived in New York, lived in South Carolina, and so just mostly up and down the East Coast. But been able to plug into a lot of really great comics communities. And then I'm an alum from Savannah College of Art and Design.
Okay.
So yeah.
Are a lot of good things from that school.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure a lot of
SCAD folks. A lot of SCAD folks out there.
A lot of SCAD people. So how did you go from kind of graduate out of SCAD to land moving around to creating the project that you've worked on?
Well, my company is Red Stellar Media. I wanted to get into comics, and every pro will tell you want to get in, you got to make comics. So that's just the way you start to do it. But then I am also an editor. And I knew that you can't really have that career without working with other people and editing other people's stuff. You can't really edit your own work. So I started to put together an anthology of comics, originally inspired by Edgar Allan Poe, but we had 13 different artists and writers on that first book. And then the anthology was so successful that we've been able to make a new anthology every year for the last 9 years, and worked with over 350 different artists and writers, published by Red Stellar Media. And that's kind of accidental comic book publisher. And then I work on my own comics still as well.
Okay. So with Crossing, is this a continuation of the anthology series you've been doing?
Crossing is a new series. Crossing is my series. I work with Alex Cormack. Is a penciler on that, and then Mark Mullaney is our color and letterer guy, and we've been working on Crossing now for the last 5 years. It is a Kickstarter series. We've successfully launched the last 4 issues on Kickstarter. We're going to be coming back to Kickstarter for issue 5 really soon, and I had a couple of graphics ready just in case. Everybody wants to see the comics. No one wants to see me.
No, I mean, we need to know more about the people behind the comics, so that way you're selling you, and then when you hit us with the stuff on the comics, it's like bam.
Yeah. Well, everybody, Alex Cormack's been on fire for the last just few years. He's been doing work, Comics Tribe, and IDW, and just like he's just absolutely amazing. And so Alex and I actually worked on that first anthology together for Poe Twisted, and we've worked on different projects together ever since. I believe I was the first publisher to actually publish Alex, and so we just had a really great rapport. And then Mark Mullaney, also an alum from our comics, and he's become our production editor over at Red Stylo. So just really great team of guys. So Crossing is the story of an annoying goth princess haunting the rookie train conductor who ran her over. She says that her death was a murder made to look like a suicide, and she can't cross over until he helps her solve her case. So it's kind of like he said, she said, he says murder, she says suicide, and they've got to they're stuck together and they've got to solve the case.
My favorite part is the first part of the book where you aren't clued in at all, that it's not just like his like really awkward, like maybe ex-girlfriend that's like in the living room playing video games. It's just like so well set up. You don't know that she's a ghost until
it's supposed to read like a hookup gone wrong, and he wakes up one night just like, girl, you need to get out of my place, and you just see this interaction between them and then realize she's a ghost. But yeah.
It sounds a bit like almost a Scooby-Doo mystery mashup with a bit of X-Files, with a bit of Sherlock Holmes mixed in.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It does include an ensemble. As time goes on, you get to meet some more people in this world, and a lot of a support group of train conductors and train engineers kind of helping each other out. And there's a sort of special circumstance where that moment of impact when a train hits someone, it's one of the very few times when you know death is imminent, when like you're absolutely certain like death is about to happen. But both people in that situation, it's not something you can stop. So it kind of really links two people in a very intimate way. But that was the premise for this kind of ghost relationship. This is this thing that's going to like connect them and bind them. And so how do they, if they want to be free of each other, like what happens if you're stuck with someone you cannot stand, and how do you like deal with the situation and then get the heck out? So, but that's
like the Odd Couple with a ghost.
Exactly. That's what we hope for. That's what we're trying for. So, but we've been, I'm really proud of that series, and it's my baby. It's obviously very dear to my heart, but to be able to work with two guys that I really, really care, like over the years, we've built our careers together and sort of seen their work kind of, we just published a new book from Mark Mullaney as well, Ninja Bear. So a lot of really, really great stuff kind of happening just with this particular team of people. So
you just say Ninja Bear?
Ninja Bear. You like ninjas?
Ninja Bear.
You like bears?
Tell me about
Ninja Bear.
I mean, one of my characters is Pencil Ninja, so I mean, kind of hard not to be involved in ninjas.
I have to show this off. We just our standee. This is Ninja Bear.
Oh my god.
We had these made for the comic, and so yeah, Ninja Bear is exactly what it sounds like. If you like ninjas and you like bears, Ninja Bear is the book for you. And
I need a plushie.
We have one. Actually, you want to see that guy too? I can.
Oh, there's a plushie too.
Should have had this guy ready.
Oh,
we did a little
floppy.
Floppy, and like you can fling him everywhere, and we do.
He's so
sword.
cute. Squee.
See what we need now is like the Adventures of Ninja Bear the plush, and just have like a side story where it's like Ninja Bear in random places all over the world. Like I think he shipped out. You just have Ninja Bear all over the world, just with stories attached.
Meeting strange creatures and saving the world. So he's a cute but deadly hero. But
one twice at a time.
Again, like every book that you work on, especially in indie, that becomes like that's your baby, that's your project. And so Mark has been working on Ninja Bear ever since he was in college, and then we finally had this opportunity to collect Ninja Bear's adventures and publish that book, and it's absolutely wonderful. And Mark has this really great ability he doesn't talk down to kids at all, and like if something's confusing, he'll say, "I know it's confusing. We don't always understand," and he just has that ability to connect with kids in this way. So that book is really, really wonderful.
So is it digital or an OGN? or ongoing?
It's a webcomic. You can go to ninjabearcomic.com and you'll see Ninja Bear's adventures. This year, we were very fortunate to collect volume 1, which is like all of the adventures. We had done 3 issues of Ninja Bear, and we collected them all in the trade. So that's available now. But really proud of Mark too. He's been working on that for a really long time, and he just had a real baby. So now he's got a book baby and a real baby. So,
Oh wow.
So
At some point, we're gonna need to get him like a little custom Ninja Bear bib or something.
We're working on the onesie. He's got this like adorable Ninja Bear onesie, and we'll be launching that soon.
So does it make the baby look like the Ninja Bear?
Well, I'll tell you what. Baby does not look like a Ninja Bear, but Baby sells Ninja Bears. Mark was not afraid to use his kid in shameless bit of promotion. And so we just had his son in the little bouncy walker thing, chewing on a book, and stuck the camera in front of him and like sold Kickstarters. Kickstarter just sold. So it was good. It was really good.
Part of this is for his college. Part of this is for the baby's college fund.
That's right. Hey, that's what I tell his family while Mark's working on the books. Like, this is gonna be a movie. It's gonna be an animated series. It's gonna be awesome.
You're like, you want to know how you went to college, kid? This picture right here with you chewing on this book.
The Adventures of Ninja Bear.
The Adventures of Ninja Bear. And you can do a spin-off with the baby and just call it the Ninja Bear and the Baby. Be like a new version of Lone Wolf and Cub.
I think the kid's gonna end up in the book at some point. Mark, I think just out of revenge, I think he's gonna make the baby the villain or something. He's already done this once. We were working on our anthology last year, and there are these like little devil babies in the anthology. Was inspired by Dante's Inferno, and in one of the story there's these little like devil babies with like complete with the diaper but the wings sprouting out and doing all this, and so Mark animated these little devil babies flying around. So he's sort of revenge on this kid for making his life difficult when he was first born.
Okay, so if you wanted to get Ninja Bear, are you too late? Is the Kickstarter closed?
Kickstarter is closed, but it is available right now on our website as it's Crownson. So redstylo.com. In our shop, all of our anthologies. We've been doing anthologies for the last 9-10 years. So a little bit of rock and roll, a little bit of literature, and a lot of fun. So
And a little bit of Ninja Bear.
A little bit of Ninja Bear. Ninja Bear. Everybody loves Ninja Bear. You gotta love him.
So is Ninja Bear a title for kids, or is it more like teenager? What is it aimed at? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's an all ages title. I would say maybe 7 or 8 and older. So, but kids at heart, it's good for everybody.
Yeah.
Sounds like it'd be perfect for my shop.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a read along for kids.
It's a lot of fun, I think. A good friend of mine, you've made it in comics when your friends are dressing up their kids for Halloween as your character. And so a good friend of mine, his son Jomar, loves Ninja Bear and dressed up as Ninja Bear for Halloween. So Mark really felt like he'd made it. This was, he'd done something good. So
Right. So now you kind of told us where to go. Of course, we know to always direct people to cadets.com with the link and find that and go and get your stuff, because we want people to be able to go get this stuff. We want Ninja Bear and Crossing and everything else in people's hands, so they can read it and experience it themselves. And I feel like that's really vital and important. I mean, that's one thing about whether it's because there's so much stuff that I've found just by coming to these cons and meeting other people that I would have never known about. So like I would never known about Ninja Bear until today. But now that I know about it, I want it. Same thing with Crossing. So tell us a little bit about your production company, kind of how you started forming that and putting that together. Because I know you talked about going from being a comic book person to becoming an editor, but how did you put a company together to create anthologies?
Well, like it was again almost like an accident. So you like doing the work to you want to just put out a good book that everybody kind of connects to, and I think we picked a really good subject in Edgar Allan Poe for the first collection. So it already had a commercial hook, or it already had something that people were going to love. But the idea was that not just doing adaptations, but original works inspired by that inspiration. So the baseline rule for all of the anthologies, we eventually sort of pivoted to rock and roll. We did a Queen anthology, Dead Rock Stars, the 27 Club, all of that. The idea was to take that original content and then create work inspired by those things. So by encouraging that, See You in Hell. That was last year's Dante anthology, edited by Genevieve Traynor. And a really great group of creators on that one as well. So every year the books have just gotten better, and I think it's because we encourage people to take something that they already love, and we're all inspired by different things, like whether it's music or books or anything like that. Just do what you do and be inspired, and do an original take on something that everybody already loves. So
yeah, I think that Nicholas, who's watching right now, I think he has one of every single one of your anthologies, especially the music.
Nice.
I was going to ask, you mentioned that Queen anthology. I was that kid in school that, like, I knew who Styx were. I knew who B.B. King was. I knew who Queen was. And a lot of people that look like me were looking at me going, how do you know? What is that? It doesn't make sense. I'm going, I don't know, but I love the music. And they're just like, yeah, but I don't care. I still love it. So my question to you is, favorite Queen song?
Oh gosh, favorite Queen song. Somebody to Love. That's my favorite. And then I think I Want It All is probably the next one, just because it's like this like heart pounding anthem. Like I want it all, everything. So those two are my favorites. But no, we had done some literary anthologies. We had done literary anthologies for about 3 or 4 years, and we were really scrambling to try to, like, what do we want to do next? What other literary thing? And like we started to feel really like boxed in. And then you just want to break free. And so okay. And then so we're just like, you know what, let's just do a rock anthology and like Queen. And so, but you had to pick something that you could listen to for a year and not get sick of, right? Like, so you had to pick like a band that you were ready to just like commit to and almost listen to every day for a year. And like, you can do that with Queen. Like, that's easy. So those two things, like pick a band that just like makes your heart go, and then something that you can stand, that you're still gonna love after a year.
I think one of the few Queen songs that I love that I probably overheard, and it breaks my rule for songs that I've overheard and don't like anymore. Like most music, you hear it so much, eventually it's just like, I don't want to hear that anymore. But with Queen, it's different. So another one, Bites the Dust, is probably my favorite all-time Queen song.
Yes. We should just rock out for the rest of our time here. Just like play music.
Just start singing random Queen songs.
Yeah, just random, just belting it out. No, it was a lot of fun. We had some really great creators on that book too. And it's funny because again, it's something that people already really love and are already really inspired by, and then an opportunity to like put that thing out there that you would have like sort of found a way to back into anyway. Like, this is inspired by Queen, but I'm going to make it something else. Like, just call your shot. Say, I love this thing. I'm going to make something original inspired by this thing. And then it can be scary because you're putting yourself out there because people are already automatically comparing you to the original source material. We had such a good time on that book, and it really is amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So first question, another question I have, and get ready for the puns because they're coming. So since back to The Crossing, which is the book you're working on, is there anybody that's going to find somebody to love in that book?
How do I say this? I think the fun thing about that book is to like we generally wanted to put two people together that could not stand each other, but could not get away from each other. Like, and we've all had to deal with that situation, right? Like, it's like a coworker, you're not going to quit your job, they're not going to quit their job, so you're like death stare every day. Or just like a family member, you cannot stand them, cannot stand, but you are in the same family, and you have to deal with it. So the idea was to put these two people together who would not like each other, even if the circumstances were different, even if things were different. And then how do they deal with it, and how do you get out of it? And so that was intentional. So it's almost too hard to put them together romantically because they genuinely cannot stand each other, but they're figuring it out. So we'll see.
Yeah. So another fun question for you, Lou. Miss Jen, do you have a question? I don't want to just take up question time. So I want you to be free to ask questions as well. You've read some of the stuff that she's done, and like me, I'm kind of still new to it. I'm learning about stuff here.
Well, I mean, I'm mostly interested. Whenever I read a comic book, I'm always envisioning it as movie or TV. The ones I feel like are always the most successful are the ones you can envision that way. And so I'm always really, really pushing books that I love because I want them to get the attention so that can happen. And Crossing is definitely one of those that I want to see in one of those forms. I think it lends itself to the screen. So I'm hoping that. Do you have any design for thing?
Hollywood, are you listening?
That's right.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Pick up your phone.
Yeah, right. Hello. No, I love that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think every writer, you have this idea of like, you want it to be, I mean, the thing is, I love comics. And so if this is just a comic, it's never just a comic. Like comics it's such a great medium. It's such a wonderful art. It's like, so this is a dream come true no matter what. Like that the fact that the book exists for any writer to like see your work in print, like that's the goal. So everything else would be wonderful, but also the dream is the book. The dream is the book, and the dream is the series. So we still have 2 issues left to complete the mini series, and eye on the prize. Like that's the prize for now.
Do you have a hard set end?
Well, the first arc, the goal was to make it open-ended but satisfying. And like when you have a mini series and you know that you want to continue, there's nothing worse than like getting to the end of what you know is a mini series and it's just like, oh man, and then it's just gonna. So we knew we wanted to make the end satisfying, but still leave enough to keep going. So again, especially in the world the way it is right now, money being what it is, funding being what it is, like if I can finish the 6-issue arc, I'm gonna. Yeah, sometimes you get exactly what you ask for. So, but that's the goal right now.
So this is a crazy question then.
Sure.
If you could cast your 2 main characters with really great actors and money was no consideration, who would you pick?
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what. I have to. There's a little bit of nepotism here. My little brother, my baby brother, is a stuntman in LA and an actor, and his name's Peter Jang. Some of you might know him from the Bat and the Sun Superpower Beatdown videos. He was Green Ranger and he was Scorpion in some of those. If you're familiar with that series, it's like 2 characters from completely separate franchises that get to like fight. And so if money was no object, I would love to give my brother this like vehicle because it was just it's fun because like as a stuntman you get to see his reel and like people like beating the crap out of him and like fling him everywhere and stuff, and so like to see him like annoyed and pissed off, big sisters always like to do that. So if money was no object, I would love to cast my little brother in this as the main character. Yeah, that's a hard. Those are great questions. Like you think about like just different actors and stuff like that. I would our main character. Yeah, I'm stumped on that one actually. There are just so many really, really good ones.
Because what age do you think that she is? Because I have a hard time getting a read on her for how old she is.
She's like first or second year, like sophomore in college.
Okay.
So I would say like 18, 19 when she dies. Whereas at MC, the train engineer, he's probably like late 20s, early 30s. So, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to throw this question up there. This is a question we got in the chat. So Kyle wants to know, just FYI, how about including a cousin for Ninja Bear, such as Panda Kung Fu Bear? Ha ha ha, just thinking. LOL. I can only imagine the cute plushies. Sweet. So
Yes.
I don't know how well you could do like a panda bear. That looks like it might be something related to something else that's already out there, but you know, I'm sure you could eventually get a family of bears of different types.
We've been throwing lots of different ideas at Mark. He goes at his own pace and distance. He's got the whole thing in mind. One friend was lobbying really, really hard for a Viking bull to go with the character. So we'll see. But he's got some plans for that series. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. So Ninja Bear and everything else. So now another fun question that I've got for you is, now I know you're the production company, you're producing, you're making the stuff, but then you're also producing other people's stuff. If somebody said tomorrow, okay, hey, we want you to take character X from like some of the big comic book companies. We want you to reinvent them and put your spin on them. Who would that be?
I've almost trained myself not to covet that because I've been in indies for so long. You know what I mean? So it's like,
okay.
And I find that turned all of my work, like all of my hobbies, into work. So like all the cool, like the reading and the TV shows that I love, like I still need those as escapes. So I try not to think, you know what, I want to jump in there and take it over, because sometimes you just need to zone out and you just want someone else to entertain you and to take you away. So I've almost like trained myself not to even think about taking on other characters, because I so badly want to get my characters out to the world and these stories out. So I'm trying to I almost like zone it out completely, because I don't want to, as soon as I start thinking about it, like work, it doesn't take me away anymore. I can't escape anymore. And I need to leave those things pristine. So, but if anybody wants to give me a lot of money to do my stories, I will take your money.
So what are some other stories that you've not told yet that you're wanting to tell that you can talk about? Because I know you don't want to put everything out there. You don't want to fill up a buffet and be like, here, kids, here you go.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you're working like with a company, sometimes you start going in a direction and you feel like you have to keep going in that direction. And I got to tell you, my book is probably like PG-13. And then we just produced Ninja Bear, which is like all ages. So it's like cuteness and light and fun and like kid stuff. And so I almost had to go like the other way to like find balance in the force. So my new book is totally rated R. It's called Happy Endings, and it's the story of a woman who she was trafficked from China and forced to work in a massage parlor.
Okay.
But she has this supernatural ability to read body memory, and while she is sort of forced to work for this gang, forced to work in the massage parlor, she can actually, because she can read body memory, she finds an undercover cop who's trying to take down the gang that has trafficked her. And so, but when the two of them find each other, he convinces her that if she helps him take down this organization from within, he'll help her find her sister who was stolen.
Okay.
So very rated, much more rated R and a lot more serious, very noir, with a little bit of supernatural elements to it. But that's the one that we're working on behind the scenes. So
it's funny when you said read body memory. My first thought was, so if she's reading body memory, that means that they have a skill set that's particular to their body. Like then she might be able to read that and learn from it. So then it's like, so then she just like if she's in a massage parlor with a martial artist, and then somebody's trying to pick on her later, she's slowly gaining that knowledge. So like she defends herself, and she's like, ah! And all this other stuff. And it's just like, wait, how did I know that? And it's like, oh wait, he teaches a Wushu class next down the street.
There's a little bit of that. I think what is cool about like whenever you're dealing with like powers or anything like that, people their vulnerability is there. So this isn't quite telepathy. She can't quite read your mind, but if you have done something, she can kind of sense that in your muscles where you've been, what you've done. But then she can also sense intention, and that's how she figures out who she's dealing with. She finds this undercover cop because by touching him, she can see what his intentions are, because his entire body is like ready to spring at the bad guys, this kind of thing. And so this is a way for her to, but it's an unreliable gift because she doesn't quite understand the extent of her power. And sometimes she thinks she can read minds, but it's very, very faulty because that's not her ability. So there's a little bit of that, but yeah, it's not an all ages book by any stretch.
So is she aware, has she always had this ability, or is it something that came on with age? Was there some traumatic event that happened?
She's always had this ability, but because she grew up in a very rural area with a lot of superstition, but a government that really is trying to stamp out that superstition, her family kind of discovers that she has these abilities, but they're very scared because if it gets out that she's different, or if it gets out that she has, somebody's going to swoop in and take her away and she's going to disappear for whatever purpose. So that the first part of the book is set in China and just in a rural area. Anything like that superstition, the government like really does try to do away with that. There was a period of time they were trying to do away with a lot of that, and so there's a fear, and so her family tries to hide her in order to keep her from being vulnerable to all of that. So
it's crazy. They try to hide her, and then she gets stolen anyway.
There's a whole the whole backstory of like how she gets trafficked and her parents trying to get out of. And this is actually something that is very, very common. You've got families who put together this money to try to get out, and then they end up not only losing all of that money, but they also get sent into some really horrible situations and forced into slavery. So a lot of research going into this book. And again, it's pretty dark, but my hope is that you want to see a character come out of something horrible and pull themselves out of it and overcome the situation. And so that's my goal for this series, like really show a character who has to face the darkness of the world on its terms, but can still come out of it and rise out of it. So,
and this is a book. This is your next story. So this is not out there yet for the masses. It's something you're working on, correct?
That's the one that we're working on. So yeah, but we're always working on anthologies. We are always working on new projects. This year, unfortunately, our anthology, we announced an open call for that anthology. It was going to be a Dracula anthology, and that got sidelined because of COVID. So we're hoping to continue with that book. Then I've been working with some folks to try to, some of the rock and roll anthologies we've done smaller anthologies. We did one inspired by Lana Del Rey, and inspired by Florence and the Machine, and so working on a third one. I'm going to keep the artist a mystery, but in a third anthology inspired by another music artist that's going to be coming soon. So
Okay.
what
Are
was
y'all
fun
still
about these
looking for
too is that the format's different. They're square comics instead of
Yeah.
like your traditional ones.
So are you guys still looking for people to submit for the Dracula anthology, or have y'all found your group that's going to do that?
I think out of fairness to everybody who submitted for the open call, because our open call launched on January 1 and ended in March, and that's when COVID really just kind of accelerated and everything shut down. So out of fairness to those folks, we're going to go back to them and select from the open call. And then some people might have moved on and might not want to continue. So if we don't have enough stories to fill out the anthology, we'll do another mini open call to do that. But out of fairness to the folks who were there, we do still want to produce the book.
Right.
But COVID, it's just, man, this thing, a lot of things,
Yeah.
a lot of things away. But
one thing I'm learning is that, especially when it comes to creating during these times, it's adaptivity. It really is. You're trying to figure out how to adapt and shift with the changes. Because my pastor was talking to us one day, and one of the things they told us was, he said, 9/11 occurred and changed the scape of the world forever. This is hit now. For people looking to get back to January 2020, it's done. We're not going back to that. Because no matter how it ends up at the end of it all, we're going to be different by the time it's over with than where we started. So, if you're wishing that you can go back to then, it's like, no, you got to get ready for whatever's new.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, good things have come out of this too. We wouldn't be humans unless we found good things in this and tried to make the best out of them too. And so meeting Jen and being able to do these kind of virtual experiences with folks like these things, I think these are things are going to stay too. Even if best case scenario, we went back to everything being the way it worked, the fact that we can connect with one another virtually, the fact that we can have these one-on-one interactions in this way. I don't think that part's going away. So as long as what we're building right now is something that we can continue to use, I have to hope that things are
the thing about it too that's really cool as well is that you don't just get to interact, but then you've got a more one-on-one. I mean, you've got people who can comment in and ask questions.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, here's their question. Boom, let's put that out there. Let's see what's going on. Let's fire that up. So I appreciate that. So now, one thing I was going to ask you about the story you were telling. Now, first of all, what was the name of that? You said the name of that concept. I kind of missed it at the beginning.
It's called Happy Endings.
Happy Endings. Okay. So the girl that has it, she's the only one in her family that has it. So like her sister is involved in her own stuff, but her sister does not have this ability, correct?
Correct. She was the only one in her family to have it. So
because that'd almost be interesting if the sister had the ability too, but you really didn't see her side of the story until the sequel. And all of a sudden you see the same story retold but from her perspective, kind of trying to figure out, and maybe she feels more like, no one's coming for me. There's no heroes. I just might as well embrace this. And then when her sister shows up and it's like, let's go, she's like, she just goes to the shock phase.
Her sister does not have the ability. Nobody in her family did, but I will say that the main character's name is Jen. She is not the only one with an ability. So there are other people like her, and she just has not found them yet. So I don't want to give too much away, but there are more. There's a world underneath the world that she just has to kind of tap into.
Okay.
But, I'm glad you guys are excited about that title. The challenge has been you're writing about a very sensitive subject where certainly like assault is happening and you need to depict some really, really ugly stuff, but not be exploitive. So how do you walk the line, especially in the art? Like, how do you walk the line between showing the truth of the situation, but then not kind of exploiting it. And it's been working with an artist who I don't want to announce quite yet, but we've had a lot of discussions about how do you do that, and a couple of stops and starts with different artists who, again, very difficult subject, but also doing it the right way, and making it clear, because it's so easy to misstep, and go in a direction you don't really intend. So I'm trying to be careful about that too.
Somebody posted up on the Facebook, they were saying, "You're giving it away, Will." I'm like, I can't give it away. I don't know where it goes.
So, Enrica, did you, before COVID, did you guys go and set up at conventions at all? Did you do conventions?
Yeah, we did. I hated missing San Diego this year. Just hated that had to. But San Diego Comic-Con is usually where we kind of unveil a book. So Crossing, the new issue of Crossing, usually comes out at San Diego, and then the new anthology usually comes out at New York Comic-Con. So those are the two big ones. I have done a lot of shows over the last few years, and I do like. I know we miss each other. Like, we all miss each other, right? We miss our friends. We miss the con experience and stuff. So I have a feeling, unfortunately, it's going to be a lot longer than people think before we can safely have a show. Like, think about the furthest date, and then probably add to that, like the date that you imagine, maybe, and then add to that. There's like this notion that once we have a new year, right? Once it's 2021, suddenly it's going to be okay.
Right. Like COVID-19 has a timer. And it's just like on, January 1, 2021, it's just going to be like, and it's done, guys.
It expired.
Right. It's 2021 now. Didn't you get the memo? No. So I'm trying to, as a team too, like as a company, as a team, when your business model changes, because how we promoted was the shows, right? Like, again, like coming to a show and you like walk past the tables and you see somebody that you didn't even, when it comes to social media, the algorithm it wants to lead you to the things that it expects you're going to like. It doesn't lead you to something new, to encounter new things all the time. So how do you get into people's streams, and like, how do you to do this? And so I find myself a little bit behind the curve when it comes to that stuff. But so very grateful to you guys for inviting me on today to be able to like talk to people. And I miss just meeting people. And that has been a big part of my life for the last decade. And to not have this sucks. So, but what can you do?
It's weird though, because when I was just thinking about, we would never be able to do a Cadets Con like we're doing this year, because we would never be able to afford to get this many amazing people in the same room because of all the travel costs involved. And so there's some positive things about that you don't have the expense of going to a convention, paying for a booth, and all of those things. I still don't think that it makes it so that we don't want to do those things, because the energy of being in the same room and the creativity of that, I don't think can be replaced by Zooming things, although it's certainly helpful when you can't have the other.
Yeah. Like it giveth, it taketh away, right? Like you get these positive things that come out of it. And again, meeting amazing people that you never would have been able to meet otherwise. But then there's a loss. And I think we're all still, it's too early to mourn it because it hasn't been gone long enough. But I feel like gotta just sort of dig in a little like longer than we thought. So yeah.
Who's the craziest person you've ever looked up from your booth and seen, like famous or just someone that you were like, oh my gosh, it's.
Well, I'll tell you an embarrassing story. I am terrible with celebrities because I get nervous. Like, so, and my brother makes fun of me because he meets people all the time in his industry, and he's like, you got to be cool. I'm like, I'm not cool. Never been cool. So I was at New York Comic-Con, and it was like a slower kind of hour. Like, you have busy hours and you have slow hours, and it was like a little bit slower. So I'm like looking down, kind of like shuffling some papers, and I look up, and this celebrity, I looked up and I'm like, oh my gosh, has anybody ever told you you look like Thomas Jane? And he was with a young woman next to him, and he looked at her and he's like, I don't know, has anybody ever said that? And then he walked away, and I saw that he was barefoot, and I realized, are you Thomas Jang? You're Thomas. That was you. Yeah, cool. So that was my. I'm not cool. And,
you met the Punisher and didn't even know.
But he looked like him. So.
More importantly, you met Detective Miller.
Stuff like that happens all the time. I'm like an idiot about like celebrities. So even at the shows, there are very few people. Like I'll go up. If I want to go meet a celebrity, I'm just a stammering fool. So I almost like hate those instances. I don't want to meet famous people because I can't handle it. So.
Oh, what's your coolest con story that you have?
Coolest con story. Well, I mean, I did get to meet Stan Lee, and I know that like he did so many shows, and a lot of people got to meet him. But there really just isn't anything better than that, like to just meet him. And the coolest thing about him, he made everybody feel like he was so happy to meet them, and he had time, and you could ask him questions, and he could make you feel, I don't want to say safe because that sounds ridiculous, but you felt like this is a great moment and experience. So I did get to meet Stan Lee, and it was really amazing to meet him. So, and rest in peace. But
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I have a Stan Lee story, but I'm not going to tell it here because it's your show, it's your segment.
you gotta send me your Stan Lee story. But one thing though, I did write about it at the time when I met him. Stan Lee wore shape-ups, those like rocker shoes, like the shoes that they told you your legs would get stronger if you wore them. And my mom wore shape-ups, so like I called my mom. I'm like, hey mom, you and Stan Lee wear the same shoes, and my mom's like, who's Stan Lee?
You know the guy in the Marvel movies, the old guy in the Marvel movies?
That guy. So yeah.
Do any of our viewers have any questions? Throw them out.
We'd love to get some questions out here on the thing, or else we're just going to talk Ninja Bear for the rest of the time.
Well, I have slides to show you guys if you want to see.
Let's see stuff. Yes, if you brought stuff for us to see, we'd love to see it.
All right, if I can do this right, let me see if I can do this right and share. Let me know if you can see what I see here. Okay, how's that looking?
Got it.
All right, so Crossing, some pages from Crossing. Annoying goth princess haunts the rookie train conductor who ran her over. First couple of pages, Jen, you talk about like this opening. Alex Cormack is the artist on this, and Mark Mullaney is our color and letter guy. Love those guys. Hello to them. They're spending time with their kids today, but it's a lot of fun. Pages from the opening here, and Alex.
I love how the color scheme doesn't really allow you to. I love how the color scheme works. I see what Miss Jen meant when she was like, I saw it this way when I was initially reading it. I totally can see how that works now.
Not to like analyze the page afterwards, but because we opened with this, like when you're in a dark room and like the television screen bouncing this light off of you, because the light is shining on her, you don't quite know what's going on.
Right, that's the thing.
Yeah, but then Alex, just this shot, absolutely amazing.
Wow.
He's so cool. And it was really funny because the first page that he did of her, of the car splashing through her, the first page he did was absolutely amazing. And then he thought about it, and like a couple weeks later, he's like, I gave you a new page. I'm like, but the other one was so, and then saw this page, and it's like, yeah, I'll take it. So a lot of fun. So Alex is pretty great. And then Mark was obsessive about the colors and like how to give the right amount of like sparkle. And I do not have the terminology for all of it, but really, really great. So that is Crossing. What Fresh Hell Is This is our Dante-inspired anthology. 24 different artists and writers on this book. The idea was that there was a movie studio in hell, or like hell was a movie studio. And so each of the circles of hell is this new movie production. So we still have this like wonderful mix of stories, and each story is set in a different circle of hell with a different team, this kind of thing. But the idea is that there's a different movie in each of those circles, and then there's a connecting story outside the anthology connecting them all, and that's the framing device for the anthology. But really proud of those. Genevieve Trainer was the editor on that one. She did an absolutely wonderful job working with this incredible group of artists. And so this book would have launched at San Diego this year, but you can still get it on our website. And then Ninja Bear, all these characters, fantastic, from Mark. And yeah, and then we still have
I don't know what the adventure is, but I'm walking in there.
But he's just and again, I can't stress this enough, like he doesn't, how did we describe the book? It's like Hellboy meets gummy bears. And with like all that like light energy, but like still these like topics that and these dark feelings that kids might feel, but he doesn't baby talk them through all this. It's like sometimes this stuff is confusing and you don't have to have an answer, but you make the best out of it and you find darkness, you find light in the darkness. So Mark's really, really good at that. So
all right. So we do have a question from the chat room. Val wants to know if there's any target date for a release date for Happy Endings.
I'm hoping, we wanted to launch the first issue. I'm going to try to stop my screen here. Okay, there we go. We wanted to launch the Kickstarter this year. That's not going to happen. So probably first half of next year, if all goes well. But thank you for asking. I'm glad that Follows from Red Stylo will be announcing that soon. They'll be announcing the artist soon too.
Cool. So I'm so glad we're getting close to the end. So again, just to kind of give us a little thing, I know we're going to talk about it from the standpoint of CadetsCon.com is where you can go and check out Miss Jang's stuff. But would you mind sharing with us where people can go and check out your stuff as well?
Redstylo.com is the website. As our store is open, shopping is highly encouraged. We also have a COVID section, so a couple of artists who need a little bit of help, like during the pandemic. You can get some commissions and stuff on our website as well. Kind of looking, and we've got some BOGO boxes too. So buy one get one free. If you want some History is Lit literature anthologies, or if you want some Rock and Roll Never Dies anthologies, we've got some packages for you. History is lit. But thank you guys for everything. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all that good stuff. And then coming to a show near you someday. All
right. And man, you never know, man. You might end up hosting a con through your company, and eventually, we'll be rolling on there.
Thank you guys so much, and I'm so glad that you're making it through. Like, I know it's been such a tough year, but we're all really just trying, right? So thank you. You do.
Thanks to you guys. I mean, it would have been much tougher through the shutdown part of COVID if I didn't have really great product to give to my customers. We're still hungry for new stuff. I was cut off from the traditional line. So if it didn't happen, then I wouldn't have had the time to go and research and to start plan C for one, to find a place to connect to everybody. And I'm so glad we did, because we found so much good material. I can't imagine a world without having your book on my shelves right now.
Well, just speaking personally, like when everything exploded, the fact that you were front and center immediately, like being everybody's like almost like mom in a way, it was like you made everybody feel so like there was a place to go. We could talk to each other, we could connect with each other, and you made that happen. So I am going to be forever grateful for that. And especially at that time, it's not that the anxiety has gone away, but that fear at the beginning, it really helped the way you connected everybody. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think you got a new fan for Ninja Bear as well. Steph and Skip Kane saying I need to order Ninja Bear. So
We'll be ready. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys, you're watching Cadets Con 2020 live online. Thank you to Enrica for being here. Stay tuned in just about a minute's time for our musical guests, which they're not performing, but they're musicians. So we're going to have them here to talk about music. Stay tuned for that. If you're coming to us live from the Comic Book Shopping Network, please head over to StreamYard.com/Facebook and enable us to be able to see your name and icon so that we can shout you out on screen here. We will be back in just about a minute with our next panel. See you in just a second, everybody. Welcome back into Cadets Con 2020 live online. I'm your host, Kyle. On that side of me right there is Miss Jen King, the reason we're all here. And joining us this hour, we called it OA and Friends, but this is our independent musicians panel because when you're talking to indie comic creators, you know, it's very similar to independent music creators. So welcome in, fellas. Why don't we go around the horn? Everybody introduce yourselves. Give us your links, where we can find you, where we can hear you, all that kind of stuff.
I guess I'll go ahead and start off. My name's OA. I am actually here in Houston. Edify and Zay are two really good buddies of mine. They're guys that I've been working with in the independent music business. Edify a little bit longer, but I met Zay this year, and dude is an incredibly talented brother. But you can follow me everywhere at OA Hip Hope. So throw an E on the end of hip hop. And yeah, that's Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and all that good stuff. So.
Hey.
Edify, you want to go next?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram, Edify Music, EDIFYMUZIK. I'm on Spotify. Just type in Edify, same name as my display. Facebook, I'm Edify Sounds. That's my personal, and then I have an artist page, just Edify, same thing as my display. So.
Zay, you can go ahead.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just be loud, man.
Yeah, your mic's a little choppy, brother.
Is that all right?
Now he's froze.
Oh.
He'll be back.
He'll be back.
Captured by the freeze ray.
So I'll start off with a question, guys. I'm from the other end of the musical spectrum, I suppose. You know, I'm a rock and metal dude. Tell me a little bit about the independent hip hop scene especially there, in Houston and in where y'all are at. Tell me a little bit about that.
Edify, I'll let you kick this one off.
So the independent music scene, I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So it's a little bit of a smaller city than Houston. I'm originally from Detroit, so I know the difference between bigger cities and smaller cities when it comes to independent artistry. But yeah, it's different here. It's definitely different. I feel like you definitely have to be in the community. You have to be friends and communicate with people who basically represent the movements in a smaller area. When you're in a bigger place like Houston or Detroit, I feel like you can kind of branch out into smaller groups and grow from there. So it's just a little bit different of a dynamic for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I did not really start doing the hip hop thing until I got here to Houston. But Kyle, I actually, when I was in my late teens and my early 20s, I was playing in punk and metal bands. So I'm very, very familiar with that. I have a love for just music in general. My dad was a radio promoter for 15 years, so I kind of grew up around music and the industry and everything. When I was young and playing in bands, it was basically you would go to other people's shows and you would try to pass out demos and you would try to basically like physically spam people with your stuff. Instead of like shooting links online, it was, hey, here's this free CD, take this or whatever. Now it's quite a bit different, and I honestly feel like building off of what Edify said, it's all about relationships, and I would imagine it's the same in comics. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with the comics industry as well. I saw you guys had my friend Henri on earlier today, and it's building connections and relationships is incredibly important because you never know what connections that person might have. I ended up connecting with this guy who is out of San Antonio, and then came to find out that one of his best friends is an artist here in Houston who has played shows with some of the larger Christian hip-hop artists like Lecrae and Andy Mineo and some of the guys that are huge nationally touring guys. So you never know what connections you might make that might lead to something else, and it's super important to really just kind of put yourself out there and put yourself in a position to meet new people, and I think that really benefits you. Zay, is your mic working now?
I hope so. I don't know.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, man, it sounds way better now.
Yo, I was so confused, bro.
Tell us about it. Give us your links, give us your socials. Where can we find you?
Y'all can at _Zay Hill on Instagram. Or
Oh, I think he just booted him again. I think it might be his internet. I don't know what's going on, but let me message him real quick.
So, while we wait for Zay to come back, we'll give him some more tries here. Edify, you're like my neighbor, bro. We're 2 hours from each other. You probably played Toledo when you were in the part of the Detroit scene. So
That's awesome.
we're right around the corner from each other. So I think we probably know a lot of the same venues and a lot of the same promoters and stuff.
It is very possible. Yeah. I mean, I do Christian hip hop, but when I was in Detroit, I did a lot of bars, a lot of clubs, a lot of different venues that I don't do as much here in Grand Rapids. But yeah, I've been in both worlds for sure.
Well, I mean, and that's what I mean is like in that scene, we probably know a lot of the same people. Because I when Sanctus Real and some of those groups were coming up, I was, the middle school kid who was in the band that was opening for them. So we probably know some of the same dudes.
Well, I actually just did a festival called Ingeti Fest. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that's it's in Michigan. It's about I want to say 30 minutes past Lansing, going southeast. But Sanctus Real was there, KJ52. I'm trying to think. There was another band that was very nostalgic. It'll come back to me, but yeah, man, definitely know of those guys.
Man, I remember when the first KJ52 album dropped. Everybody's like, "Dude, Eminem's a Christian now," and you listen to it like, "No, it's just some dude who sounds like Eminem."
Yeah.
Oh, it was wild. But no, it's so cool. So, how is? We've been asking people about how they came to be in comics all day. How did you guys come to be musicians? How did you come to decide that this is what you wanted to do with your hustle?
For me, it's kind of always been in my blood. My grandparents on my dad's side were a pastor and a pastor's wife who led worship, and my grandparents on my mom's side were the worship leaders at that church. So the very first video of me performing in front of people was at this church. I was 5 years old, and I was singing This Little Light of Mine. And so I've always kind of been around music. My dad was a radio DJ from before I was born, and then he ended up starting his own promotions business through most of my childhood. So I grew up like hanging out with Newsboys and Jeff Moore in the Distance and like really, really old school Christian rock and contemporary music. And then as I kind of grew older, we moved to Michigan when I was 9, and the very first school that I went to was an all-black school, and I had never really seen a whole lot of diversity up into my life at that point, and I was the only white kid there. And so I kind of got put into this culture that was way different than anything I'd experienced, and I just really quickly developed a love for hip-hop. The very first album that I remember getting was Illmatic by Nas. And I think I was like 9 or 10 years old and absolutely should not have been listening to that music. But it just, I fell in love with it. And I remember like I grew up on that and DMX and Jay-Z and obviously Big and Tupac and M. And so I've always loved hip hop, but it's always kind of been one of those things where up until maybe like the last 5, maybe 10 years, being a white rapper was pretty much you were Eminem or you were somebody else. And there was really not a whole lot of acceptance for that. And over the past decade, you've had guys like MGK and G-Eazy and NF and all these different guys that have come up. And they weren't just white rappers, but they were really, really good at what they did. And so it kind of opened that door a little bit. When I graduated high school, like I said, I played in punk bands, but nothing ever really took off. And then I kind of took some time off for some personal issues. And I want to say like middle of 2018, I did a joke track that I put out after the Eminem MGK beef happened. And a bunch of people on my social media were like, "You're actually pretty good." And they were like kind of pushing me to do it more. And so I kind of dove in, and Edify was actually, he is and was one of my biggest mentors. Him and I connected through Facebook because he worked at a place that I had started working at, but he quit right before I started there. It was kind of a weird thing. And really, he's been pushing me over the last 2 years to really just like go at it and believed in me. And so I'm the kind of person that like, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it full blown and I'm going to go all out. And so that's kind of how I got to where I am now. And I've put out 9 singles in the last 10 months and have a couple albums that are in the works and just lots of stuff going on. And it's been really fun.
Well, a lot to follow up there, man. Appreciate the shout. Man, I have a long history with music. I mean, I've always been playing instruments. I've always, listened to a lot of different genres. My dad was a jazz musician. He played saxophone. I played trumpet. I had 6 years of piano. I play guitar. So that's the musical background of it. But when I was probably 18 years old, I actually got connected with a DJ at a community college in Detroit called Washtenaw Community College. It's actually in Ypsilanti. And when I met that DJ, I noticed he was playing Christian music, Christian hip hop, and I had never really dabbled in that. You know, I grew up with Eminem, obviously being from Detroit. I was a big Lil Wayne fan, Kanye fan, and so being newly saved, or somebody who had rededicated my life to Christ, I really wanted to make music that reflected my faith and was able to reach other people and share that with them. So I got involved in music and I started rapping, doing stuff on my laptop. You know, obviously it wasn't very well produced, but that's how I started out. And then I started working with my first, I want to say, producer in 2011. And I made my first album, did a release, and I was hooked. Started doing a lot more shows, getting booked, and it just progressed from there. Since then, I've toured twice. I've done 2 national tours, one on the West Coast, one on the East Coast, and right now I'm trying to put as much content out there as possible and continue the momentum.
How has, I mean, obviously you're not playing shows, you're not getting out, you're not touring. How has COVID affected the way that you guys approach your music? Are you going at it now with the idea of making it a single rather than going out and trying to make it something that you can perform on stage, or is it?
I think it's been weird for me because it's been on and off. Like I said, I just did a festival 2 weeks ago, and there was a lot of people there. So it wasn't what a lot of people are experiencing right now, which is either no shows at all or, a very limited capacity. But when I was in quarantine, I actually did a live stream concert. So just being creative with that, like putting stuff together where people can still interact and be a part of an experience while social distancing. So that was a lot to put on. It was my first time doing it, so there was a learning curve. But yeah, just being creative with that. And then the other thing that I did was every week I put out a new song and video during quarantine, just because I wanted to take that time to kind of get on a level playing field with some of these guys who were taking time off that were already a little bit further in their career than I was. So that was really helpful. I ended up, I want to say, getting about 2,500 more followers on Facebook and Instagram. So that was a really good experience. But yeah, just being creative and just working with what you got. I think that's a big part of still being successful in 2020 as an entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, or as an independent artist.
Yeah, Edify is, I would say, a decent amount farther along in his career than I am at this point. But I had actually just started playing shows prior to COVID hitting and quarantine hitting and everything. So I had done, I think, 2 shows, and I had felt like I was starting to build some momentum. I actually started something called the Hip Hop Showcase down here in Houston, in northern Houston, at a really cool venue owned by some friends of mine, and we were getting ready to roll with that, and then COVID happened, and there were no large gatherings. So I didn't really feel like I was able to get that momentum live performance-wise. But that being said, my day job is in IT, and so it's something that thankfully we were allowed to work from home for probably a solid 2 to 3 months. And during that time, it was crazy, but there was a lot of opportunity for me to focus on music and focus on upgrading the equipment that I have and growing and learning and kind of teaching myself more, because I was at home. I was in a place where I can, on my lunch break, I can go work on a song or whatever. And so I found myself doing a ton, recording a ton, and just writing a ton. And it's honestly, I feel like it's been everybody's had their own experience with COVID and the quarantine and everything, but I feel like that aspect of it was a huge blessing, because my regular life, especially now that I'm back in the office and everything like that, it's, even though life is not back to normal, my life's pretty crazy, and so sometimes it can be hard to fit things in, and having that time to be able to do that was great. And so I was able, I mean, I've written probably a dozen songs just in the last couple months that are anywhere from being finished to being still in the beginning stages of production. Same thing that Edify said. I did the one show with him, the virtual show, and then I did another virtual show for a organization called the Artist Umbrella that's based out of Lansing. And they did a virtual show, and some of my good friends are there, and normally it's a live show, but because it was virtual, they were like, hey, let's get OA in this, since he's in Houston and he can't be here physically. This is a great opportunity to have him on the lineup, since it's just going to be virtual as well. So just finding ways to be creative, finding ways to stay motivated when it's really, really easy to just feel like, especially when you're working from home, to be like, I just want to veg, or I just want to just not do anything, and just kind of keeping the pedal to the metal and keeping pushing forward with it.
So what I'm trying to do, and it's you guys have to direct me, is if there was one song people should listen to that exemplified your style and what you're doing, what song would it be of yours? And I'm going to put links to it on cadetscon.com, so people just click on it and go to Spotify or YouTube or your Facebook page, and it's there.
Oh, man, that's a tough question, especially because I feel like I've been really pushing myself to experiment and do things that I haven't done before over the last, 6 months. I feel like when I started off, I was very much like, people said, oh, you sound like NF, you sound like Eminem. Like, it was very much kind of in, this one, this box that I kind of felt like I was getting into. And Edify is actually one of the people that really pushed me to not be scared to take chances. I mean, I've got a new song called Next that's coming out September 4th, which I feel like is, I mean, it's the newest song, so it's the most evolved version of myself. But I actually did a song with Zay called All the Same, which is, it's on Spotify, iTunes, all that stuff. And it's very, very much like an energetic, it's a banger. It's something you put on in the car and crank the windows down and just let the bass hit. And it was a lot of fun to make. And I think it kind of shows my versatility in the different styles of flow and rapping that I can do. So since Zay is not here to really talk about much, I'm gonna throw that song out there so that people can get an opportunity to listen to both of us and get an idea for how we both sound.
Cool. I will put the link to that directly on our Cadets Con page.
Awesome.
Right now. Go ahead, Edify.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I do hip hop, I rap, I also do pop, so I sing, and I'm very eclectic. I'm actually working on some worship music right now that's all singing, and I've been trying to get Jared to do that, OA to do that a little bit more. It's been awesome to see him evolve and grow in his artistry. As far as the best song that represents me, I guess I'll plug it because I'm wearing the shirt, but the Battle Scars Made Me shirt. But the song is called Battle Scars. If you just go on my Spotify, I think it's the first one you'll see on there. But that's one that really represents kind of the movement and just looking at mental health and bringing awareness to it. So yeah, I'm really passionate about that. I'm going to school right now, actually, in my spare time to become a clinical mental health counselor. So yeah, big part of who I am as an artist and who I am, even off the stage. So
it's interesting. I kind of gauge whether someone thinks music is really good, because my husband's got really good taste, and we've always been into hip hop. That's how we fell in love, actually. But I put on Heavy for him, OA.
Yeah.
Jaw dropped.
Nice.
So there you
That's
go.
awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that was a song, and I actually have another song that I'm working on right now with my buddy Arian and this new kid from that actually Zay connected me with, Josiah. That is even more not pulling punches on that subject matter. It's something that for people, if you haven't heard my song Heavy, it's very, very centered around the racial injustice and things that are happening in America right now, and me feeling like it's not I don't want to divulge too much, but just feeling like I should use my voice in a positive way to put out a message of love and of respect for all people, regardless of race or ethnicity or culture or background, or whether they've grown up in poverty or had all the money in the world. Like, just love everybody. And so yeah, that song is incredibly personal to me, and it's heavy, as the name says.
Jen, what, do you have more questions? What do you have questions for these guys?
I don't know.
We can just
Did you have
deep dive into the musical side of things, and everybody's gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean, Edify and I could just sit here and talk for probably hours about the ins and outs of being an independent creator, and him even probably more so than myself. I mean, we're more than happy to answer questions if you have them, but if you want us to just kind of take over and start talking.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys wanna, talk to each other. My big question is right now. This is something I wanted to ask. I know how hard it is to produce your own music. I'm my background. Again, I was punk, metal, rock and roll kid. I worked at one of the largest rock stations in the Midwest for 10 years. But I've also worked as a studio tech, and I produce live worship on Sundays and all this kind of stuff. And so being independent artists such as yourselves, you guys are having to do all that. So how do you approach that? Are you guys playing the instruments and recording them and multi-tracking, or you doing it all in Pro Tools, or how are you guys approaching this right now?
Everything production-wise that I've done as far as like growing over the last 6 to 8 months has honestly been, I attribute that to Edify. He's taught me a lot, and he's really helped me grow as an engineer. As far as the music is concerned, a lot of times I will work with other producers, and so there are beats that they've made that will really speak to me, and I'll work with them. I've got one, I'll shout him out. He goes by N Codex, the letter N and then Codex. And he's this young kid from Algeria who I just connected with on Instagram, and he's become one of my really, really close friends. I mean, I work with him. Probably 75% of the beats that I have on new stuff coming out are from him. And so we've worked super close together because he's got a really unique sound that I think works really well for me. And then I do all the mixing and the mastering of all of my vocals and everything. So that's something that, I've been working with audio editing for years. I had a podcast called Comic Book HQ, which was actually, we reviewed comic books and talked with comic creators. And so I had some background in audio editing, but it's a whole other beast from mixing vocals and trying to get them to sit in tracks. And so that's something that I still very, very much feel like a noob at. It's something that I feel like I'm very much at the beginning of my journey when it comes to being an engineer, but I think that I've grown a ton, and quite frankly, it's something that's out of necessity. As an independent artist, a lot of times, and I know that writers and actual artists have the same thing. It's like, you don't have $5,000 to go drop at a studio and say, hey, I want to record this album. but I still want to put music out there. So how can I do that without having to go spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every single time I want to put a project out? And so that was, okay, I'm going to invest a little bit up front, get a good microphone, get a mixer, get the software that I need to be able to do this. And then with Edify's help and honestly, like YouTube tutorials and things like that, just learning and growing in that craft, to the point where now both Edify and I are engineering albums for other artists. And so it's something that's been a really great experience, and something that I've fallen in love with doing. You know, I've always been an artist. I've always, whether it was singing or rapping or whatever, but now being able to basically be a one-stop shop of like, I can do it all myself. And even the producing side of it, I've started producing beats as well. That's something that's very new, but it's something that with my background in music, and I mean, I play guitar and bass and piano, and I was a vocal major in college for the 1 year that I was there. And so all these different things I feel like have come together and given me the skills to be able to pretty much do everything that I need to, without having to go spend $5,000-$10,000 in work in somebody else's studio. And I mean, I'll kind of tilt my camera here a little bit, but I mean, this is my studio. I'm using my mic on my desk, but I mean, it's a closet, and if anybody's heard my music, you probably wouldn't guess that I recorded and did it all in a closet. But it's one of those things that you work with what you have. That's what you have to do as an independent creator. You have to work with what you have and make the best of it. And so that's what I've tried to do.
I had some people asking me where Zay went. Zay is having technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Tell him if he clicks the link on a smartphone, it'll open.
I think that's what he was doing. He was using his smartphone. He said his internet is crapping out on him.
All right. Well, we'll get his links. We'll put those up at the end here, too. I mean, I'm sure you guys can point us to where to find him as well. So we'll get his links and we'll get him taken care of. We don't want to leave Zay out at all.
The Edify, what about you?
Question.
Go ahead.
What are some of the pitfalls in the music industry? You're trying to make a name for yourself and get an audience. What are some pitfalls that people can try to avoid?
I'm gonna let you take this one.
That's a very complex question. I like that question though. There's a lot, because we're in an age right now where numbers are a big deal to people. So, you know, that's why you get this issue on different platforms with people buying promotion that might be real or might be fake, you know, people buying followers, whatever the case may be. I think that's a huge pitfall that new artists fall into, because when they come out, they want to look like they have numbers and have support. But what I'm finding out is, you know, the numbers don't mean anything unless you have a tangible fan base. So the biggest thing I recommend people do is, you know, join communities of other artists. I know Jared and we were in a community together online that did a Friday review show every Friday. And basically it helped with our artistry. It helped us tweak songs and change production, and just made our songs overall better. But it also connected us with people in that group. So now when I come out with a release, a lot of those people share it or they promote it. And so I think that's a big part, is peer recognition and being involved with other artists. Because if you try to do everything isolated and alone, you're going to have a lot of trouble finding opportunities. But the second thing is, and I kind of referenced this with the numbers, is you need to find a fan base. And, you know, this is something that I'm still working on. I have not arrived. I still want to find my group of people who really rock with me and love my music and buy my music. And it's a continual process. And there's a lot of business things you need to understand to be able to target a fan base. And a lot of people don't realize that when they start doing music, they're also starting a business. And I think that's where a lot of frustration comes in. People start doing music and go, people are going to love it because it's good music. Well, you can have the best music ever, but if you don't know how to get it out to people that want to hear it, you're basically making it for yourself. So you need to learn how to target people. You need to learn how to do Facebook business ads, YouTube ads. You need to learn how to get out there into the community and get booked for shows and even put yourself out there for free. A lot of people don't want to take that first step because they think they should be getting paid $500 a show. But a lot of times you get opportunities from having the humility to go out and showcase yourself. So go to those hookah lounges and do a open mic. Go to the bar and do an open mic. I go to a hip hop church in the area called the Edge Urban Fellowship, and I lead worship there. And that being connected with that community has helped my career tremendously. And some of those artists have been signed that have come out of that church. But the community as a whole in this area is really powerful. And it's just a great place to be as far as a community and as far as people supporting each other, but also, the community of artists and the iron sharpening iron. And what I mean by that is, you get to run stuff past other artists and they give you feedback and you just get better, being around other people who are honest with you and good at their craft as well. So yeah, those are the two big things, to do. I guess they're not as much what you need to avoid, but get around peers who are really good at their craft, preferably people who are at a higher level than you are. And also learn the business side of things, target and find a fan base. I think those are the two things you can do to avoid those pitfalls.
And I know you're not asking me because I'm not about me, but I can tell you it's one of those things. Don't let yourself get beat down when it isn't going the way you imagined it would go.
That's huge.
I have a lot of friends who, they're just starting to break and they've been at this 10 years. They've been at this 15 years. They've been at this, and they've been out playing, they've been touring, and they've been working for a real long time, but it just isn't happening. And finally, they're starting to get those breaks.
Yeah.
After years and years. So just because it doesn't look the way you imagined it would look, and you're not playing, you're not playing to 20,000 people every night, doesn't mean you're not doing good and you're not doing what you need to be doing. So that would be the pitfall I would say to avoid is, getting beating yourself up because it doesn't look right.
Keep digging for gold. Not picking your nose, but digging for those diamonds, because a lot of people get so close and give up because they don't see what's past that next, that wall of dirt. So yeah,
you never know who's going to show up at a show or show up to a live stream when you're like, I don't really want to be here right now. I could be asleep, whatever. You never know. That might be the day that the guy walks in that's got the label that changes your life.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and one of the biggest things I think perspective is huge when you're an independent artist. Like for me, one of the biggest things that I've tried to do myself is, so for me, I've got 300 followers on Instagram, right? Which 300 followers compared to 10,000 is not very much. But I remember when I had 50 followers and I was begging to get to 100 followers and grinding and clawing and trying to get there. And so just keeping in perspective that even though I still feel like I'm like haven't even started the race yet, I feel like I'm still at the beginning, that my beginning is where somebody else is trying to grind and get to. And my beginning is where somebody dream. I mean, there's an 18, 20-year-old kid who's in his room and wants to do music more than anything, but can't afford a microphone, can't afford a computer to do anything on. And even if I had 0 followers, the fact that I have a computer and a microphone is something that's like, okay, I'm already making steps to move forward. And then building off of what you said, Kyle, I know Edify, somebody that we really enjoy and follow, is a guy named Gary Vee. I don't know if anybody out there is familiar with him, but one of the biggest things he talks about is you're young. Like Edify and I were like 30 years old, and
Hey, I'm a young 20-year-old. I don't know what you're talking about.
But that's I'm hopefully only a third of the way through my life, which means I still have almost 2/3 of my life left to do whatever it is that I want to do. And when it comes to art, whether that's comics, whether that's music, whether that's whatever it is, there's no expiration date on that. You know, like when I turn 40, I'm not all of a sudden not going to be able to write and rap anymore. I'm still going to have that skill. And in fact, it's probably going to be significantly better than where I'm at right now at 30. And so just keeping it in perspective that like life is a marathon. It's not a race. It's not about just because so-and-so got signed and they were 21 years old doesn't mean that like, okay, well, my time has passed. No, I'm going to keep putting in the work because I believe that hard work pays off. And I believe that that's something that you put in the work and you're going to reap the rewards and the benefits from that.
Did you guys ever heard the story about the band, the Bare Naked Ladies' first tape that they put out?
I have not.
They went to, in Toronto, there's a thing called Speaker's Corner where anybody who can get up and speak or sing or read poetry or whatever. It was an open mic in the middle of this park year round every day. You know, and a lot of guys get up there and make political statements, but they got up there and they started singing and people were showing up. So they took like a little handheld mini tape recorder and recorded themselves playing and dubbed that on a tape and sent it around and sent it around and sent it around before somebody was finally like, hey, why don't you record 2 or 3 more songs and you'll have an actual demo. And then that demo became the yellow tape and got them signed and started this massive career that spanned 40 years now. So,
wow, that's a lot. I didn't realize they'd been around that long. But yeah, they have been around since like the late 80s, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. So it's one of those things. It's like, you know, you never know what little thing you're doing is gonna spark something off.
Yeah.
John asked, what are some Christian artists you felt were the ones that might have inspired you into the industry and pushed you forward in it?
Right away. Obviously the Lecrae's and people in Reach Records, but one of my favorites, and probably because I identify with him stylistically, and I'm a white boy, is Andy Mineo. I love Andy. I think he makes really good music. He's very multifaceted and eclectic in the way he puts songs together. But yeah, he's one guy. Andy's definitely one guy that I would say inspired me early on.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of right there. I mean, when I was introduced to Christian hip hop, it was Dritz and KJ52 and like John Rubin and like stuff like that, which was like sort of like border. And then Lecrae came out, and Flame and Tadashi and Trip Lee and a lot of those guys on early Reach Records. And so that's kind of like where I started really getting in and seeing that there can be talent and artistry within Christian hip hop. Because prior to that, I think it was kind of just, a lot of it was kind of cheesy, honestly, like if we're just going to be real. As far as influence and somebody that I feel like I connect to on a really real level, I would say NF is a huge one. NF and we just, I've dealt with mental health issues and mental illness issues for a good chunk of my life, and that's something that he talks a lot about in his music, and it's something that I relate to on a really real level. And then a guy named Marty from a duo called Social Club Mystics is another guy that I just I love, similar to Andy, and I love Andy as well. Marty's got a lot of diversity in what he does. He just put out an EP recently where he legitimately has a song called like the one with the emo something, and it's him singing what sounds like a late 90s, early 2000s Blink-182 song, and this is from a hip-hop artist. So things like that, not being afraid to get outside the box a little bit and do something new. I think NF and Marty are probably two guys that for the last probably 5 to 7 years have been really big influences on me.
Can I just tell you, when you said John Rubin, my head just about exploded. It's a name I haven't heard in so long. and I was such a huge fan of that guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. He played a youth camp when I was a freshman in high school. There's an organization called Never the Same, and they had this big camp in Houghton, New York, and he was like the headliner. That was basically the big concert at that. So yeah, John Rubin, that's old school.
I remember it was called the C Spot Rock Tour, and this was the lineup. And you guys are gonna laugh. The opener was KJ52.
Okay.
And then KJ52 went into Toby Mac after he had just gone solo.
Momentum.
I think that'd be the headliner, but that wasn't. And then you had Pillar, Reliant K, and Sanctus Rio were on that tour, and the headliner was the OC Supertones.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
It's Christian hip hop and rap, and you've got all these young kids, and you're closing with ska. And it was the wildest tour I've ever been to. But it was one of those things. I remember seeing John Rubin on a later date on that tour, and he just came out, and the whole crowd went berserk.
Yeah, that's fun.
Guys, if you head over, everybody, if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links, if you scroll down a little ways, you have the links to all of OA's stuff, all of Edify's socials and Spotify's, links to the songs we talked about, all the same in Battle Scars. Edify, do you mind if I play a little taste of Battle Scars?
Go ahead. Sure.
All right.
It's gripping me, both emotional and physically. Why can't I breathe? Honestly, I can't remember feeling like me when I was happy and was feeling free. Didn't think about the ugly things. Pain is so deep that it's numbing me. I remember waking in the morning, now it's back to sleep. Dreams are feeling better than reality, cause I'm hurting in reality. My thoughts, they only wanna battle me. I'm feeling gravity, it's always pulling on my sanity. Why won't it leave? Feeling this pain, feeling this pain again. Will I ever see the daylight? Feeling this pain, feeling this pain. I can feel the pain, all I feel is pain. Will I be the same? These battle scars make us who we are. Who we are. Battle scars, take me from the dark. From the dark. Battle scars, make us who we are. Who we are. Battle scars, take me from the dark. I never cut my flesh, but I know I was the.
I wish I could fade that out, but I don't
that song so much.
technology.
Wow.
Thanks for letting us do that, man. That was cool. I was really happy I was able to find something I could put in the stream to show that.
Awesome.
So we got about 15 minutes left here. What do you guys have coming? I know, again, it's releasing singles and that kind of stuff. So what's next in the pipeline for everybody?
For me, I've got, unfortunately went through every artist's nightmare a couple weeks ago, which was I had an entire EP recorded along with probably 10 or so other songs, and I thought that they were all on an external hard drive, and during that I guess we'll call it tropical storm that came through, I had a power surge and my hard drive fried, and I lost all of it. Which was really, really heartbreaking to lose that much work. I mean, it was about 3 months worth of work that I lost in that. But at the same time, it kind of, while it was easy to be down, I had to pick myself back up, and now I'm working on more stuff that I think is actually even better than the stuff that I was working on. So I've got a bunch of singles that are in the queue over the next few months. I've got 2 split EPs, one actually with Zay. We're doing a 3-song split EP together where we're basically splitting the duties 50-50. And then I've got another one with another buddy named Jay Matthews, who actually just released an album recently, and it's super good. He's a really good buddy of mine. And then I've decided, instead of doing that EP that I was going to do, I'm going to take those songs, and I'm actually working on a full length now. So my hope is to have all 3 of these albums out before the end of the year. The 2 split EPs for sure. The full length hopefully before the end of the year, but if not, then early next year. And then once things start to open back up again, just trying to play shows around the Houston area. There's a place called Trilogy Brew that's up in Old Town Spring that I have a really great relationship with the owners there, and that's where that hip hop showcase is. So once things kind of open back up and we can have crowds again, I'm hoping to be able to do that. Which the reason I started that was to like Edify said, and Kyle, to give artists an opportunity to basically perform without having to pay to perform, without having to worry about selling tickets, without having to worry about any of that stuff. You put your name on the list early in the week, you come, you do your 15-minute set, bring all your friends and everybody with you, and it's just an opportunity, a low-pressure opportunity for artists to be able to perform. And whether you're new or whether you're a veteran and want to try out some new stuff or whatever, just to give that platform, which I, in my research, did not find a whole lot of that in Northern Houston. So that's something that I'm super excited about, and yeah, just staying on the grind.
Edify?
What was the question again?
What's next? What do you got in the pipeline?
Well, the last 3 weeks I've dropped a new single on Spotify and iTunes, so I'm gearing up to release a full-length album. All those songs are on the project, so getting ready for that. Just finished the final mixes on a lot of the songs, and just trying to get it through the distributor. But then I also have 3 videos dropping, so all this is going to probably happen around September. So I'm excited for it. I'm gearing up for it.
Very cool. Will, Jen, do you have any more questions for our guests?
You know what? I've got one. So I know nerdcore is a thing where you've got, the nerdcore rappers out there that are rapping about different comic books and stuff like that. If you had a favorite character you wanted to rap about in a song, and you don't have to worry about anybody coming after you for it, who would the character be?
I mean, if we're live right now, I mean, Jen and I and Brian, who is the owner of the other half of Space Cadets, we're actually talking about in something is going for doing a theme song for Space Cadets, talking about comic books and superheroes and stuff. So so that's something. I mean, I've written nerdy songs before. I've got a song called Cyberpunk, which is actually my first single that I put out, which is has 10 Keanu Reeves references in it and a bunch of other really, really nerdy. I'm a huge nerd and comic book lover. I wrote a song in one of my punk bands about Gwen Stacy from Spider-Man's perspective. So, I mean, yeah, I write about superheroes and nerdy stuff all the time, honestly.
Yeah, for me, I'm a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. So I'd probably have to do something about Goku, which I have actually. I have a song on mixtape I dropped in like 2018 called Konnichiwa, and it's all DBZ references. So yeah.
Not on Spotify too, because I'm gonna have to go find that like right now.
That is not on Spotify. It's on my SoundCloud.
Okay.
You type in Edify Sounds. It's EDIFY Sounds. You should be able to find it. It's in a mixtape called Redshift. It's the first song, so you can't miss it.
You know, that's something that's interesting that I'd love to talk to you more about if we had a little more time. We got a few minutes now, but hip hop and anime have a really fun interconnectedness that you wouldn't expect if you were into just one or the other. But when you're into both, you see it. Like, it's really interesting. What do you think that is, that hip hop and anime?
I mean, I think that's something that's been more prevalent over over our generation. I think all of us grew up watching Dragon Ball Z and Naruto and all that stuff, and so I think, I don't know. a lot of anime is like really bombastic and over the top, and I think as a rapper you sometimes have to be that. Like you have to, there's a persona that you almost carry with you as a rapper, and I don't know. That's a great question. What do you think of it?
I don't really know either. I think you made a good point though. It's generational because, you know, I was definitely not in the hip hop community as a young white boy in Southeast Michigan. So, but I was still really hooked by Dragon Ball Z. So I think it's a mixture of, it's a millennial thing. A lot of people are into anime right now. But it's also, I think the other thing Jared said is anime's really over the top and flashy, and it's different. And I think just like anything in music, like hip hop is very experimental. It's flashy. It tries to incorporate different cultural references. I know Rick and Morty's a big thing right now in culture, but it's also becoming a thing in hip hop. Where a lot of people have the Rick and Morty references and album covers and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, it's probably more so like what is trending right now and what's different.
I got clicked on the wrong thing here. We have a ton of comments since we played the song. A lot of people are really digging the song. There you go. Val says that Jen's hosting a concert when COVID is over.
I'm down. We flew Edify out here at the beginning of the year to do that show at Trilogy. So maybe we'll be able to have him come down and we can do a little private.
Edify and I'll take the bus together or something.
Man, I love Houston a lot. It was my first time in Houston. I've been to Dallas and San Antonio. But Houston was cool, man. I really enjoyed it. Plus, it was like -20 here when it was like 70 in Houston, so that was great.
It was a good time to be here.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty North Houston. I'm almost South Dallas at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. We got a big inflatable Shenron from Dragon Ball Z in the background.
Everybody comes in cosplays as anime characters.
You can shoot a video.
Absolutely.
That'd be real fun.
Come up with a new single called Kaioken Top 10.
No reaction.
Nah, because I'll probably have to wind up opening for these guys at the rate we're going. So, it'd just be me with my iPad.
There you go.
So it looks like we've got about 5 minutes.
Yes.
This is something that I guess wanted to ask Edify and also possibly answer myself. But if you had one piece of advice for creative people in general, it doesn't have to be music, but whether it's art, whatever, what would that, like you're in an elevator with somebody and they ask you, hey, how do I be successful at this? What's your one piece of advice?
I can't do one piece of advice, Jared. Come on, man.
I know our 20-minute conversations turn into 3-hour conversations.
Yeah. Kyle said consistency, which would be one of the things I'd probably talk about, just not giving up if you really are passionate about it. But one of the biggest things that I would say new artists don't really think about, and they might not be aware of, is we get into this mind state that everything we create is amazing and unbelievable because we created it. So there's no outside opinion unless we seek it. And I think that it's really, really important to seek outside opinions. Obviously, you get to a point where you're established, and if people have a negative opinion, it could just be their opinion and just take it with a grain of salt. But when it comes to new artists, I think there's a lot of improvement that has to happen for them to get to a level where they can be successful. And the only way they can do that is if they're open to constructive criticism and they're open to improving. and a lot of artists might not have that in them. It takes something out of you to take on that criticism. So I would say, yeah, when you create, get around people who are going to give you honest feedback, who are going to help you improve, and don't be afraid to hear something negative, because that's going to make you better. So just be open to that. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. Was just be teachable and be willing to learn from people who know more than you. And I mean, your and my relationship is proof of that. I mean, I think you've seen me take pieces of advice and feedback that you've given me over the last 6 months and implement that in a way that I believe has made me a better artist, and that I've grown a ton, and not just you, but other people as well. And yeah, it can sting when you get that negative feedback. But if you decide to let that motivate you instead of pull you down and keep pushing forward, you're going to be a better creator, a better artist, a better writer, a better musician. You're going to be, because you are the product of who you surround yourself with. So if you surround yourself with people who are better than you, you're going to get better, because you can't stay at a low level if you're around excellence on a regular basis, because it's going to motivate you to want to get to that level.
All right, fellas, we are right up against our clock. So one last time for all to hear, give us the socials. Somebody include Zay's socials as well. That way we can shout him out, even though he, his internet has betrayed him today. But give us the socials, give us the links. And remember, you can find all this stuff over on cadetscon.com. Why don't we start with Edify?
My Instagram is Edify Music, MUZIK. And then my Spotify is just regular old Edify, same as my profile. Facebook, it's just Edify if you want to find my artist page. And then SoundCloud, I'm Edify Sounds. And then my Facebook, my personal page is Edify Sounds as well. So I think that's just about everything. If you're looking for music on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, all those types of platforms, just Edify.
Yeah, for me on all the social media, it's just at OA Hip Hope, and that's Instagram, TikTok, SoundCloud, just about Facebook, just about everything. As far as where to find my music, OA is not exactly the most. There's a lot of things that start with OA. When you search OA in Spotify, the first thing that pops up is Oprah's voice. So there's it's a little bit more difficult to find me. But if you follow me on Instagram, I've got links in there. Right now, it's a link to pre-save my newest single that comes out September 4th, which will take you to my Spotify. So there's that. And then Zay, if you want to follow Zay on Instagram, it's _Zay Hill, so _XAYHILL. Go give him a follow there. He's an incredible artist, and super bummed he wasn't able to join us, but definitely go show him some love.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for being here. Stick with us here on Cadets Con 2020. We're coming back with the guy who's responsible for many of our childhood nightmares, the original artist on Goosebumps, Tim Jacobus. He will be with us in just about a minute from now. Thanks again to OA and Edify and to Zay for trying. And we will see everybody in just about a minute.
Thanks.
Welcome into Cadets Con, Tim Jacobus. Thanks for being with us, everybody who's been with us all day. We are into our like 8th hour of doing this, so this is exciting. Well, and here's why it's super exciting. This is the panel I've been waiting for. No offense to anybody else who's been here, but this is the one I've been waiting for all day. Tim Jacobus, the original artist behind the Goosebumps.
What's happening, Kyle? How are you?
Hey, not bad. I want you to meet Miss Jen King. She's right there. Miss
Hi, Jen. How are you?
Space Cadets Collection in Houston, Texas.
Awesome.
And she's the one responsible for having us here, so this is great.
Oh, very cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I want to start off.
I'm from New Jersey.
From Jersey, excellent.
Yep. So if I don't know who's talking funny. Are you guys talking funny or am I talking funny?
It's totally me.
Well, there you go. That Jersey accent.
I'm go with that as well. I mean, when I first met Tim, the first time I met Tim, we were hanging out with Tim and Tony Maiello.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You know, despite having lived in Michigan for like 30 years, still has this real thick Brooklyn kind of thing going.
Yeah.
And I fall right into it as an affectation. So.
Yeah, Tony's accent is incredibly thick for someone who's not been there for that long.
So, I want to start off right at the top. Guys, if you go over to cadetscon.com and scroll down a little ways, there's the Jacobus Studios link. It's the logo for Jacobus Studios. You click on that, it'll take you to the website. Tim is doing a real cool thing right now that I really want to promote. Right now, Tim, why don't you tell us about the fundraising thing you're doing right now?
Yeah, so everybody's going through something different right now, but one common theme is there's a lot of people out of work, and when there's a lot of people out of work, there's sometimes a shortage for food, and that's something that we all can we can wrap our head around. And so what I'm doing right now is I've released 6 of the original Goosebumps as posters. They're available on my site, and $10 from every sale goes to the purchase of food. We're not just giving the cash to the food bank. We are actually taking the money and physically buying the food and loading it into our truck and bringing it there. So 100% of that money is being spent on food for people who definitely are in need right now.
That's awesome. So if you go to the site, you pick up one of those. Here, we'll do it. We're going to do this real fancy because I'm already on the site. Because I may have been pre-shopping. Like I ain't too proud. So you've got some of the iconic Goosebumps covers, some of the iconic Goosebumps art, $20 on here, and 10 of that is going to buy canned goods for people in need. So, I mean, Richard Shipp is already right there.
There you go. So, yeah, there's 2 sizes. So if you have limited space, there's 9x9s. And then if you have more wall space, we also have an 18x18, and that's $25. So, and I'm into this, way deep. And we just started this. We've made 2 donations so far. We've only been at it 2 months. I'm throwing in extra money at the end of every month as well. So it's Kyle, you and I talked about this. This is something that I talked about for the longest time, saying I'm going to do something at some point, and you put it off and you put it off, and now it just seemed like the right time. So I have to say it's selfish because this makes me feel good that this is happening. And I know, I hope people enjoy the posters, but this is totally selfish because I'm the one who's getting all the enjoyment out of this.
Yeah. And that's what's great is this is art. Like, this is stuff that I grew up reading and being terrified of in the best way. I read the books. I was terrified of the art on the covers all the time, and it was perfect. So, now to be able to hang it on my wall, I've got a piece already of yours signed, but I'm going to pick up a couple more right now just for this. And I think it's a really cool way to cash in on people like mine nostalgia and to help some people. Like,
and that's what it's all about. We could have just sold posters, but in order to just added that little extra incentive where we're doing something. And I love that. It never ceases to amaze me that here we are 25 years later. You read your first Goosebumps back in, I don't know, 91, 92, and people still find enjoyment. They still love them. They're still, the fact that they're even relevant, or the fact that I'm even sitting here with you and this is, that people want to hear from me. It's the coolest thing in the world.
So let's go back. How did you come to be an artist? Did you start in comics, or did you start somewhere else? And how did you come to be in this industry?
So I went to art school, and I was ignorant enough to think that I could bypass all those introductory levels and just become a book illustrator. And I had just enough information or lack of information that made me think that this was easy. And if I had known how hard it was going to be along the way for the first couple of years, I might have gotten scared off. So while I was in art school, I had an instructor who was a book illustrator. And when we finished school, he said, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take you into New York. I live in New Jersey, and I'm about 50 miles from New York City. So going to the city is not hard to do. And this instructor, Paul Stinson, said, I'm going to bring you in, and I'm going to introduce you to an art director, and you're going to see, and I'm going to be turning in one of my pieces of art. So you'll see what it's like to have an interaction with an art director, and kind of what it feels like and what kind of feedback you get. And we went in that day, and he said, bring your stuff. I want this guy to look at your art. And so we went there, and he presents this piece of art that was like just mind-blowingly good. And, he shows it to the art director. The art director really digs it. And now the guy's like, all right, now I want to see your work. I wanted to throw that stuff out the window. But the guy took a look at the art, and, he said, here's what you need to do to make this portfolio better. And I was hooked. I went home and it took me quite a while to get that portfolio together, but it gave me enough confidence to keep going back and hitting the book publishers.
So how did you come to work with RL and to do the Goosebumps stuff?
So I had been working with Scholastic Books for a couple of years, and I had worked on a number of books, not series work, but one-offs. Most of the book business, when you're getting started, this is back when paperbacks were big. You would just do one and dones. One story, you're done. You go for a different author, one and done. And I had kind of proven myself to be responsible. My artwork was consistent. I would get it done on time. Getting it done on time that's the key. And they said, oh, we got this new series that's coming up. R.L. Stine is going to be on it. And it's going to be a horror series for younger kids. Now, I didn't even know who R.L. was. So I'm just shaking my head going, oh, that's sure, great. Let's do this. And so the real story is I had just finished up some stuff. I was kind of, if this was a basketball team, I was the guy sitting on the bench, and they said, who's the next guy to go in? And I just happened to be sitting in the right place at the right time. So I got a chance to do the first book in the series, which was called Welcome to Dead House. And it's funny because you think that illustrators and authors have this great relationship that they hang out together, and Bob would call me on the phone and say, hey, the next book is about this, and this is what I'm thinking for the cover. And that's not how it works at all. It took me, we were 3 years into the series maybe before I even met him for the first time. We never talked. And this was not by him not wanting to be involved, but authors work with editors. and illustrators work with art directors, and then the art directors and the editors talk to one another. So we were just, it's just the way the loop is set up. So our contact was very minimal at first. I know people ask about him all the time. He's a super great guy. Over the years, we've become very good friends. I'd love to be able to tell you terrible stories about him, but he's a solid guy, and I couldn't have been teamed up with a better human.
It's funny, people think that it was different then than it is now, because now everything's digital and everybody's all over the world, but it's true that part of the industry probably hasn't changed that much. It's you get your marching orders from an editor or an art director or a publisher, and everybody, same with the writer. So it's interesting to see that much hasn't changed, at least.
Yeah, that aspect for sure. Again, it's a different world, and it's plus and minus. I don't want to say it's not that it's worse or better. It's just different. It used to be so hard to get people to see your art. So this is how it worked. They would have drop-off days at the publishers. So that means you would load all your artwork or your the reproductions of your portfolio, and you had to physically take them in to the book publishers and leave them at the door. Somebody would review them, and then you'd go back at the end of the day and pick it up, and they would either say, hey, we like what you have, or there'd be a rejection notice in it. And you had to then move it from that publisher. Then you'd go down the street and, on Wednesday, this guy looks at the art, and you drop it off. And so you had to physically, all your art was physical. Everything was physical. There was no way for people to see it other than you hand it to them. So that made it a very limited scenario. I was lucky enough that I lived close enough to the city, so I could be in the game. I could play. If I lived in Kansas, none of this would have ever happened. What's really cool now is, I can get more people. So I would do paintings. There's paintings in my attic that 8 people have seen. Now I finish a piece of artwork and I can put it on social media, and 1,000 people can see it in 5 minutes. So it's so great to get people's eyes on art now. But if you're starting out as an artist now and you're trying to get in the business, it's harder because everybody has the same access to art directors and people. So you got to make yourself stand out. And that's that's an art in itself, is making yourself stand out from everybody else.
So other than Goosebumps, what are some things that people may have seen your art on that they might not have recognized?
At the time that Goosebumps came out, there were other publishers that were knocking off Goosebumps. And we didn't have there was no exclusive contract with Scholastic. And we went in and talked to them and said, listen, there's other publishers who are doing Goosebumps like books. Do you want to, is it cool if we do them? Was really what we were asking. They're going, yeah, go right ahead. So at the time when Goosebumps were out, there was another series called Spine Tinglers and another one called Bone Chillers. So those are 2 easy searches. And I think I did all of the Bone Chillers and I did a bunch of the Spine Tinglers. So there's a whole bunch of work that looks like Goosebumps, but it's not Goosebumps. And I did all of those. I also have the dubious distinction of doing I did a couple of Teletubby books in my day too. So I dialed back from Goosebumps and went right to the kid stuff.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You take the work where it can come sometimes, and Teletubbies were just as popular as Goosebumps.
Exactly. No, and those were, so with Goosebumps, it's only the covers. And when I was doing the Teletubby stuff, those were picture books, because they're for little kids. So you're doing, lots of illustrations per project, which is fun too, and spot illustrations and not just the standard cover stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's a little harder in some aspects, but and again, it's still Teletubbies, and it wasn't my favorite subject matter.
So let's talk a little bit about process. Your style is a painting process. So
Yes.
let's talk about how do you go about creating the work you do.
So even though most of my work is digital now, the process hasn't changed. Tools have changed a little, but the same process is what's followed. So whether it's a book publisher or somebody who's got a band or something, reach out to me and say, hey, I'd love an illustration. Can we work on this? What we'll do is we'll have a conversation first, because I really want to hear what people have to say before we do anything. Before we talk about the style, I want to just some background and kind of get a feel for that individual. Once we kind of hammer in, and sometimes people have no idea what they want to do, and there's other times where people have very specific things that they want to do. I'm fine either way. I like coming up with ideas, but I also like the challenge of taking your verbal direction on what something should look like and bringing that to life. For the most part, I'll do, if you have a specific idea, I'm only going to do one sketch. We're going to work on that concept. If you're not sure what you want, back in the Goosebumps days, and even now, I'll try to do 2 or 3 sketches for every project that I do, so that you have something to pick from. And that's always the best, because there's always something unique in each one of the sketches. And a lot of times what we find is you do a hybrid. You're like, ooh, I like that, I like that part in sketch 2, but if we add that to what's going on in sketch 3, I think we got a winner there. So it gives a good sense of give and take. Once we decide on a sketch and everybody signs off and says, yeah, this is the image, this is what we're going for, I'll work up a color comp, which means I'm going to do quick down and dirty color study. I want to make sure I know what colors I'm using before I even get into the final rendering. It avoids problems down the road, because if you just wing it and you just say, oh, I'm going to make the colors, I know what I'm doing here. Almost every time there's a change you want to make to that set of colors. And back when I was working in acrylics and using airbrush, that was a bigger deal. Like if you spent all day painting a background and you made this beautiful blue forest looking thing, and you get done at the end of the day and you go, man, that should have been a little greener. That means all day tomorrow, you're going to repaint that thing and make it a little bit greener. And it could just, it was a day killer. So I always like to have all that stuff worked out long before we got into that. I didn't show anybody that. There was no approval on that. I did one for every Goosebumps book. Nobody saw them. They weren't for approval by anybody but, myself. So I knew what I was doing. And then you go to the final art. Higher res, bigger size, and now I'm working with Photoshop and doing color digital, so nothing gets wet anymore. But I have one of those Wacom tablets, and I still use the pen, and my hand motions are still doing the same thing. And I know I wasn't clear, but the sketches are done on a pad with pencil, and they're regular traditional art at the beginning, and then I scan them in, and then we render from there.
So you mix the old school traditional style that you've been doing for years with the new school Wacom pad and the Photoshop and the ability to. I think that should be purple now and not green. Here it is.
Exactly. So that was a huge. I can't. It's the transition from the traditional art world to the digital art world was not easy. And you learn how to use all these specific tools, and you go to art school and you learn how to mix the paints right, and you use airbrush, and you get all this stuff, and you finally get your technique down. And when it changes to digital, everything's a little different. The only thing that's consistent is whatever your original drawing skills were. That's the only thing you bring to the other side. And then it's almost learning from scratch. So it was kind of painful, but I was adamant about making sure that my digital stuff looked exactly like my traditional stuff. If you hold painting side by side without having some real knowledge and knowing something, I don't want you to be able to tell the difference. So it was a troubling transition, but we got there.
One of the things, and you mentioned doing color mock-up and that kind of stuff. One of the things about the classic Goosebumps, and I'm even looking at some of the stuff in the new projects gallery on your website, is the color is so vibrant.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about how you approach color theory, which might seem like a real insider baseball question, but my background as a graphic designer, is it's all color theory. I mean, it's if you get the colors wrong, the logo don't look right.
That's right.
So I love hearing how other people think about color and your approach to color theory.
So when Goosebumps started, they were choosing between me and another illustrator, and he was more of a traditional horror illustrator, and he used all the muted colors, and terrific. The guy was amazing. His artwork is top drawer. I was always leaning towards the saturated colors just because I found it more interesting. Although I grew up admiring Frank Frazetta and all the stuff he did, he had the muted palette, but I also checked out the Hildebrandt brothers, and they were all about heavy color saturation. And that when I heard that this was going to be a series for kids, I knew I could get away with a little bit more. And in the end, it was my use of color which got me the job. So once I knew that, then it was like, okay, I think what we need to do is make sure that every Goosebumps cover has a different color palette. We got to try. And at the time, I only think I'm going to be doing 6 books. That's all. That's all the series was talking about. We're like, yeah, we're going to do a half a dozen. And I was like, oh man, that's the most books I ever did in the series. That's so cool. So I wanted to make sure that all of them were very different. So at the beginning, if you've been to art school, everybody's done a little color theory in their day, and you break out the color wheel and you start relearning all those things that you learned. Complementary colors, split triadics, anything. So because I was doing these color comps, I could really push it because I'm spending a few hours just purely experimenting with colors that I didn't even think would work, but we're going to give it a shot. And then you find, oh, okay, if I just tweak that a little bit more, we got something here. And the book designers always waited until my artwork got there before they designed the cover around it. So now they're making sure that the border with the drips in it and the Goosebumps logo are all color coordinated with the art that I sent in. So they're following me instead of me kind of guessing what they're going to do. And it just made for, if you see all the Goosebumps books lined up, it's pretty impressive what they did. And they made my stuff look great.
So Neil is saying, oh man, I love Goosebump artwork on the covers. Neil, you can buy 9x9 or 18x18 posters of the covers on Jacobus Studios right now, and part of the proceeds from that will go to buying food for the food pantry where Tim is at. It's a great cause. So head over to Jacobus Studios and you can pick that stuff up right now. If you need the link, it's on cadetscon.com under the Cadets Con links section. Remember, guys, if you're watching on the Comic Book Shopping Network, please go to StreamYard.com forward
Easy
slash
for you to say.
StreamYard.com/Facebook and enable your name and your icon so we can see you in the comments. One of the other things I wanted to ask about is depth. There's so much depth in so much of this art. It feels like a lot of times, especially like I'm scrolling the website, man, like just because looking at this stuff is bringing me so much joy. So
that's the whole idea,
right? Like this looks on this piece, it looks like the water is coming out of the picture.
Yep.
Is that a specific? How do I put this? Is that something that you've just learned over the years, or are you trying to mimic something, or where does that use of depth come from?
So yeah, it was something that was taught I went to a small school called Spectrum Institute in New Jersey. Little tiny art school. So small we were the downstairs to a doctor's office. There was 20 of us in the graduating class. But
sounds like my art school.
Yeah, exactly. But the cool part about it was all the instructors were working artists. So 4 days a week they were doing their job. 1 day a week they'd come in and they'd share projects. They would and these were all well-established, incredible people in all disciplines of the art world. But we had a couple of instrucors who really leaned into this is how you create depth in your paintings. When I have a chance to speak in public, I have a series of shots that show me painting a Goosebumps cover from start to finish, and it's easier to explain it when I have those slides. But the concept is this. So if you have color, you have to be able to imagine your colors all in black and white. They're values. Value is white is the lightest, black is the darkest. So that's 1 in 10. And no matter what colors you decide to use in your palette, they still fall along that 1 through 10 series of gradation. When you're trying to create depth in your art, all the stuff that's the farthest away in the distance are your 4s, 5s, and 6s. You want to have the least amount of contrast between those pieces, and they will make your back. Your next closest items will be your 3s and 7s, and that will give them the appearance of being closer because there's lighter lights and darker darks. And then on your foreground images, that's where you're hitting all your pumps. You're hitting the 1s and the 10s. You got your darkest darks and your lightest lights on the foreground, and that makes that stuff jump right off the page. So that piece that you just showed, I screw with you a little bit because you're looking at a landscape and you're going, oh yeah, all that stuff in the background is far away. But then I did the illusion that the canvas is torn and all your lightest lights and your darkest darks are coming out of that hole in the canvas and splashing down. So it's a contrast thing along with controlling your covers.
So cool.
Did we get the weeds on that one?
We did, and I loved it. It's guys, if you're watching and this is too inside the mind of the artist for you, throw some questions in the comments, and I'll be glad to ask them because I just want to know more and more and more about the process here. It's like when I talk to a writer about writing, I'm like, okay, so how did you choose the verbs?
So I mean, and that I always find it most interesting when you are talking to some other person in another creative endeavor. Like whatever process I have in creating an image is not what a writer is doing, and I love to hear it because it makes me rethink what I'm doing. We're not doing the same thing, but they're starting, everybody starts at the beginning and you're trying to get your concepts, but it's that middle ground of what do you do next? And then what do you do next? And a lot of times, even though, someone who's writing a song, that has nothing to do with what I'm doing, I learn something from their process that I can adapt and put into work for me.
Yeah, last night we had our Ready, Set, Draw event, which was, for a lot of our independent creators come on, and it was like a drink and draw. And we had that event, and people are talking about how they approach watercolor, and I'm going, as a graphic designer, my first thing I do is lay out the text and then figure out from there what needs to happen. So when I designed the background for Cadets Con, it's the first thing I did was take that logo and get that text and get that shape right. And now what does it lend itself to? And I'm like, oh, it's yellow and red. What if we went into outer space and it was yellow and red against purple?
There you go. That's a win.
Right. That's my, and it's just always fun to hear different ways different people approach it.
But even just in art alone, so that's a perfect example. You have a logo, and the logo's already established, and so are the colors. So you got to play off of that. That doesn't change. You can't go back to your client and go, listen, I got this great idea. I'm going to turn your logo purple. Nobody's having that. So you got to start with
most people won't.
Yeah, you got to start with the givens. All right, what are the givens? What do we have to do? And then you build off of that.
Absolutely.
It's weird. I don't really care about the colors as much as I do the font. Is that bizarre?
No. Again, it's everybody's approach. Boy, people, we've all been around art long enough to know that, or when you look at something, when somebody is throwing away the decision on the font, it's so important. It used to be you were limited to whatever, fonts were expensive and you were limited to the fonts either by a typesetter. I'm really dating myself now, or the fonts that came on your machine. Now it's endless. There's thousands and thousands of fonts, which is a bigger problem because people, it's hard to just calm down and pick something that works and get it to work in the project that you're working on. But that's an art in itself. Font.
Right. I still enjoy designing the font. I mean, I could go find it on the internet, but I'd much rather draw it myself.
And that's the coolest thing, because if you can do it yourself, then your client is getting something that it's not going to show up in 2 weeks and he's going to go, hey, look, the guy down the street's got the same font, and so if you do it yourself, it's like, this is a one-off. This is it. This is yours. And that's great. And that's great from an artistic point of view too. If you're creating, nothing better than, doing your own thing.
Right. It's one of those things is like when it's done and you're like, that's the new font for this thing, for this company. And you're going to see it on their letterhead and their business cards and their website. And you're going, nobody's going to know that I tweaked that A is a little bit different than the other A just because of the shape and size I need. But I'm going to know.
Exactly. And the effort that's put into it. But that's the other thing that can be daunting at times is your first statement, which is, this is going to be their logo forever. And I got to get it right. And I don't want to screw this up because it is forever. Because there's nothing worse. Most people don't know the little things that you notice. And that thing could be done. Listen, there's none of the goosebumps I don't feel that way about. But I have covers that are out there on books. And the second I see it, my eye goes only to the thing that I know is wrong, and that's all I can see. And I will take that book and I will turn it around on the shelf so nobody sees it.
You forgot to add a light source somewhere.
Exactly. Or it's flat, or it's just like, oh man, that guy's eye is a little in. He looks a little cross-eyed. It's killing me. It's killing me.
So did you design the logo for Goosebumps? And if so, is it really hard to protect that?
I didn't. There was I if I remember the story right, and don't hold me to this one, but I think what happened was they had a whole bunch of people working on a logo, and somebody internally who wasn't the mass creator came up with it, and everybody fell in love with it. And I don't want to say it was the secretary, because I'm exaggerating at that point, but somebody just said, no, we got to do it simple like this, and everybody fell in love with it. And yeah, I'm sure it's been copied a lot. So to a generation of people, you just show a couple of drips coming off of anything, and they go, "Oh, that's Goose." It can be so little, and they're going, they're calling it out. That's the Goosebumps.
And again, this is the crazy person I am. I see the knockoff versions of that font out there on the internet, and I'm going, I know what you're trying to do.
Exactly. I know who you're trying to appeal to.
Mm-hmm. So, Tim, we've talked so much about some Goosebumps, which happened, years ago. What is there anything you're working on right now? What are some things that people can go find right now that you have your hands on?
So it's all over the map. But one thing I am happy about, I can't give a specific date on it, but I've seen the layouts, and I can promise you that on some level it's happening. It's getting very close to being done. There's going to be a book about the Goosebumps art. It's called The Art of Goosebumps. The first book is going to feature just the first 64, my work, the first 64 Goosebumps, 63 Goosebumps, and the Goosebumps Series 2000. This is being done by a whole different group. I didn't have anything to do with it. I know somebody who's the designer, so I've had sneak peeks at it, and they're doing a really nice job. So for Goosebumps fans out there, it's really going to be a cool coffee book table book that's coming out, and I'm imagining it'll be into the COVID screwed up everything. So I don't know if it's year's end, beginning of 2021, but a lot of the heavy lifting has been done, and it's looking good. So
that's awesome. I mean, and I love like I said, the inside story on that kind of stuff that you get in those coffee table books. It's here's the art, and here's the story, and here's the. So I'll give you the basic background to this story. So. Goosebumps art, it's owned by Scholastic. So if you wanted to put out a book about Tim Jacobus and Goosebumps, you don't have to even contact me. You contact them, and you can put a book out. So that's kind of what happened. A company just said, hey, we want to do this. And I really didn't have anything to do with it, and that's fine. I'm not saying this that I need to be a control freak, but again, you want them to, like you say, you want them to be able to get the background story. So this book started, and then it stopped, and then it started, and then it stopped. And then a friend of mine reached out to me, somebody who I've known for 30 years, said, hey, so-and-so reached out to me. They want me to do your book. And I was like, well, who better than you? You know me. You know all these stories. You know everything about it. I like you, and I'll give you. You can go dig through the all the old files and pull out some rarities. And so it was put together by someone who knows the story. So it's going to be cool. That's so awesome. And it's great when you have a friend who's your historian.
Exactly.
Because I mean, that's what this is. It might not feel like it, but Goosebumps is part of history now, especially to my age group. I said it before, I'll say it again. Elementary school me is freaking out right now. So it's, it was that and Spider-Man was the only thing I would read when I was a kid. I'd read Goosebumps and I'd read Spider-Man. And so it's historical, and it's great to see the history being told by someone who knows and respects it like that.
Exactly, and again, I don't want to give out specific names and companies and all that yet because it's not ready yet. But this guy, when he said he was going to be in on it, I know he would do the work, and that meant thousands of scans and digging through files and making sure that this was right and that was wrong, and then and knowing me well enough to go, hey, when you did this, was it this or was it that? I got to tell you, there was plenty of times where I'm going, I don't know. That's 25 years ago. I said, but we can figure it out because I know this and this, and you know this and this, so we can make a pretty good deduction here. But the fact that he would, make sure that no stone was left unturned, and it will make for a great piece.
SB632 says, I can remember reading Goosebumps books in elementary school in the 90s. Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah. Again, it's so cool. So I've done between 300 and 400 book covers in my day. I've done 100 and something Goosebumps. So I've done more stuff that wasn't Goosebumps than is Goosebumps. And it's just, there's so much of that art that nobody knows about. And the fact that, you guys all remember it fondly, and, you can, I can say, Night of the Living Dummy, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. That makes no sense. Like, everybody should have forgot it by now. Like, this shouldn't be, where it is, but it is. And it's so cool that, especially when, you're at a con and somebody comes up and you can see that they're, and even here, Kyle, I can see that you are genuinely happy about this. It's not a put on.
No, I like I said, I'm going to keep saying it. Elementary school me, the little boy inside me is freaking out. So Will Holland had a question. How did you feel about the Goosebumps movies? Were you able to be involved in that process?
So they talked about Goosebumps movies for years. Tim Burton was on board at one point early on. And when it didn't happen during the Goosebumps heyday, I really didn't think it was going to happen. I heard it like everybody else heard it, where, I was online and all of a sudden they're going, yeah, there's going to be a Goosebumps movie. And I'm going, I don't know, man. I'm not really sure that's going to happen. And then, you hear that Jack Black is in on it, and I'm going, I don't get it. Like this, it isn't making much sense to me. And around then, I reached out to R.L. Stine, and he's like, oh, yeah, this thing's really happening. Yeah, it really is Jack Black. And I just didn't know. I was, it was great that there was going to be a movie, but you're concerned. You don't mess this up. Like everybody, especially for you guys, you all have specific memories. It would be, a crime if somebody just did a half-assed job. And so the Goosebumps movie, it's moving on. I hear that all the primary stuff is shot. Then, they spent a long time. They spent probably almost a year, and probably not quite that long, but a long time putting all the special effects together. And at that point, I'm going, all right, well, nobody's reached out to me. That's okay. I don't need to be part of this. I'm just glad that this thing's moving forward and it's really going to happen. So Goosebumps was slated to come out for Halloween, the first movie. And it was the end of the summer. I get one of those weird phone calls. Oh, we want to talk to you. First, you got to sign all these papers before we can even talk to you about this big secret. And I'm going, okay, fine. Yeah, send over the paperwork. I sent it. So I'm thinking, oh, wow, I have no idea what this is. And in my mind, I'm going, it can't be Goosebumps because it's already done. Like this is done. So I get on the phone, and so they're talking about and it was the guys from Goosebumps, and they're like, look, we're finishing this up. We have a closing sequence in the movie, and we're trying to create a Goosebumps cover for the last scene in the movie. And we've been working on it ourselves, and it's not working. And then somebody said, I think Tim's still around. Why don't we just call him up and see if he'll make a Goosebumps cover for us? And he goes, I know this sounds really stupid, but it took all the way till now for us to figure out we could just call you up. So if you've seen that, the first Goosebumps movie, what happens at the end is Jack Black walks up to the glass case. He sees the invisible boy typing. He turns to the camera and screams, and his head morphs onto a Goosebumps cover, and that's where the movie ends, and it rolls to credits. So for that 2 seconds, you may have to put a pause on it when you're home. That's where my artwork is. So I did make it into the Goosebumps movie. I am there. Don't blink. I'm there for 2 seconds, but they let me in. There it is. So yeah, that was fun, because then once the movie came out, well, I have a son who's he's 21, so he's too young for Goosebumps. Goosebumps already kind of came and went. He knew what it was, but he had no idea that it was as popular as it was. And, he had to listen to the old man with the, back in the day, man, I was a contender. And so they fly us out to California, me and my kid, and we go to a premiere of the movie at this nice theater. Jack Black's there. All the actors are there. And they let us. So I still haven't seen the movie. So they sit us down, and we're watching the movie, me and my kid. And just before the end of the movie comes, where my thing is, they pull me out of the theater and go, oh, you have to come back here. You have to sign a couple things. We want you to meet a few people. So the movie ends, and I don't get to see my part. And yeah, my kid comes out, and he's laughing. And I'm going, what? He's like, you should have seen it, man. He goes, I'm like, what? He goes, you missed it. You missed all your stuff. And I'm going, tell me. And he's like, I'm not telling you anything. You got to go wait until you see it again. I'm not telling you a thing. So I had to fly home and go to a theater on my own to see the movie again for the second time before I finally saw my section of art. But what was even a little bit cooler was the guys who put the closing sequence together kept saying, listen, we also did something else for you. We're not going to tell you what it is. You got to see it. So when the movie ends, what they did was they took some of my artwork. I don't know how they did it, and they lifted pieces out of it. And when the closing sequences are happening, my artwork, my actual artwork, is animated and it comes to life. So, you see the abominable snowman of Pasadena shaking the post, and you see the shocker from Shock Street, praying mantis, coming down the street. So again, it was way cool. Nobody would tell me what that was all about either. And so, yeah, I took my girlfriend and I went to a midnight showing. We're the only ones there. And movie gets to the end, and I'm sitting there going, ooh, ah, ooh. So it was great. But the question that was asked was, did I like the movie? And I thought they did a great job. It was, the movies are their own thing, and that's fine. But Jack Black did a great job. He's, R.L. Stine and Jack Black are not the same in any way, but he did an excellent job. The storytelling was good. The whole thing just, it flowed. And I don't think anybody who was a Goosebumps fan, there might be a couple, but I think for the most part, everybody went, yeah, that was a fun ride.
So someone has asked what your favorite piece of art you've drawn is.
It changes all the time. And, if you have kids and somebody asks you, who's your favorite kid? So it changes a lot. There's certain pieces that I enjoy. If it's Goosebumps, that's definitely changing. The one that I like a lot recently, and I had to scan all my art in, and I kind of went back and revisited them. And the one that really kind of stood out from the bunch was The Beast from the East. And the reason it stood out to me was in almost all the Goosebumps covers, something's bad's happening. Something's going down, and it's bad. Beast from the East, that's the only one that's kind of chill. It's a little bit, it's a little more trippy looking, and so lately that's been my favorite Goosebumps.
So I want to ask you, because I didn't even realize this was a piece of your art. The 3-pack Carrie Salem's Lot Shining Stephen King the Stephen King collection. You did the cover for that. What was that like? Did you get to work with Stephen, or was that another one of they tell you what they want and you create it?
So that one was cool just because so we roll all the way back, and I'm in art school, and this is 78, 79. Stephen King is king, and we all would tell each other, I'm going to do a Stephen King cover someday, and none of us could draw our way out of a paper bag, but we're all going to do Stephen King. We're all going to do Stephen King. And this was way later in my career. The opportunity came up that I got a chance to do that collaboration of pieces. 3 stories in one. It was a hardback book, and it's the nice oversized hardback. And they wanted me to focus on The Shining. When I turned in the sketch, it was a pencil sketch, but I wanted to show them that we're going to have blood dripping from his hands and in the snow. And I decided I painted it real quick, and just so that they could see the red on it. And once we turned in the artwork, they're like, the final art has to look like this. We want no color, black and white only, and we want you to just do exactly what you did on the pencil sketch. So that became the model, which is so cool because I'm always doing way too much color, and it's saturated, where this one was pure black and white. But the fun part about it was, okay, I finally get to do a Stephen King cover, and I got the crazy character in it, and when there's a human figure in my art, I'll usually take a picture of somebody and I'll put them in there. So my family members are in lots of my artwork, and they all get a kick out of it. But in this particular case, I could identify with that character, so that is me on the cover as the psychopath with the bloody hands. So not only did I get to paint a Stephen King cover, I could even put myself on the cover. So double win there.
So we got just about 5 minutes left here. Why don't you one more time tell people where they can find you on the socials, where they can get at you, do you take commissions, where they can get a commission?
Yeah, I'm available for commissions. We're a little backed up right now, so if you have a job that's needs to be done tomorrow, I'm not your guy. But I am available. Also, we talked about the website. There's prints that you can get there, and I just wanted more so than buying stuff from me. I wanted to come tonight, and I love getting out and seeing people. And I want to thank everybody. Anybody who's on tonight, I want to thank you, Kyle, and you, Jen, for all the support you guys have given over the years. Because there's a ton of us. There's a ton of artists out there that are working. We can't work unless we're supported by you guys. And that you guys are still happy about what I do makes me happy. So I appreciate it all to everybody who's out there. And thanks for spending some time with us.
No, and one more time, tell us who, if you pick up a print of the Goosebumps stuff, it goes to benefit the local food pantry.
That's right. The local food bank is down the street. That's where we're starting. The New Jersey is a very densely populated state. the demographics changed drastically. We're starting here because they have their pantry is very well established. $10 from every sale of any poster you buy will go directly to buying food. We load it in the truck and we take it over there ourselves. The goal is to become big enough to where we are moving a little closer towards the city. There's a bigger need as you move east in the state of New Jersey. If we do well here, when there's an overflow, everything moves east. And, I'm hoping that this becomes a big pain in my butt and I have to rent trucks and it becomes problematic. That would make me so happy that I was that miserable.
Hey, that's a great kind of a great problem to have. Best problem in the world, right?
You
Is
bet.
that you did something nice for somebody and it became so much that it made your life hard. So if you head over to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con link or links and scroll down till you see the Jacobus Studios graphic there. You click on that, it will take you right to Tim's website. You could buy stuff. I already bought a stack of stuff. So, you guys, everybody else, jump on and make sure you take advantage of this. Help out a great cause. Support Tim. Support the food. The food bank there. And yeah. So, thank you, Tim, so much for being here. This is
Really appreciate it. It was a great way to spend a Saturday evening. It was good to see you again, Kyle. And Jen, it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Sorry I didn't have a lot to say, but I know that Kyle.
That's okay. Between Kyle and I, we really filled up the airspace.
She knows that I've been waiting for this for 2 weeks now. So it's been real fun. We're here. We've got my schedule says Declan Shalvey up next, but we have David Crownson waiting in the wings. So we may pop him on and while we wait for Declan and just get a preview of his show. But we will be back in just about a minute here on Cadets Con 2020 live online. What's up, Garage Con? We're back. We're joined a little early by David Crownson.
Hello.
Hello, David. How's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Well, it's good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too.
So we're very excited to talk to you. We have the schedule says Declan, but he's not here yet. So we'll talk to you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I thought I was 8 p.m. Unless like
Central Time.
Oh.
Time zones are hard. I did a whole schedule in Newfoundland time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's 8 p.m. I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah. But let's get a preview, man. Like, let's talk a little bit. And, you get some bonus roll.
Okay. What time is it your time? Oh no.
I'm on the East Coast too, but it's only 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock Central.
Oh man. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh no.
No. So tell us. we'll just ask. We'll start our interview and we'll go. How did you come to get into comics?
I got into comics in a weird way. My dad bought me The Death of Superman, and he was like, "Oh, this is going to be a really because it was all over the news that Superman died, and it was like a big deal. I'm going to date myself. This was like in the early 90s, and my dad bought like the comic, and that kind of messed me up as a kid because like usually the good guys win at the end, but I read this, it's called The Death of Superman. I'm like, oh, he's going to be all right, and then it ended, and Superman was dead. So I was like, oh my god, and it was a messed up time in my childhood. Because my dad then got me Nightfall, where Bane breaks Batman's back, and I'm like, "Yo, what's happening?"
Right.
So yeah, my dad got me. Those were my first two comics: Death of Superman, good guys losing. But later on, Batman, gets therapy or whatever, goes to a chiropractor, whatever happens, I forget. And Superman comes back, and he has a '90s mullet. But that got me hooked on comics, and never thought I would make comics because I couldn't draw to save my life. I kind of made little funny cartoon comic strips about me and my friends in like third grade, and was trying to sell them for $1 or 75 cents so I could buy like oatmeal cookies and strawberry milk of Nestle Quick, and and I just kind of like, I was like, you know what, I'm not going to be a comic book artist because I can't draw as good as Jim Lee or Todd McFarlane. So I'm just going to be a fan and be a reader. So yeah, I just kind of spent most of my life just reading comic books and devouring just like the story and the mythology of Superman, who's my favorite, and Batman and Daredevil and Spider-Man.
So did you like the mullet Superman?
Like, Clark could rock a mullet. I liked it when he was Superman. I hated it when it was Clark. I hated his like pony. He like ties it in this weird like ponytail, and I was like, ugh. I was not a fan of like, oh man, because he has to like protect his identity. But yeah, I was a fan of mullet Superman, wasn't a fan of ponytail Clark Kent.
Well, David, if you're able to come back in an hour, we'd love to have you to talk about Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. We'll still be here.
All right.
But, we will see you very shortly, my friend.
All right, great. I'll 1 hour. All right, I will.
1 hour.
Come back in an hour.
If you want to hang out here and listen to us talk, you can do that too.
All right. Well, let me because we'll figure it out. But I'll see you.
We'll figure her out. Okay. See you in a few minutes, my friend.
All right. See you guys later.
All right. Bye. Welcome in, Declan Shalvey. How you doing, man?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Very good. Very good. Welcome to Cadets Con 2020 online.
Thanks for having me. Hey, Jen. How's it going?
I last saw Declan at Comics Pro, and we shut that place down.
That's what I do. Sorry, I haven't met you before. Hi, Will. How's it going?
Oh, that's okay. You're good.
I was just going to make that introduction.
Actually, Jen is one of the last human beings I've seen in person because I was in America just before COVID. So
that's a distinction to have. One of the last human beings I spoke to pre-COVID.
Yeah, well, I mean, because once I got back from Ireland, everything kind of kicked off. So I've just been inside ever since then. So it's kind of it's very strange.
Who knew that Comics Pro was going to be so important?
Yeah. Like I've been meaning to go for a while. I'm glad I did when I did. But you're right though. We did shut it down. But that was a good time. I have to say that was really, really interesting.
So, tell us how you got into comics, like how you became a fan, and then how you decided to make it your life's work.
Right. Well, so I grew up in the west of Ireland, which is kind of like there wasn't. It was very sheltered. It was very I didn't really have any exposure to things like comics that much. You could get things like DuckTales and the Turtles, a lot of Disney comics you could get, and then the local library could get like Asterix and Tintin, that type of stuff. But like American comics were very hard to come by. But I got really into the X-Men cartoon and the Batman cartoon and the X-Men, Spider-Man cartoon. And I think that's what I was aware of like superheroes, because I had seen like the Batman TV show when I was a kid. But like I was so young, I thought that was made like at the time. I didn't realize it was made in the 60s. I thought it was like current. Because it would also take a few years for us to get American TV shows sometimes. So like you had no idea how old things were. But yeah, I became like really, really into like American comics around then. So I managed to kind of track some down. But like there were years before they were doing some reprints, and when the Clone Saga was wrapping up in Marvel Comics, the reprints were starting it. So I was reading like the beginning and the end of like a 7-year-long story, or however long the thing went on for. But but a lot of it was like dogged determination, because I think now, like, if there's something you don't know, you can just like Google it and Wikipedia it and find out like how Havoc and Lorna from the X-Men got together or whatever. But like back when I was a kid, like if there wasn't an editor's note explaining it, you're like, oh, like to kind of run with it. But I was so determined, I was so into it, and I just kept reading, I kept pressing, I started working on portfolio, and after art college, I started going to conventions in the UK and then America, and slowly kind of do better and do better and do better, and eventually somebody was foolish enough to give me a job. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so if you started with X-Men, the cartoon, are you talking cool X-Men 92?
Yeah. That was probably, I would have been in 92. I would have been 10. So like that's prime, getting into something hardcore.
So who was your X-Men from that show? Who was your person?
It was Wolverine. I mean, I liked Wolverine was just cool, but also I really liked the straight-laced, boring type. So Cyclops I was really the Cyclops, and I fancied the arse of Rogue because she had that that Southern American accent, which we get that in Ireland. We get oh, your accent, but like to us, the Southern American kind of drawl is like, oh boy, yeah, like it's like it's a cartoonish version of an American accent. So like we were just totally down for it because we sound like cartoons as well.
Here's my question: if you like Southern, they like accents, how did you feel about Gambit?
I didn't really know. I didn't understand what his deal was, to be honest. I'm like, why is he saying French things? Because I had no idea. I was 10. I didn't realize. I didn't know the culture of I knew he was from New Orleans, but I didn't understand. To us, America is when you're a kid. Like it's a weird thing when people come to Ireland and I show them around Dublin, they're like, wow, this is like Disney World. I'm like, no. Disney World's like this. Like we were here first, and then there was Disney World. But I can see how the kind of cartoonish ways of looking at Ireland, and come here, and there are those things here as well as more. So when I went to America the first time, to San Diego and then to New York, I was nerding out over fire hydrants and fire escapes, because we grow up in a lot of American pop culture, but it feels as much fantasy as, say, Lord of the Rings must seem to some people, So it's weird. You see America as this one thing. And so until I actually went over a good few times and went to different places, you kind of see just how big it is and just how different it is from coast to coast.
Okay. So we kind of understand the difference in the dialects and the thought processes and things like that. So how did you go from getting into comic booky type things to working on what you're currently working on?
So what was the end of that? What was this? I didn't catch
that translation to go from where you were a fan of the stuff like X-Men and stuff, how you got into comics from there.
Well, I mean, it's a good question, because I didn't know. I knew I always drew all the time. I was I was the one kid in my class that drew, with whatever class I was in. And I really, really wanted to draw comics, but I had no idea how to do it. But I remember, again, this is before the internet, I read an interview with Andy Kubert, who was drawing X-Men. I was, huge into X-Men. And he said how much he earned in a year or something. And I went into my mom. I was like, Mammy, is that a lot of money? And my mom was like, yeah. So I was like, oh, okay. So you can actually have this as a job. Like, it hadn't really sunk in before, So it would have been like 11 or 12 at that stage. But I once I knew that it was possible, I just kind of kept at it. I just felt like that's what I was going to do. I didn't really have a plan, or it didn't make any sense. And I have to credit my mother too, because she kind of raised me on her own, and she could have told me to just like go get a job or go work for whatever. But she always supported me in my insane dream of drawing comics. But life gets in the way too. So like I didn't know how to do it. There was nobody near me who could tell me or explain. So I finished school and I went to art college for 4 years. And then after that, I kind of sat down and I was like, okay, well, if I really want to do this, then how am I going to do it? And I found out about conventions, which I hadn't known anything about. So there was a small one up in Northern Ireland that I went to, and I met an artist called PJ Holden, who he draws for 2000 AD and lots of great things. And so I met an actual artist who was from like the island, and he worked for, like, his job was drawing comics. So I showed him my stuff and he was like, yeah, you're like, you're going to draw comics. And I remember going like, how do you know that? And he's like, well, you're 20 something now and you haven't stopped. So it's just a matter of time. I was like, oh, okay. So he encouraged that I go to a convention in the UK, which I did. And then, I was terrified, but I showed my portfolio around and got advice. And then I would go back to Ireland and I would practice for months and then go back to do another one. So I just kind of slowly and surely kind of improved my portfolio till I got to a stage where somebody actually did hire me. But that was a process of like maybe 3 or 4 years, I guess. Oh, just thinking about it.
So interesting, because I went to go and look at your other work, because I'm a recent fan of yours. Oh, so I went to see what else it was, right? Because I'm things that I've seen you in now. To go see the breadth of your work as a cover artist, it's astounding. It's a lot
thank you. Cheers. I appreciate that, because it took a while. It was getting cover gigs were hard because you need to be a name, pretty much. So it's hard to start out as a cover artist if nobody knows who you are, and it's hard to get noticed if you can't do covers, But I remember, well, I realized I didn't answer the rest of Will's question. Was that I went to Heroes Con in North Charlotte, and I met Jeff Parker there, who was writing Thunderbolts for Marvel, and they needed a fill-in. He liked my work, so he asked if I want him to send Marvel my work to show it to them. And I was like, and I tried talking him out of it because I felt I was being impolite. I was like, no, don't do that now. I'd feel very bad. But I don't think Americans get how what's the word I'm looking for? Self-deprecating we can get over here. We kind of do it to a fault to some degree. But thankfully, he paid no attention to me and did send my work to Marvel, and that's like I started working there. But yeah, I'm at Marvel like 10 years now, so I think I worked on a lot of books that weren't big titles, like Thunderbolts for a year and Venom for a year, and some little bits of DC. I'd say it's only when I kind of did Moon Knight with Warren Ellis was kind of Deadpool. I did Deadpool before that. That's kind of, I think, the first like big thing I did, and then Moon Knight. So I think a lot of people found me around then, I think.
All I got to say is, I mean, you have one of those books that Marvel does with the art of. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I have no idea why that happened. Like, because it's like, Esad Ribic and it was J. Scott Campbell and Adi Granov and then me. But I'll take it. Because I think I'd asked Marvel about maybe if I could make my own art book, because I didn't think I rated big enough to do it. But then Marvel said, no, we're actually, they were doing those anyway. They were doing these every month they were releasing like an art of book. So they had all those guys and like Chris Picciello and Art Adams. So I think I just asked at the right time. But it's great. Like it's great because it came out on the 10th year on Marvel. So it's kind of like I was joking. It was a decade because decade. I'm a genius. You know, always thinking ahead. But it's kind of hard to believe that actually happens, to be honest, because I love books like that. But I always think that they're for like big names, and I wouldn't have rated myself in that kind of division, if you will.
Well, if Marvel thinks you're big enough to do it, I think you're big enough.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's from a freelancer point of view. Like, I mean, you've no sense of like, you know, I don't have any sense of where I am in the industry. Like, I know people who I'm friends with who I think are talented, and I've done similar books to, but like, you know, to some people I'm nobody, and to others I'm well known. So it's kind of subjective. It depends on the books that you've been reading and stuff. But like, I think I've got a good mix of superhero stuff, but it's not like I'm not the Avengers guy. I don't think I can't imagine myself being like the guy who does Avengers, because I like kind of, you know, different types of storytelling, and I tend to kind of lean more into the weird characters like Moon Knight and you know, Iron Fist or Punisher and stuff. So it's kind of but I also have plenty of like creator-owned stuff as well. So I kind of have. I don't know if I hit two different types of readers. I'm not sure. It's hard to know.
So Declan, when did White Noise form, and why did it form? I mean, I know it's an awesome group. I mean, I'd want to be part of that group if I could.
Well, that's not me. I have nothing. I don't have anything to do with those guys.
Oh God. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you were part of that crew. Maybe
see, they want to be. Yeah, they want to be. You know, hanging out with me. That's what it is, Jen. You know, like I'm the cool guy, and
I'm going to talk to Ron about this. This should be rectified.
I know. No, well, I mean, they. I mean, I know those guys. I'm friends with them. So, because they're all over in the UK, I would have met them a good few times. But they're basically a group of young UK writers who are kind of coming up hot right now. And they're doing some really interesting stuff. But and I've done like a cover for Ryan's Fearscape book, and I don't know. I'm quite supportive of those guys because I think they do good work. And you know, as a fan of comics, I like seeing like good opportunities go to talented people. You know, but yeah, no, I can't be associated with British people. That's, you know, it's foreboding over here. Like,
so you start doing. Or go ahead.
I just said it just did the classic American blender.
I know, you're fine. Well, it was tough because I was hanging out with them all the time, so why wouldn't you assume? But no, I take your point. I need to distance myself from them a lot. So, although we're all socially distancing right now, so I guess, you know, it doesn't matter. But sorry, what were you going to say, Will? I
was just going to say, so getting on Moon Knight, you mentioned kind of how you do more dark, you know, twisted kind of stuff. Would you? And I don't understand. You know, you don't feel like you do Avengers, but would you say if they came in and was like, you know, hey, we want to reboot the Marvel Knight stuff and maybe do like Daredevil and Punisher and some of that more like Doctor Strange and stuff like that? Would you be more prone to do something like that?
Yeah, I think I actually tweeted maybe about a month ago just for fun. I tweeted like, you know, imaginary pitch. A new Marvel Knights with me writing, drawing Daredevil, and I think I said Alex Packnadell and Tyler Boss doing Doctor Strange, and like a couple of other suggestions. I just like I think Ram. No, was Ram one of them? I don't think so. Maybe Dan Waters and Casper Wingard doing Iron Man. I just was trying to think, like, you know, as everybody, as fans, you try like and think, what would be like if somebody did X, Y, and Z? But like, if like I was in charge of Marvel, that's what I would do. I would reboot Marvel Knights, and I would put like newer, interesting creators to do like more definitive, self-contained books. To just do 4 and release them slowly over a year, and then when they finish their runs, replace those books with different characters and different teams. Like as a fan, I really like it when I hear of a creative team and a character, and I'm like, I have no idea what that's gonna look like, and it excites me, because I think sometimes, like, I don't mean to sound bad or anything. I don't mean this as a slight, but like, I don't need to see another Eddie Granov Iron Man picture, because I've seen so many, they're already in my head. But like, if Caspar Wingard drew Iron Man, I'd be like, what the hell is? I don't know what it'll look like, and that gets me excited as a reader. But I'm not every reader. I know I'm very particular. But sorry, to answer your question though, like, yeah, I would. Doing Daredevil is my dream. Is the one thing I really, really want to do. I'd love to write and draw Daredevil, and that whole corner of the Marvel universe is way more my. Again, I wouldn't say like screw Avengers, or anything like that. But I just think my sensibilities would lead more towards, Ghost Rider and those type. Doctor Strange hasn't really been my thing, to be honest. But then again, like Moon Knight, when they offered me Moon Knight, I was like, oh, fine, because I had no interest in Moon Knight. I didn't know much about him, but it was like Warren and Moon Knight. I'm like, man, that'll be interesting. Like, I think the fact that I wasn't so intimidated by Moon Knight meant I could kind of take more chances, which is why I think our run on that was so interesting.
It's my favorite run of Moon Knight. I told you this
Me
the other
too.
day. No, it really was. I was never a Moon Knight fan until that run, and since then I've picked it all up. So when you take on a character like Moon Knight, that style is very different from the traditional superhero, and you try to put your own spin on it. What are some of the things you look at? You look for, or you look at in terms of your, the way you approach it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Moon Knight was different because everything I'd done at Marvel to that point was I was like the new artist on something. So I think my running joke was whatever Tony Moore was doing was going to be my next job, because he did Venom and I went on Venom, and then he did Deadpool and then I did Deadpool. So I was like, keep an eye on whatever Tony Moore's doing. So Moon Knight was the first book I actually got to kind of launch and do from like the beginning. That was all me. A lot of it was like stuff that Warren had been like ideas that Warren had. But to me, I was like, this is going to be my Daredevil, because like I reading the Bendis and Malieve Daredevil and all those classic runs, I'm like, okay, I might never get that, so I'm going to make this my Daredevil. And Warren had some just really interesting ideas, which meant that I had to step up as regards some of the visuals. And I also wanted, I don't remember, like Hawkeye had come out around then, like not too long previous. And what I really liked about that book was that if you take any page of Hawkeye, you know that it's Hawkeye. Like, you're not going to go, is this like X-Men or Avengers or whatever? Like, it's Hawkeye just from looking at the interior pages. And I was like, that's what I want. I want to make an identity for a book. I think that's really important, because with a lot of the superhero stuff, it can look very, like sometimes you can change the artist on a book and you wouldn't even know. And I hate that. I like books to have a feeling or an atmosphere when you're reading it. And that was my goal with Moon Knight. So it was things like having a much more, well, I mean, some of it was in the writing. That Warren's writing really gelled with my own sensibilities, and but like things like the cape. There's a scene where in issue 2 where Moon Knight his cape takes up most of a page and it's just white. Like, that was my idea. Like, those type of things were me, because I felt like if I was going to do Batman, I would litter the thing with black. Moon Knight is a character where you can and that's negative space. You can do the very same thing with a character like Moon Knight, but not a lot of people do. So I'm like, I'm going to lean into that. So I tried a lot of things like, he disappears into panel borders, or the cape joins with the panel borders in a weird way. I just wanted to use white as a graphic shape in that book as much as I possibly could. And like, that on top of the stuff that Warren had come up with just kind of seemed to, gel really nicely. And we came out with something really, like, like I would say some of the most inventive stuff I've ever done. And I remember thinking like, this is a Marvel comic book. Like, not a slight on Marvel because I'd had really good experiences with Marvel, but I couldn't believe they were giving us so much freedom to just do, like, I don't know if you remember issue 2 as well, where it's like a 8-panel grid and someone gets shot, and then the next page is the same grid with the same characters except the panel's missing, and then somebody else gets shot, and then the next page, same thing, until it goes to the stage where there's a page that's just one small panel, and like I'm like, how are we getting away with this? But I think that like somebody who had, like, everyone knew Warren was a genius, so I think, you know, they'll let somebody like that take chances. But I also remembered that, like, if I'm going to be doing a book with like somebody who's a genius like Warren, then I've got to step up and take chances too, because if I can't take chances on an Ellis book, when the hell can I? You know.
Right.
Sorry for the long-winded.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Bring that. That's the kind of stuff we like to get. But,
oh yeah, I just won't stop talking. So.
Now the thing about it that's really interesting too is that you think about the iconic runs. If you look at like Todd McFarlane's run of Spider-Man, for example, you look at, you know, Matt Fraction's Hawkeye, you look at your run on Moon Knight. You know, it's when you take the rules and tweak them.
Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Can become really iconic.
Yeah, no, I agree, but also like I wasn't so intimidated by the character Moon Knight because I hadn't really read much. I was more intimidated by the artists who had been on it: Tommy Lee Edwards, Bill Sienkiewicz, Alex Maleev. You know, I'm like, these are the heavy hitters. But it was interesting. I looked over all of Sienkiewicz's stuff, and like, you know, I mean, I do not mean this as a slight by any chance at all, because I have huge respect for Bill Sienkiewicz. But like, some of it's just not very good. In that, like, he starts out like a Neil Adams-y looking guy, which is fine, and then there's a page that's really wobbly. I remember looking at it going, ugh. And then the next page is something really bold and inventive, and I realized that he was taking chances while working on the book, and sometimes they didn't work. You know, I think people don't appreciate like that, like drawing is an experiment every single time, and sometimes things just don't go the way you want. And I could see that, like, well, I'm saying it wasn't very good. I'm saying that in the like it was a failed attempt, but like he would succeed 1 out of 5 times, and then he'd succeed 2 out of 5 times, and then 4, and then he just turned into this completely different artist while working on the book. And the reason that happened is because he was experimenting. I remember just thinking, like, I think that gave me the confidence to kind of just go, you just got to try, you know. And like, oh yeah, and like, so that was the intimidating thing, was the artists who've been on the book have been amazing. Like, if anything, it's more of an artist's book than anything else. But it'd be different. Like I did some backups in All-Star Batman, and I kind of buckled in that one because, like, Batman's a character I always wanted to work on, and any artist that I'm a fan of has worked on Batman and is amazing. Like, that was different. That was more intimidating than Moon Knight because I felt way more pressure to get it right. Whereas at Moon Knight, because Warren had come up with something different, he's wearing a suit, he drives around in a limo, like, you know. He was if people hated that, he was going to get shit for that, you know, not me. So it was fine. But Moon Knight was more of an experience where I think experimentation was encouraged, and that resulted in some of my best work, I think.
Okay. So we've got Miss Jen King, Vanna White over here, and I believe she's got a Bog Bodies.
What? There it is.
Available, so we're gonna get a close zoom in.
I have a full case of Bog Bodies. What are you talking about? I got 60 copies of this bad boy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Yeah,
I hope you sell them. Well, Bog Bodies is different. Whereas, so I didn't draw that. I drew the cover, but I didn't draw the interiors. It's after I did Moon Knight and I did Injection with Warren. I was. Like, I know I knew Warren and Geordie, the colorist, you know, really well, and they were doing all these cool projects. Like, Warren was writing Castlevania and doing like Planet. What was it he was doing? Wildstorm, and like Geordie Blair was coloring Batman and Deadpool and doing creator-own books. And I was like, not that I didn't like doing Injection. I loved working on Injection, but I realized it was the only thing I could do. It was certainly the only thing I could draw. But I thought, well, I could write something and work. And because I'm I would consider myself an advocate for like up and coming artists. I thought it would be a nice opportunity if I could write something, because I know how to make a comic, so I can do that and I can write it and I can like give somebody new, a spotlight. So I did a book called Savage Town, which was set in Ireland. It's like it's a crime story basically. Because I've also never gotten to work on crime books. Because when you're doing superheroes, like I've done a little bit of Vertigo stuff, so the genres are a little bit different. But like a crime story is I've never really worked on. So I said, why don't I write one? And I did, and I made it, and it worked out great. And so Bog Body is kind of a follow up to that, because I really liked working like in that world, and being able to write Irish accents is like it comes quite naturally to me, as you can imagine. But they're also fun. They're really fun to write as well, and as a result, then like I've also been writing and drawing things too. So like kind of writing comics has been really liberating for me. So Bog Buddies came out this year, and it's gotten like, I don't know, I just wanted to do it, but I got really like the amount of creators who said really nice things about it, and anyone who's read it seems to really like it. Sorry, you can see me switching to like cell mode right now, and I'm totally totally failing.
Well, you handed us the ash can at Comics Pro.
Oh yeah,
that's when you end up with like big buys like this, because I knew how good it was, because I got to show it to a couple people and they were like, yes.
Excellent. No, I mean that's great. It's weird because like, I mean, not to get it. I mean, or maybe I will get into it. Like I had done Savage Town, and I was a non-proven writer, and I didn't draw any of it, and it was $17, and I think that there was like those were steps against it, because I wasn't known for writing and I didn't do any of the art, and it was for retailers. That's a lot of money to drop down on a book you don't know anything about. So I kind of thought with Bog Bodies I would do something that I wanted to price it cheap, but it doesn't make sense. Like, if you can't do a 200-page book for $10, because nobody would make money. So I thought, what can I do where it could be affordable? So I realized, okay, well, if it's like 80 to 100 pages, that would make sense. And also, like, the hard thing with selling something like Bog Bodies or Savage Town is nobody knows what it is. Everyone, if I did Deadpool, people know what Deadpool is. So it's like me plus Deadpool, easy. But for original properties, like you don't have anything like that. So I was trying to think of I did things like I made a website for the book. We made a soundtrack. We did the ash can, sent that out early to as many people as I could. And like, I talked to other creators about like, how did you get Bog Buddies out there? I was just telling them, but like, you've no idea what actually, like even Comics Pro, like if I hadn't gone to Comics Pro, I don't know, like I have no idea how the book would have done if I didn't go, or the impact that I had because I did go. It's impossible to actually gauge the results, but you got to try, But so thank you very much for ordering those books, and anything I can do to help you sell them. But it also worked out quite nicely too, because I think COVID happened, which I was worried was going to destroy the book, but it was one of the few books coming out that first month. So I think a lot of people gave it a try that maybe wouldn't have if there was like 50 X-Men comics out that week. That is the one thing is trying to figure out how to sell something that nobody knows that they'll like. It's like you like it if you read it, but I have to somehow convince you to take a chance on it. So it can be tough.
So you said today.
Sorry, Kyle. I was just going to ask Jen. Like I mean, you have that experience with so many books, right? Like, there's loads of books that are like creator-owned books from whatever company, and like you have to try sell them on it. How do you do that?
So for me, it does definitely help to have had the creator kind of hand it to me, walk me through what the book is, and be willing to do other cool things, like you made that cool video. I feel like the creator itself say you need to go buy it at Jen's shop.
Yeah.
It definitely lends itself to be like, oh, this is a special relationship that they have. They must know each other, so it's good. So it's different than book X. that I've
Yeah. Well, I mean, and from a creator's point of view, like it's tough because, like, I mean, I would know a good few retailers now at this stage, even before Comics Pro. But like, you know, you can't meet everybody, especially when you live in Ireland. You know, although I've like, who knows if I'll ever meet an American retailer again, because I have no idea when I'll be able to go to America again. But I'm a big fan of like relationships. You know, other creators and colorists and everything, and retailers as part of that. So. I mean, it's not too hard for me to do because I actually do like meeting people and having a chat, and you know, I feel bad for other creators who, you know, most creators would just prefer sit in a room and just work. You know, they're not the most social, they're not the greatest salespeople. So like, thankfully, I have some social skills, so it works out okay sometimes. You know. But sorry, yeah, Kyle, you're asking me something. Sorry.
You sent me today a Kickstarter that you're involved in.
Oh yeah.
With a person that I have been a fan of, well, since the first copy of this book came out. It's the Kickstarter for Half Past Danger Christmas Special.
Are you a Stephen Mooney fan?
I am a Stephen Mooney fan.
Huh, I've met a Stephen Mooney fan. How about that? I can't wait to tell him.
I may have been the only person in the city of Toledo ordering Half Past Danger when it first came out because I just loved it. Yeah,
it's great fun. It's interesting. So for those who don't know, Half Past Danger is a creator-owned series by Stephen Mooney and has 2 hardcover volumes out already. But Stephen was one of the first of my friends to do a proper creator-owned book, and it's interesting. Like so far down the line, he's still so. He cares about it so much. It's really inspiring. But he's doing a Kickstarter for like over here. If there's any big TV shows, they would do like Christmas specials. So there'd be a special Christmas episode of Father Ted or whatever big shows were on TV.
Mrs. Brown's Boys Christmas specials are always huge. Mrs. Brown's Boys Christmas specials are always huge in Ireland.
Oh, God, did you want to bring that up?
I'm a guy. I'm a guy who has a BritBox subscription. Like,
okay, fair enough.
British TV.
Well, I was going to say Doctor Who, but
Doctor Who. Yeah, I mean Doctor Who's the easy one. But
there's a great example. Doctor Who has special Christmas episodes nearly every year. And it was the same thing for comics as well. So I think Mooney wanted to make a Christmas special for Half Past Danger, but everything. The books are these are series that are collected in hardcovers. So, and with all the things with COVID, we were talking about it, and he thought it would be a good idea to just do a self-contained Half Past Danger story that anybody can read. You don't have to have read the 2 volumes. And he asked me and other artists like Stephen Byrne, who's drew Wonder Twins for DC Comics, and Nick Roach, who's drawn Transformers for IDW and Spider-Man for Marvel. And they're all Marvel DC artists who are Irish, and we're all doing a short story for it too. So there's a main story by Stephen, and I talked him into doing a photo. He basically drew himself into the book. So I was picking on him, saying I told him I would donate a lot of money for his Kickstarter if he would do a black and white photo of himself, and he did it. And then I gave him lots of money for the Kickstarter, and then he offered it as a much cheaper photo cover. So he's finding a way to screw me over even while I'm helping him. So it's deadly. I'm drawing a story that's the Japanese ninja character. So and Stephen Byrne is doing. Basically, we're all taking some of his characters and just doing fun stories, kind of like we're talking about those Hellboy specials they did sometimes, where it will be Adam Hughes drawing Hellboy. That's kind of what we were thinking of, except none of us are Adam Hughes, let's face it, but still. But it's the campaign's on at the moment, so it's just for $10 you can get a 60 or a 48-page special, but if it raises enough money, he's going to bump it up to 60 with even more artists.
It's fun. So the campaign is funded. And
so it's basically it will be made. It's as a 48-page square bound graphic novella. But if they can raise more, then they're going to make it bigger.
Yes. So
as a fan of Half Past Danger, Kyle, what do you think of the think of it.
I love it. I mean, the thing that sold me on Half Past Danger before I even bought into it was that it felt to me, just from the look of it, like Indiana Jones with dinosaurs.
That's kind of, yeah. I mean, that's what we call it. It's Indiana Jones meets Jurassic Park, because it's
right.
Like he's a huge Spielberg fan. So like, Indiana, like he actually has the Indiana Jones costume he's worn at Halloween. And the worst thing, he looks really good in it. Like that's the thing. Like, you kind of wish he'd be like, oh, you sad bastard with your Indiana Jones costume. You're such a nerd. God damn it, he looks good. It's really frustrating.
Well, it's and that's the thing is, then I started reading it, and he's writing Indiana Jones with dinosaurs. Like, and I can hear like Humphrey Bogart narrating it in my head, like it's the Maltese Falcon, and it takes all of those little. He does a really good job of grabbing all of the little things that make that kind of movie so spectacular.
Yeah, like I mean, he's taking tropes that already exists and kind of mix them up in a kind of like, the pulpiness of it is really strong. You don't see it in a lot of books these days, but like I said, like he's done like 2 big, beautiful hardcovers, and he's the first friend of mine that really, because he was at IDW doing various licensed books years ago. And this project was him basically. He just took like a few months off, made no money, and just made this the first issue of that book. And I have to say, like, he's not going to see this, so I can say this, is that I actually have a lot of respect for him for doing it. I would never say that to his face. But it was also really inspiring for like when I wanted to create our own work too, is seeing how rewarding he found doing his own thing. Like that definitely had a factor in me going to like do injection at Image and things like that. And so it's also really nice to kind of like, I'm working on a story right now. I was just thinking it before this call, and it's kind of fun to play in someone else's world, like he's established all these characters, and I'm like, so I had this idea for the story. I'm like, oh, how about this? He's like, yeah, that sounds cool. So then you're drawing his characters, and all the other guys too doing their takes. It's kind of fun. I've never really done anything like that before.
So we've got a few minutes left. We got about 15 minutes left here. Let me ask you this, because I've done a really bad job as a leader of this. I haven't even asked you for your social media stuff, where people can come and find you and buy things from you.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, I'm not selling a whole lot. I was doing a Punisher book that has been, because of COVID, has been paused. So I've got like 4 issues of a book that I have no idea when anyone's going to see it. But Bog Bodies is available. You should reach out to Jen and pick up a copy. It's only, I think it's what is it? Is it $11.99, Jen, or $12.99?
$12.99.
There you go. And everyone says it's very good, so you should pick it up. So yeah, I mean that's the main thing, because that's the biggest kind of project I've done in a while. Sorry, I didn't see that comment. Someone's giving out to you, Kyle. Good. Give him hell.
That's my best friend. That's my business partner.
So good. Well, sorry.
Punisher Barracuda is put off. Or you?
It's. I think Marvel are looking at the schedule. I think with a lot of books, they're just not sure when to release it just yet. So they will release it. I just don't know when. Okay. I don't know if they. I don't know if they know when.
I was worried it would disappear to not happen. I don't want that.
I don't think so. I mean, I've drawn 4 issues. I mean, Marvel don't really like sit on 4 issues. Like they're not going to not want that money to make their money back. So I'm sure it'll come out. I just don't know when.
I know, like, case in point with, like, say, for example, New Warriors, they basically are trading it in October. So, I mean, they could trade it, put it out that way.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. It's hard to know, and I feel for them because things have changed so much in the last few months. I think a Punisher book by Ed and me would do well in single issues, so I'd expect they'll do it in single issues. But again, I've no idea. I'm Declan Shalvey, one word, at Declan Shalvey on Instagram and on Twitter. I have a newsletter that should be pinned on my Twitter page as well. So where every 2 weeks I kind of send a newsletter to people who signed up about like what I'm working on. I give everything code names so I can talk about stuff that's not announced yet and show little sneak peeks of what I'm doing, and keeping everybody up to date basically on what's coming out. So I'd recommend that if and also like I'll talk bollocks and show some process work, things like that. But sales wise, just buy Bog Buddies from Jen would be the main thing. That's my main advice. She has 60 copies, people.
I'm prepared.
Yeah.
Miss Jen is the exclusive.
But there's other stuff. Like I will say, I would recommend going to the Kickstarter for Half Past Danger because that's the only way you can get that story. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. I think Marvel are announcing something next week that I'm working on, and I think that's out in October. So everything else I have is coming out later. The only thing you can really do is get Bog Bodies and donate to or pledge to the Kickstarter for Mooney's book.
We totally on cadetscon.com have a link up for the Bog Bodies from Jen Store, as well as a link to Mooney's Kickstarter. I'm going to call him that from now on because it feels so much cooler. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we call him. Like if I call him Steve and he gets really freaked out.
Excuse me, Steve. I was wondering, what do you want?
Yeah, if you said Mooney, you'd be like, huh?
It's true. And a link to bogbodiesgn.com, a link for more information on Bog Bodies.
Yeah, that has preview pages and a link to the soundtrack and like lots of testimonials and stuff. So and links to Amazon and stuff, but don't go to Amazon. Go to Jen Store.
Is the soundtrack good?
It is. It is. A friend of mine and from college and me worked on it. It's a super moody. Check it out. I mean, it's on Spotify as well. The links should be there on the website. But like, you could play it in store. Or actually, is your store open? As in, like, can people come? Okay, fair enough. Well, you can always play it, and people will be like, "Why is that why is that music bumming me out?" Well, if you want to be bummed out, read Bog Bodies.
That's a T-shirt. Need to be bummed out. Read Bog Bodies.
I think that's what people really, really want to read right now. No, because I mean it is a crime story, but there's jokes in it too, so it's not all dour. But the music's fun because my friend was working on it while I was writing it. So, but I'd also given him some of it to look at to inspire him. So he was writing music from the pages that he'd seen, and then I was writing more of the story to the music he'd written. So it's kind of this weird symbiotic thing. But you can listen to it for free on YouTube and Spotify, and listen to it while you're reading the copy that you bought from Jen. See what I did there? Always selling.
Always
entertainment and music.
Don't be dismayed. I'm stepping out, but it's because I have to go prep for the next thing. I'll be back.
Okay.
No worries. What did you say, Will?
Miss Jen has to go because she's got to prep for some stuff.
Oh, sure.
So I was just saying, I was just going to ask, basically, now, I've not had a chance to read Bog's Bodies yet. So other than it being a crime story, can you give me a quick pitch for it?
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, absolutely. So basically, it's a story of it starts out in Dublin, and a young gangster is taken by his partner out into the sorry, somebody said that they liked Bog Bodies. Thank you very much. Cheers. It's drawn by Gavin Fullerton as well, actually, I should mention. I did mention the artist's name. I'm such a wanker. But sorry, but yeah, then this gangster's taken out into the Dublin mountains, which is very near Dublin City, and they're getting rid of a body. But then he finds out actually he's the body they're getting rid of. So he does he gets wounded and runs out into the bog, and has to try find a way to survive out there, and then other stuff happens. So it's kind of I think if you like Stray Bullets, or you like what does it get compared to sometimes? If you like Witches, that's a good one because there's a little horror element to it as well.
Okay.
If you like Criminal, if you like Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips's work, that's the kind of line I was going for. But
it's almost a bit of a horror noir.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so if you're into that type of thing, I think you'll definitely like it. Plus, there's Irish accents, which are always funny.
Yeah. But I have to be real careful, especially when I'm listening to you talk, because there's always this part of me when I'm hearing different accents that makes me want to try to impersonate that accent. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to ever insult the person that I'm talking to. So it's just like, no, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna. So I have to constantly tell myself I'm not gonna impersonate.
When I hang up, you can just do it for 5 minutes and get it out of your system.
All right, somebody said it's very kinetic and fast moving, so that's a good thing.
Oh, cool, nice. Yeah, I mean, like it's if you ever see this, did you ever watch The Sopranos?
Some episodes, yeah.
There's an episode called Pine Barrens where Chris and Paulie get stuck out in the Pine Barrens outside New York, and that was kind of an inspiration for it. But also, I live in an apartment where outside of Dublin a little, so like I'm looking past my laptop, I can see Dublin City, but out the other side is the Dublin Mountains, and that's I just remember thinking like, I would hate to be stuck out there. That was kind of where I got the idea. But I like gangster stories, and I like writing those characters. They're very coarse. And, like they're not necessarily good people at all. They're all kind of actually not good people, but they're tremendous fun to write at the same time. And I kind of wanted to write a story about empathy and how far one is willing to take. I think a lot of people talk about empathy these days, and as if it's purely a good thing, and it is a good thing. But like, we all have our limits, and I kind of wanted to write a story which kind of like pushed where the reader might find their own limit, if that makes sense. I realize I'm getting very heavy right now, but so I'm seeing a comment. It's very Irish too. I read it with Declan's accent. It's fine. I wrote it in my accent. I'm not from Dublin, so it's not like I'd also say there's a book called the book I mentioned earlier, Savage Town. That's set in a city called Limerick in Ireland, and I lived in Limerick for years. So that's written with a very specific Limerick accent, which I think is interesting for Americans. Any Americans I've talked to said that like at first they kind of find it difficult, but then you get into the flow. And so that's written with a specific accent. Bog Bodies is slightly more of a broad accent because like a Dublin accent isn't. There is a such thing as a Dublin accent, but it's different, and I just wrote it with more of a broad accent. Like I wouldn't have a Dublin accent or anything. So I guess I kind of did write it more in my own accent. Yeah, well, it's done now.
Yeah, no, a Dublin accent is a real thing, and it's different than a real Irish accent. I can, you can tell.
Yeah, it depends. Like for a small country, we actually have very strong regional accents. Like I actually wouldn't have too strong an accent. Like I'm from County Clare, but I don't really have a Clare accent. But my friend Will Sliney, who he works on Star Wars, he's very much has a Cork accent. Mooney would have more of a Dublin accent, but a soft one because he's posh.
Yeah.
But I really hope he does see this now. But it's weird for such a small country. Like our country would fit in like the state of New York. Like for such a small country, we have such wildly different accents. But I wanted it to be something that an American can read, and I think I compared it to The Wire. I remember when I watched The Wire, there was all this like street slang in it and cop slang, which I did not understand. But the more you watched episodes, the more you acclimated to it, and you started like I know weird, Baltimore slang that I should never know being from Ireland, but I know it from that show. And I think the nice thing about a graphic novel as opposed to reading single issues is I think it gives you time to adjust to the world, and you don't just stop after 20 pages. You stick with it, and I think it helps pull the reader more into that world rather than give them an excuse to get out of it. Like I feel like Bog Bodies is like I sit down and read it in one. Like I wanted it to be something where when you're reading it, you feel like you're stuck in the bog and you can't get out of it. So you also can't. I try not to give the reader an excuse to stop reading and close the book. If you know what I mean?
Absolutely. We got about 5 minutes left. And so I wanted to ask you, what challenges are there of working with these American companies, Marvel and whatnot, being in Ireland? Is your distance away and our time zones and things, is that a big hindrance for you? And how did you overcome that?
Honestly, no. It helps because if your deadline is on Monday, you have until 11 o'clock to get it in, rather than 6 o'clock. So you have a bit more day. You have the edge sometimes. Sometimes there's a little in the way where somebody is emailing you quite late. That can be a thing. So it's hard to switch off. But I mean, I think it would have been much harder back in the day when you had to like FedEx artwork and things like that. But now, I mean, like it's all email, Scripster or Microsoft Word, artwork, artifs that you send over the internet. I think it helped me being Irish when I was starting out because I was foreign enough to be interesting, but like not so foreign where nobody could understand me. It wasn't a different language, so that helped. I would say it's been a help in the long run. It was a hindrance at first because going to a convention isn't easy for somebody over here. I mean, there's conventions here now which helps, but when I was starting out, it was very much like you had to go to America or you had to go to England, and like that's a lot of money for somebody who was like unemployed or just working some crap job, that it was harder, and that it was harder starting out because it was just, I think I had to save for a year to go to San Diego Comic-Con one year. So that was tough. But as an actual professional working for the companies, it's fine. It's grand, I can't complain. It's tough because I can't see people I have lots of editors I've become friendly with over the years, and I can't see them as easily as some people can. But then again, nobody can see anybody easily right now. So,
right.
What are you going to do?
Absolutely. As we prepare to wrap up, one of the things I like to do when I'm interviewing people is ask them a question they're totally unprepared for. So I'm going to ask you the quintessential American question to someone from Ireland. Favorite Irish rock band?
Oh, I actually haven't been asked that before. Give me some options. So, what are you thinking?
There are so many great Irish rock bands. I mean, you start with the Pogues, and you just go from there.
There's like U2, and
I'm a big fan of the Dirges.
Of who?
The Dirges.
I don't know them.
They're indie Irish rock. I mean, they're
okay.
They're dudes who are like, hey, we might be able to almost be the Pogues, and then they discovered drugs and never did anything.
Oh, very good. Yeah, there's a lot of that back then. I would say actually, My Bloody Valentine.
Okay, that's a great answer.
Yeah, not a lot of people know that they were Irish, or at least most of them were. I think 3 of the 4 of them were Irish. Cranberries, that's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, Dolores. Geez, it must be 2 years ago she died now. Cranberries are a good one. I mean, U2, love them or hate them, they are huge. I'm trying to think of more recent ones, but I would say My Bloody Valentine. I love that band. I remember, actually, it's interesting. I love that band and found out they were Irish afterwards, and that blew my mind. I like it when I don't know somebody's Irish sometimes. I was watching The Boys, and the lady who plays the kind of Wonder Woman-esque character, I found out the other day she's Irish. I'm like, geez, fair play to her. Like, I think we like seeing ourselves doing well, and it's always nice to be surprised. But I'd say My Bloody Valentine.
Very good. Thank you so much for being here once again. Head over to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links tab, and go down and you'll see Declan's links and everything for his his socials, his for the Bog Bodies website where you can buy Bog Bodies from Jen, and a direct link to the Bog Bodies soundtrack on Spotify.
All right. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks for meeting.
Yes. Thanks for being here. We'll be back in just about a minute with David Crownson from Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Welcome back to Cadets Con 2020 Live Online. Welcome back, David. I want to start off by apologizing one more time for the confusion with the time zones. That's on me. I'm one of those guys who just wishes it was whatever time I want it to be wherever I am. So
no problem. It happens.
I wish I was a watcher or something that could control that sort of thing.
Except if you're a watcher, you couldn't interfere.
Yeah, but I could control time, right?
I don't think you're allowed to interfere, Kyle. Kind of the mantra of the watcher.
I'll find a superhero. I'll find a superhero that can control time. That's what I'm going to do.
So, Time Master, the villain.
Yes.
I think what's it called in Umbrella Academy? Number 5 can control time.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert for Umbrella.
Spoiler alert for a comic book that's been out for how long?
Right. Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, I could be a Rip Hunter, the Time Master. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
Netflix series for season 1 has been out for over 2 years between then and the second one.
I don't know. But so let's get right into it. We had talked to you a little bit before how you came to be in comics, how you came to be a fan of comics. So let's dive right into one of the hottest books going right now at Space Cadets, Harriet Tubman, Demon Slayer. Which it's wild to me to see this book pop off. I was introduced to it by a mutual friend of ours that we didn't know was a mutual friend of ours. What feels like forever ago. So how does it feel to see the book having a resurgence now?
Yeah, it feels really good because it's a lot of work. So I haven't really taken the time to take it in just yet because there's still so much more work to do. I'm writing 2 different issues at the same time. And so I haven't really taken a second just to be like, oh, cool, people like this now and it's cool. But yeah, I'm just grateful that people enjoy it and people like it. So hopefully we'll get to keep making more and people keep coming back.
It's definitely a story that I love, not just from the standpoint of the character and even some of the little historic nuances that you added, but the artwork is phenomenal too. So I don't feel like I'm picking up an indie book. I feel like I'm picking up a book that can hang with the best of them. So
thank you, man. It means a lot. Yeah, because they all worked really hard on it, and not like they worked hard on it. Like Cortland, Joey Vasquez, Sylvan Repos, and Nelson Blake, who's doing issue 6. I'm glad that they're all having fun doing it, and they have fun drawing it. So yeah, I'm grateful to have a great team.
Okay. We're gonna kind of talk now. I've had the privilege of interviewing you for my podcast, so I get to kind of go at it from a little bit different angle. So first things first, where can people pick up this phenomenal book from you? Where can people give you money?
You can either PayPal or Venmo me, and I'll have it shipped to you. Or if you like digital books, you can go to comixology.com, or you can go to peakgamecomics.com, which is a Black-owned company. And I think it should be at Space Cadets right now. So
well, I think I got the first 3. I don't remember if I got the first 3 or the first 2 from you. I think I might have got the first 3.
Yeah, I think you got the first 3.
Got the first 3.
Did you get issue 4 yet?
Not yet, no. I didn't know it was out already.
Oh, yeah, man. It's been out since Juneteenth.
Well, that's right. You said that. You told me that. I'm going to have to get back with you and get it then. I need to find out what happens.
Done.
We'll have that conversation later on Instagram. You'll be seeing a message from me probably later tonight.
I wanted to pop back in just to shout out Peep Game Comics. Shout out to Amani Latif. Really great guy. He's I told David we work around the corner from each other. We're in the same industry. We're both graphic design and layout designers, and we work around the corner from each other. He's doing it, and I'm working in a factory around the corner. So it's one of those great things where it's we meet for lunch and just do nothing but talk about comics. Or we'll hang out, and he'll be like, dude, I got this new comic on Peep Game. You're going to lose your mind. And then I'll buy it, and I'll be like, oh, my God, he was right. So shout out to Amani for putting me on to Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer way back when. So you guys, I will be here if you need me.
Tyler, we're going to make sure to have a link for Peak Game on there too.
We will. We will
So you
make
can get
sure.
that.
I'm
Okay.
going to code those links up right now. You said Venmo and PayPal, right?
Yeah, of course.
We'll get them up.
Venmo, yeah, Venmo and PayPal. Yep.
I have to expand. I told somebody back at the beginning of the year I really wanted to try to expand my Black comic stuff. You know, and so like I picked up stuff like Harriet Tubman and some Bitterroot and some other things. I've been trying to add. You know, I'm going to be getting my hands on Tuskegee Airmen pretty soon and some other stuff because I really want to, you know, expand that part of my library a bit.
Yeah, man. Also get on It's Nana by Greg Anderson, LSA. And he does a book called The Gentleman as well, which is like a beautifully drawn book.
Okay.
And Jason Reeves, he does Kid Carvers, and he has another book. I think I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Sorry, Jason, if you're seeing this. Chunga, I want to say it's called, and that's like a beautifully, you know, drawn book. So check those guys out as well.
Okay,
And I'm actually reading Bitterroot right now, actually, and I really like it so far.
Yeah, Sanford Green is on to a whole nother level with this thing, man. I'm telling you. This stuff, the artwork is vibrant and beautiful, but then the storyline is deep too. So it's something great.
Yeah, people were like, someone was like, "Oh, are you guys gonna do a crossover with Bitterroot?" And I was like, "What?" And I'm like, I should check this book out. And I'm like, hey, that could be possible. Now that I read like the book, I'm like, oh, because it takes place like maybe 50 or 80 years after.
So there could be some time travel in play or something.
Yeah. So we could do like a fun like crossover somehow like that. That'd be cool. Like, I'll think about it. I gotta see what Dave Walker has, you know, planned and all that stuff.
Exactly. And so, and of course, I think Godhood just dropped their website this week. Godhood Comics just dropped the website, so you can order their stuff now this week. I'm supposed to be interviewing them sometime next week as well, hopefully. So they're another Black-owned company that does comics and stuff like that. So I'm just like, okay, take my money, please.
Yes, support Black people, support Black companies.
Also, good products. That's the important thing too.
Yeah. Like, you know, I think me and Jason, who prints my books, you know, we were just really like obsessed with like the book coming out good, because if it came out bad, like some like, I don't know, some like weird Comicsgate person or like some, I don't know, alt-right nerd would have been like, see the Black guy didn't do right, or, you know, because you know, we would like I'm gonna preach for a little bit, but like, you know, when Black people make a mistake, we're ridiculed at a higher level. So we just wanted everything to come out perfect, not just for our standard, but like, it's like, oh, like, we know someone's going to try and talk some shit, so like, let's give them like nothing to say and just make the best product possible. I
appreciate, you know, Harriet Tubman really standing out and being, like I said, the other thing about Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer is that it has a good story, but like, you involved in stuff like the narcolepsy she dealt with, you know, which is a real thing she dealt with. You know, you say historical stuff, you know, in her slaying demons and stuff. You know, we got some real stuff going on, because I think you and I even talked about it. I said, man, that could be really detrimental if you're getting winded down hard in the middle of a fight.
Yeah. Like we tease it a little bit in, like, I think the second issue, and then it's on full display on the issue that's coming out on Halloween. And then we're gonna just have it be like a thing that just keeps happening. Like, you know, what if she's like trying to, like, what happens when like she gets tired and like just passes out in the middle of like fighting a demon, you know, like, and that's gonna be a big thing that she has to deal with, because she's not only
trying to keep the family safe that she's with right now, because if they don't know that's a thing, they're gonna have to react really differently.
Oh yeah. Like, I think
because it's like, we're gonna gun us out.
Oh yeah, because it's literally like watching Superman, like just beat up, you know, Doomsday, and then like what if Superman like fainted, and it's like oh shit, but Doomsday is still like walking around,
Well, he
and
was
it's
coming in there 20 minutes ago. I don't think they're coming in there.
oh yeah man, so it gets scary.
So, but yeah, it's really good to have a character like that. Like I said, it really like I went back. I think I found a streaming service that had a Harriet Tubman documentary, and she
Yeah,
talked about like the visions that she would have. Like she would hear from God in these visions that most people would say well, she was crazy. It's
yeah.
you see that in the book too. You kind of see this point where she's kind of looking up and talking to God, and everybody's just looking at her like, "Okay, what's going on?"
Yeah, and like, oh man, I can't like, I don't want to spoil it, but like, there's, um, that's going to be in her origin because she says like they say, oh, how'd you get the strength? You know, in reality, they said, how'd you get the strength? She said, I got it from God. And in my book, it's like, how did she get? How she learn how to do martial arts and have superhuman strength? And I'm just gonna say she got it from God, and
Yeah,
like that's all I'll say. But that's gonna be like a really fun issue where you see like her entire origin, and you see like well my version of Harriet Tubman. So
right.
yeah,
And so, tell us. I know there was a trip to South Africa. Kind of
West
talk to
Africa.
us a little bit about that trip and how that sparked the things that got put together to spark the idea.
Yeah, so I was in Ghana, West Africa. Go, everyone, do it, please. And I was basically just kind of like I was going through like a really tough time, just really overwhelmed living in New York City. So my parents are originally from Ghana, West Africa, and they just said like, "Hey, like we think you should come live with us because like you sound really stressed and just do some soul searching." So moved to Ghana, West Africa for 4 months, loved it. Everyone, do it, please. And so like one day I'm just watching TV and this Harriet Tubman documentary came on, right? So I'm watching the Harriet Tubman documentary. It's great, beautiful, learning things about Harriet that I didn't know, like her being like 4'11", and the narcolepsy, and her husband not really being like down with
Yeah,
what she was doing.
yeah.
Like these things I didn't know, and like Harriet Tubman's husband was like a very fair skinned, light skinned man who could almost like pass for white. Um, so so yeah, there was that. And so when that ended, I kind of was channel surfing and I stumbled on like the ending of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and it was like the ending fight scene, right? With like a
The
top,
trees and everything.
yeah, with Michelle Yao and Zhang Zhu, and it's like this big like fight scene, right? So I watched that, and then that ends, and like I'm channel surfing some more, and then immediately after, Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters came on, and terrible movie, awful movie, but I was really excited to watch it. But it was like a terribly executed movie, right? So I'm kind of disappointed. I'm like, man, that was a shitty movie. That could have been so cool. And so I was kind of like just writing in my journal, just like all my experiences, right? And just wrote down like, um, what did I write down? I wrote down Harriet Tubman documentary, katana fight scene in Crouch Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and then Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters, and then I've left this part out when I've told the story before.
Right.
I keep forgetting this. I think a friend of mine had like shared this thing on YouTube, and it was a mashup, and it was the same scene, like the katana fight scene in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon,
What
but
are you
someone
doing?
did, yeah, someone edited it so it was a lightsaber.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, oh, like a mashup. So I was like, okay, like they just combined two worlds. So then I looked at like these three things kind of just popped up, and it was Harriet Tubman and katana fight scene, and what's it called? And Witch Hunters.
And Witch Hunter. And Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunter.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Oh my God. And so yeah, like that's how it came.
All right. And that's an interesting thing to bring something together. I mean, especially when you consider it's three really obscure things in and of themselves. Then when you put it together, it's like, how did I not see that?
Yeah, man. Like, so yeah, that was because some people are like, oh, did you like watch Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter and that's how you got the idea?
Yeah,
And
I can see
was
that.
like, no. I was like, no, to this day I've never seen it. Like I think I bought the book, but somebody told me not to read the book just yet. And the book is like lying around somewhere, and I still haven't read it.
Yeah, it's kind of in that same camp as the Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunter. Like, you don't have to see it; it's okay. Like, you don't like certain movies people recommend to people, and that's not on anyone's top 100 list. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And so, yeah, I mean, I've seen both of those movies, and I'm sitting there going, like, I don't remember a whole lot of either of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I can walk with you down through Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon multiple times.
Yeah, like it's a beautiful movie. It's like not only like well acted and well shot, just like the choreography is beautiful.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like most people are hunting down, most people are hunting down, like, you see certain scenes, like for example, John Wick. You talk about like Halle Berry is going around doing all these really cool stunts in John Wick 3 and everything. But when you look at for example, like that versus Michelle Yeoh in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and you've literally got somebody who started off as a dancer who did martial arts because it was profitable for a movie career for her. And then you realize how quick she took the martial arts. And it was just like, wait, she was a dancer for how long? She started doing this?
It's just, you mean Zhang Zi?
Well, no, Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh was the
Yeoh.
older woman that was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Oh wow, she was.
Yeah, they both have similar origins, and they started off in dance before they actually got into martial arts.
Oh wow.
So
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
It's interesting when you look at that fight and you understand, like, even when they're doing the whole chase scene earlier on in the movie, if you see the movie, the full movie, you see there's a chase scene that they're doing early on, and like they're doing the running with the wire work and everything. And so it's like Michelle Yeoh talks about the fact, she's like, well, we did certain kind of dance moves and stuff that was similar to that, but of course you're not nearly as high up. So, but we've got a question, so I'm going to throw that up here from Amanda. Amanda said, when writing Harriet Tubman, do you try and keep some historical accuracy, or is it completely fiction?
It's 50-50. Well, I think like her story is so interesting and compelling. I really didn't need to make too much up. Like, yeah, I think it's 95% accurate to the real Harriet Tubman. The only thing that's like,
5% off is the demons.
Yeah, like, like Harriet Tubman didn't beat up a werewolf. She didn't beat up, well, we don't know. I wasn't there, but like, yeah, like when you read it, like when I've spoken to the artist, I'm like, yo, this is her height. And this is her, like when I talk to colorists, I'm like, yo, she's a dark skinned Black woman. And what else? I think the only thing that I've kind of changed up is like my version of Harriet knows how to read a little bit. Harriet Tubman didn't know how to read at all. But I just took liberties just because like I had this funny like joke that there was a payoff to in issue 1. And what else? But yeah, in issue 5, you're going to again see more of Harriet's background, and you're going to get an insight to her intellect and how she kind of puts things together. And you'll get a little bit of her relationship with her husband.
Yeah.
Like in a flashback. And yeah, I think a lot of it, because I did do my research. I did do a lot of reading. I did do a lot of studying, and she was really hard to write at first because, like,
it's everything that we've seen her in history is like very serious, like the very serious stoic black woman, and like this very powerful, unstoppable black woman. And like I had trouble like getting underneath, because for me, when I write someone, I gotta find like what makes them quirky in a way. So like I was trying to figure, I did all this research, and like I was really frustrated and exhausted. And but I was like, okay, and I just had this kind of one note way of writing her, and I didn't like it. And so I found this story, and it's basically Harriet Tubman is leading this family to Canada so they can get jobs. And I think the father, they're on their way, and the father has a panic attack. And like the father's just having like a panic attack, and it gets really loud. It's like the middle of the night. And this was like, the stakes were really high during this time because Harriet Tubman's like identity was exposed. So there was a bounty on her head for, they say $45,000, but I think it was only for like $800.
Yeah.
But so like what happened? So this guy's having a panic attack. So Harriet Tubman's like walks over, and all the other slaves got scared because they thought Harriet Tubman was going to shoot him. Right. So Harriet Tubman just walks over. She like puts her hands on his shoulders, and just talks to him for a second, really calmly. And then the guy starts laughing, and he stops crying. Harriet Tubman told him a joke to calm him down so he could relax and forget for a second the danger. And that's that. I was like, yo, that's a crazy superpower that we like kind of take for granted, that like in the face of ultimate adversity and
you talked him down off the cliff, if you will.
Yeah. And like she showed up as like a maternal leader in a way. Yeah. And I was like for me, I'm like, oh, Harriet Tubman was funny. Like I had trouble. I'm like, oh, that's how I'm gonna write her. Not like cracking jokes, but just like, oh, that's who she is in the face of like ultimate danger. She has the energy to show up with levity.
It's that unflinching type of bravery that says, no matter what, we're gonna make it to the other side.
Exactly.
You know, there was a thing in the documentary I saw where they talked about the fact there was a water area they were having to walk across, and there were literally people hunting her down just within the trees. So they were coming on horseback. Well, for some reason, she knew that the horses they were on were not getting the water. And so she was like, we've got to cross. Come on, let's go. And like, the people that were with her were scared. So they were just like, we don't know if we can cross, we may drown. She just starts stepping into it. She just steps into the water and starts walking across, and gets up to about her shoulder blade. And then it levels out. She walks into her cross and says, come on, let's go. And so then, of course, everybody else is taller than her. So they're like, well, if it went up to her shoulders, surely we can go. But it was that fact that she had to inspire. She didn't have time to tell them, let's go. She just had to go.
Yeah, man. Like, again, like, take for granted that, this is some real shit. Some real scary shit that she did. So I'm like, damn. I'm like, man, I'm getting nervous thinking about it. I would get I would be that guy in the story. I would have anxiety about this because it's like, man, if they catch you, man.
So let's go through the process a little bit of, okay, so you come back from South Africa with this idea, and now you've got to get some people behind you to actually put this thing together.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that happen?
It was like a year process. When I came back, I had no idea what it was going to be. I didn't plan on making a comic book. I didn't know. I was like, oh, I know it's something. But I'm like, is it a comic book? Is it a TV show? It was like, I don't know what it is. So I kind of kept it to myself. And then when I got back into like the States, I think I was in the airport and I saw like a, what's it called? A how to make comic books book by Brian Michael Bendis. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's a comic book. So yeah. So then like I read the book and just kind of taught myself how to make a comic book script, right? And was kind of just going through like it was really hard too because it's a whole new other thing.
Mhm.
So then like finding an artist was a thing, and like I know how expensive it is to make a comic book. It's really expensive. So like I think I found like 8 months later I found Cortland. And I saw his stuff, and I was like, I should get back on this Harriet Tubman thing. Like I need like something to get myself inspired to do it. So I found Cortland and I said, hey man, I have this idea for a book. And he was like, oh, what's it called? And I said, it's called Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. And he's like, we're gonna get in so much trouble. Let's do it. So I had this idea and I was like, yo, I think it should be Harriet Tubman like looking at us with her katanas and
crossed up.
Yeah, crossed up like an X, and in the reflection of the katanas, it should be like, like demons, witches, werewolves, vampires, like just go crazy with it. And he drew like the cover of issue 1. And I kind of kept it to myself and started working on the script more. And I think 6 months later, I just was like, man, let me just drop it and like tell people, I'm like, hey everyone, my name's David. This is my first comic book. And I shared it on like social media. And I think I posted on like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter all at the same time. And then I forgot about it. And then I think I like turned off my phone to go see a movie. And I turned my phone back on, and like it had gone like viral. Like it was all over the place.
Went off.
Yeah. It was all over the place. So everyone was like, why do I need this book? Everyone was really excited about it. But then people were like, yeah, I got mad. Like some black people were really mad. They were like, I can't believe you made this. This is disrespectful to Harriet Tubman. And I'm like, well, it's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, not Harriet Tubman like twerking on ice. So like, whatever.
Right.
But yeah, so I just didn't know how to like what other steps to do. I think someone had told me to do a Kickstarter, and I was like, my friend Daria was like, you should do it like a Kickstarter. And I was like, I don't know, I'm afraid to do it, I'm scared to do it. And because I just seen like a really big Kickstarter fail, and it was a great project with like I think celebrities and stuff, and it failed. So I'm like, I'm just a regular guy from Jersey. I don't want to fail like publicly. That's terrifying.
Right.
So I was gonna like get an investment from like this guy who's like a horror film producer, and excuse me, I say producer. But yeah, he just turned out to be like kind of a creep. And he just he was kind of full of it. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna retire this idea and work on it next year. Let me just focus on this election. Hillary Clinton's about to be president. And like everything's gonna be great because Hillary Clinton's gonna be president.
And then yeah,
like the next day, like my friend Alex, she was calling me and crying, and she just was like, she was like, hey, like that book, like I need to see your book right now, like I need to see the thing. So like, so I was okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it, and I think we launched the Kickstarter like 2 weeks later. Because we were just like, everyone was really down, really depressed, and just like disappointed in like, oh, this is our world now. Like this is America, So I just was like, I think I just made the comic out of like my catharsis was like anger, and frustration. And then the book wasn't just like a goofy idea that I had. It was something that would resonate and, be a way of healing for all the crazy stuff that was happening in America.
Okay. Gotcha. And so I want to kind of shift gears a bit. So you put that together, got the Kickstarter started, Kickstarter funded, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah.
That got kicked off, and that's awesome. And so then you're able to start building towards the next ones with each one, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still waiting on the trade to where I can just have the whole story completed with like really cool notes and stuff. You know, and I know that's coming at some point. I know it's not right now. It's okay.
Yeah, man.
I'm willing to wait.
Yeah, man. I think it should be done by December, and I think we're going to have it come out. Like we're gonna like distribute and sell it like in February for obvious reasons.
Right. Right. I remember when I talked to my mother after I interviewed you about the book. And of course, my mother was looking at it from a very spiritual level. She was like, "You're saying demon slayer? You're talking about like she was slaying demons in like the spiritual realm?" I was like, "Well, Mom, no, she's killing vampires. Like that's, you know, vampires, werewolves, stuff like that. That type of demonic." She's like, and she, of course, she admitted to ask me the question, "You do realize this stuff ain't real, right?" I'm like, "Mom, I've been alive long enough to know the difference between reality and fantasy. You know, I just enjoy a lot of fantasy stuff, but I know when to cut it off. Okay, it's not that bad." So we got a question in, John. He said, "How do you find the balance between the serious historic parts and the sci-fi aspect? Because the balance of it is done very well."
Thank you. Thanks, John. How do I find the balance? I think like I don't know. I kind of like I read what is Harriet's actual story, and then kind of like I'm like, okay, what can be a metaphor for this thing that she's dealing with specifically, and who can I use as like a vessel for this metaphor? Is it witches? Is it demons? Is it vampires? Is it werewolves? And then I kind of like take it from there. And sometimes I go really crazy with it and try to have like a ton of fun with it. And other times I kind of pull it back and make it like a little bit grounded. And or if I get confused or if I get lost, I'm like, okay, let me, you know, open Harriet Tubman biography, or let me watch this episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, or like do research on like hell mouths and paranormal like places in Transylvania and stuff, and then kind of like take all those like pieces and kind of like take little bits and pieces and kind of like put it on the page.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, that's basically it.
I think it works really well when you do that. And I know one thing that I was interested in was we see our main bad guy possibly by the end of issue 3. I mean, there's glimpses of him in other books. So what can you tell us about him without spoiling too much?
He is going to be a pain in Harriet's butt.
Okay.
And he's going to be, and he's so much fun to write though, because like he is like going to be Harriet Tubman's nemesis, and everyone's his name is Maurice Jones, and everyone's going to love him, and they're going to love him and his like wife, and basically he's going to be the one like hunting Harriet Tubman down and tracking her and on all that stuff.
So is he more mustache twirling villain, or is he more like methodical?
Yeah, he's really smart. He's really methodical. Not mustache twirling. I don't even write him as like a bad guy. I wrote him like I was writing like a Matthew McConaughey cowboy movie.
All right.
Yeah. So like it's like two different things kind of coming to like toward each other. Because I did base him off Matthew McConaughey and Joel Osteen, because I think it's scarier.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine if Joel Osteen could like overpower, no disrespect to him, but I was watching Joel Osteen like preach before, and I was like, yeah, what if he could beat you up? Like, what if he had superhuman strength and you got into like a fist fight with Joel Osteen and he could like beat you up with like, but maintaining that like, hey, how's it going? How you doing? How are you?
That's the stuff nightmares are made of.
Yeah, like that's terrifying. So I based my main villain off Joel Osteen.
Well, it makes him Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, it's like it's half. It's like and it's both Texas like gentlemen. So like I kind of like I wanted him to be like extremely polite and very friendly and not like get angry. Like he never gets angry. So I think those are the scariest people who
Right.
like who are going to like be aggressive but like do it smiling. That's so scary to me. Like that's terrifying. So yeah. And he actually shows up more in issue 4, so you should buy it, Will.
Oh, you don't have to convince me. I'm already on the train.
So
all right. So we got another question here. Do you mind if I ask that real quick, Kyle?
Go for it, man.
Okay. So Amanda has another question. It says, do you have any other projects you're working on, or is Harriet Tubman your main focus?
My next book is about this girl who comes from like an Afro-Latina conservative family. And thank you, Amanda, for this question, so I can talk about my next book. This girl, she has like lots of anxiety, right? And she's going to come out to her family as like gay. And she's really like nervous about it because it's kind of a conservative, like Afro-Latina family, right? And very Christian, very conservative. So it's like a whole new world. Like if you're coming out as like gay. And so it's on Thanksgiving is when she's going to do it. And in the middle of her like preparing to come out to her family, an alien invasion like erupts in her area in like northern New Jersey. So she has to survive this alien invasion and like come out to her family. And it's called Nightmare in Newark.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah. So I just thought, and it didn't like, I started as like a short story that I was going to do with Webtoon, and then they canceled it. So I was like, oh, let me just keep on working on this. And it was originally going to be about like a black dude telling his family that he's dating like a white girl, and his family has like a weird thing about him being in an interracial relationship. But now I'm like, I think like black people are kind of past that now. And it kind of didn't feel like the stakes were high enough for him personally. And in that book, his sister is gay, and she's like, oh, I'm going to come out to like mom and dad too. And she was so much fun to write. So I was like, wait, I should make it about her instead of him, because nothing like I should switch who the leads are in this book.
And you can still tell that story on the other side of it, because trust me, at my mama's house, that's still the rule of thumb. So some people have gotten past it. Not everybody.
Well, yeah, I just think like it's like a worldwide like energy thing that like I don't know. When I was writing it, I didn't have I was like oh, like, because when I was interviewing people for it, because like I'm a straight black man, I don't know what that experience is like. So I had to interview like different people of color who are queer, and just be like, hey, so what was it like coming out to your family? And it was all horror stories, and I was like, damn, like it's scarier than the book that I'm writing. It's like, damn, like dealing with an apocalypse is way easier than what you just told me. So
well, and I love the idea of, I've spent a lot of time in Bergen County and Newark and those parts of New Jersey. If the aliens come there, the hijinks are going to ensue, because those the people of New Jersey are going to be like, oh, there's aliens here. This is just our excuse, like
yeah.
You can pick a lot better states to invade if you're aliens than New Jersey, because New Jersey people are, you don't mess with them.
Oh yeah, man. Like, so I think I'm still kind of deep into stuff with Harriet, but like I'm gonna work to try and get it out by November of 2021. Definitely sometime in 2021. But yeah, man, I want to move to Newark just to kind of really absorb it, because I have Newark's only 30-40 minutes away from where I live. So I think I have to like live there, because there's so many different characters and so many different things you can do.
And it's so diverse. There's so many, there's so many different groups of people in Newark, and they all have very distinct identities and very distinct cultures. When I was there, I worked with a lot of folks who were Haitian, and I'd never been exposed to Haitian culture. And it's like,
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, but don't go over there. That's the Hispanic carryout. And I'm going, but they got Dr. Pepper, don't they? Like, but it's you know, but they're like, yeah, but they'll serve it to you with a straw. You know, it's this, you know, they all have their distinct cultures, which is another layer you can add in, you know, that, you know, that I'm sure will be part of the book.
Yeah, man, because like her apartment building is like this rent controlled building, so it's like affordable housing in like Ironbound near like Newark Penn Station. So it's like you're gonna get like Portuguese people, and you'll get man, you'll get like all the artsy, like hipster kids, and like kind of like people who used to be homeless and who have a place to live now, and like people who are veterans and stuff, and like I think Brazilian, Portuguese people. So yeah, but it's gonna be fun.
If y'all head over to cadetscon.com and you scroll down, you'll be able to find links to pick up Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer digitally from Peep Game Comics Comixology. There's a link to David's Venmo account, so you can just send him money for no apparent reason, or you can buy the books from him. And then a link to Space Cadets, so you can pick them up from Miss Jen if you need to do that.
Now, John asked a question about when we can have episodes 4 through 6 in hand. I know you mentioned trying to get it out in trade paperback form on February of next year, right? That's the plan.
Yeah, issue 5 is going to drop on Halloween, and issue 6 is going to come out in December. And the full trade, which is it's a lot of work to put a trade together because you have to put like all the behind the scenes stuff. That's going to come out in February.
All right, so there you go, John. So you can pick them up. You can get 1 through 4 now, and then pick up the other 2 issues, or you can and do that anyway. I have a really weird habit. I'll buy floppies, and then when the trade comes out, I'll give the floppies away to somebody because I figure everybody needs their first hit.
Yeah, and the trade's going to be over 220 pages. So
it's a thick trade. It's a big book.
Oh yeah, 220 pages.
Then you shot a video as well for Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It's kind of a trailer for it, right? Didn't you do like weren't you involved in like a trailer or something like that for YouTube?
I think
before it first came out?
For the Kickstarter, yeah. There's a Kickstarter video.
But it was some live action people involved too. Like it wasn't just a video where you were just talking about it. It was like there was a girl that was dressed as Harriet Tubman.
Oh, yeah. That was for, I think it was at the Brooklyn Center that was being interviewed by like my friend Lex. And I think they were like spotlighting like different people for creativity and stuff. And I was like, oh, I'll talk about, my comic and stuff. And my friend Daria, who I told you about, she plays Harriet in it. My friend David plays like, the vampire in it.
Yeah. So I got another question for you. If you could cast Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer the movie, who would you have to play your 2 main roles? Your main roles?
I would cast Samira Wiley as Harriet Tubman. And what's it called? For Maurice, I would cast the villain that you saw at the end. I would cast Matthew McConaughey, and I would cast Michael J. White as Caesar, and Antoinette Henry, or I forget her name. I forget the actress's name, but she's in Django, and she's in
Mary Washington.
No.
Okay.
She's in the Hateful Eight. Her name's Dana something. Dana Guerrero. I totally forget her name. And Marissa Martin. What's her name? She's in Blackish. She plays the daughter in Blackish. I forget her name now. And she did a movie called Little. I'm blanking on her name now.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. I would have her be Venus, and those are our leads.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the person from Dana Guerriere.
Yes.
from
Yeah.
I'm like, I know who he's talking about from Hateful Eight, and I can't for the life of me think of her name. It was making me nuts.
Yeah. I think she would be a great Catherine. Perfect casting. Love Michael Jai White. Thank you, Jennifer Burns. Thank you.
True.
Except then, I just want to see Michael Jai White kicking everybody's booty. Like I don't know that I could focus on Harriet as much.
Well, like if like just when I write it, when I was writing Caesar, I hear his voice, you know, like I just imagine Caesar's like a really tough, gruff, but like goofy guy, and that's how I see Michael Jai White. Like Michael Jai White is like really tough and like, you know, really gruff, but you know, he's like kind of a goofy. He's like really funny, and like kind of bumbling. So yeah, like that's why I want him as Caesar.
So it's like a mix of the guy he played at Kill Bill with a little bit more Black Dynamite in it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm a history nerd, and I love history, and so I want to ask. You know, you're writing a book that's, you said earlier, 95% fact, 5% fiction, and the fiction is largely demons. When you have,
we don't know that.
well, believed to be largely demons. So when you have a character whose history is as full as Harriet Tubman the person, but whose history I would venture a guess, just from learning on my own, has been largely misrepresented when we get taught about her in school. Do you feel compelled to correct those mistakes in the book, or do you just want people's assumptions to be confounded as they start reading?
It's 50-50 with that, because one thing that I like in the movie that came out, like Harriet's husband, he wasn't really, they kind of made him very like sympathetic, nice, loving figure. And I'm like, no, he was not okay with what Harriet was doing. At all. And also like, and he felt a certain way because he was a very fair-skinned person. So like he kind of, they cast like a dark-skinned black dude as the guy, and they kind of changed his personality for the movie. So I was like, no, that's not. I'm like, that's not how it happened. But you know, they had to make a movie, so they had to do other stuff. And in my research, I think the one, but I'm going to make fun of it in the comic. Like, there's always been this conception that there was a bounty for $45,000 for Harriet Tubman's head. Not true. I think it was like for like $900 or something. Still like a lot of money back then, and like with inflation, that's a couple $1,000s. But she was considered. But like, I think I'm like, oh, so I think I'm gonna find a way to kind of like make fun of that a little bit, and because I think because she's still considered like extremely dangerous during this time, because not only is she taking people's property, she's inspiring like the thought that you can do this. So that made her like really dangerous to people, and she's kind of radicalizing different people. She was inspiring a movement. So I do feel a little bit that I'm like, okay, like, because I don't want people just to pick it up like, oh, it's a stupid, goofy comic. I'm like, no, like, it's still like, we still gotta have fun, because Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. But I just kind of want, you know, people to, I'm like, oh, I have something to say about this person, and express it in a comic book.
Well, I know, for example, in Superman Smashes the Klan, what I picked up, I learned a lot of history through that book, because what the writer did was, at the end of each book, he would have a history section about either Klan in New York and how they attacked Asian culture. Stories about his father and how his father came over from where he came from, and the different things that occurred, how his father would be out trying to literally help. Like, I think he tells a story about how his father saw a man whose tire was flat. He tried to go out and help the man change his tire because he's elderly. And the old man and some other people pulled up on him and threatened to kill him because he stopped. So it's like, even because he was on the wrong side of town, you know, close to late night. It was like, I was just trying to help you change your tire, dude. But if you don't want me to come help you change your tire, I'll get back in my car. I'll leave. Then this other car comes up behind him and he's the air light there. And so he has to kind of deal with that from the standpoint of, I literally got out of my car to help this man who needed help. That I'm being attacked by these people just because of what I look like. And so, and then he talked about, in other parts of the book, you talk about how when the people that were turning in information to, I believe it was Kellogg's, who was sponsoring the radio program at the time, the Superman radio show. And so how they turned that information in and they started writing this story over time. So the story that you see in Superman's Fascist Clan is based off of a radio play that they did in that era. And so you find out all this really cool history, but it's at the end of each book, it's 3. So maybe when you do the trade, what you can do is say, okay, hey, look, I understand we had fun with Harriet Tubman, but based on this research from this is who Harriet Tubman was.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have that as like a, it'll be like an epilogue, like one pager that I'm working on right now. Just kind of like, I think I want to do it with all of her, like her relatives that are alive now, but it's been hard to get all of them. But yeah, I think I'm gonna, one of her relatives, her like great nephew is like a history professor. So I'm thinking of just doing for every single trade, because the goal is to do 200 issues of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It's gonna be here for a while because we still have to cover the civil. We still have to cover the Civil War. Can you imagine the Civil War with vampires and demons and gargoyles and goblins?
I can, and I want to read it so bad right now.
And then Dracula's going to show up at some point, and Abraham Lincoln is going to show up.
Dracula is Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, maybe. And Harriet and Abraham Lincoln will not get along. They're going to meet one day.
Well, I know they were talking about Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was saying that out of all the abolitionists he had ever met, that Harriet Tubman was one of the most powerful, prolific abolitionists who never was truly credited for being an abolitionist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so a lot of men, you know, he even talked about the fact that a lot of men that were around her were just, it wasn't that they didn't regard her at all. It was that they understood how powerful she was. So they weren't going to give her the platform to speak because they were scared that she would overtake them. And so Frederick Douglass really spoke to that idea that a lot of people saw the power she brought with her and they didn't want it.
Yeah, man.
We got a few minutes left. So David, if you could give us the rundown, the social links, the websites, all that kind of stuff one more time so people know where to go.
You can follow me on Instagram at @Crownson, or you can follow Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It's very easy to find on Instagram, but it's at Harriet Tubman _Demon Slayer. Like us on Facebook, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. I'm on Twitter as @Crownson. PayPal, Venmo me, and I'll sign the comic and ship it to you if you want. Mm-hmm. I think the comic is also in stores. You can order it either from Space Cadets Collection, or you can order it from Sanctum Sanctorum in Detroit, or you can order it from Mahogany Books. Issue 5 comes out on Halloween, and it's drawn by Cortland Ellis. Issue 6 comes out in, I think, Christmas. Actually, no, 3 weeks before Christmas. And yeah, so, and it's just gonna keep. We're just gonna keep the comic going and keep having fun with it. So yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
So I've tried to ask everybody one question they're in no way prepared to answer. Usually because it's so far out of left field that they never thought about it. So you have the Ultimate Nerd Garage. In the Ultimate Nerd Garage, you can have one car from anywhere in pop culture and one spaceship from anywhere in pop culture. What's in your garage?
The car is the Arkham Batmobile from Arkham Knight. The spaceship is Peter Quill's ship from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Nice. That's a more concise answer than most people usually give. Usually they him and haw about the car and the ship. So I'm impressed by the fact that you were like, nah, it's this.
Now, I'm jealous now because I didn't get that question when you were interviewing me.
No.
So I don't know how to feel.
Dude, I've got a list of
That was your chance.
Okay.
If you want to
so,
answer, we got a couple minutes.
Simple answer. Kit from Knight Rider is my car, because that's my jam. And then for Spaceship, I'm gonna say, and I can't think of the character's name. Was it the Great Kazoo for the Flintstones?
The Great Kazoo?
The Great Kazoo for the Flintstones. He had a little ship that he'd come in sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the spaceship, except it needs to be big enough to put me in it, not, be all cramped.
Mm-hmm. That's a good answer too. Like I said, most people him and haw, and then they settle on the Millennium Falcon and something, in just a random car. So
Millennium Falcon's too big.
Yeah, Millennium Falcon. I don't know. Like it's all dirty, and you would have to really work hard. Like it's too big. You have to wash it all the time, and it can easily get I don't know. I just feel like that they shouldn't have lasted as long as it did. I feel like that.
To be honest, I would rather have Airwolf before I had the Millennium Falcon.
See, there you go. So
yeah, I don't know.
So I guess for our last question, it's you've got this historical book that you're working on with Cadets Con. You've got Aliens in Newark, which I forget the name of the book you called it.
It's a Nightmare in Newark.
Nightmare in Newark. I knew it rhymed, or it was alliteration, but I couldn't remember for a second. If you could work on any existing comic property other than your own, what comic property would you work on?
Spider-Man.
Boom.
Well, I already have stuff for Spider-Man and Batman that hopefully DC or Marvel will want me to do, and I like them. The Spider-Man story that I had was these are just stories that Peter Parker would tell you if you were hanging out with him, having a beer or something, and it's about Peter Parker in his 30s, and because we've only seen Peter Parker in his 20s or in high school. We haven't seen Spider-Man in his, or we've seen him really old.
In his early 20s, when he first marries MJ, and then a few years later when they did the alternate universe where he married Gwen Stacy because she didn't die. But yeah, you never really see him in his 30s or older.
Imani is in the room.
What up, Imani? yeah. It's never been done. So I was gonna call it Spider-Man 30, and just because we've seen Peter Parker, we have a frame of reference of him as a kid, of being in high school, being in college. I'm like, oh, what does his high school reunion look like? What does his midlife crisis being 34?
What's Peter Parker's midlife crisis sports car?
Yeah, he
retrofits a spider buggy.
Yeah, what happens if and also what happens to the Marvel universe 15 years into it? I'm so in my thing, Tony Stark is president, and Peter Parker doesn't really talk to anyone. He's broke as hell and has to live with his aunt, and he's a substitute science teacher, and
he's
it's
balding.
just him. Well, no, I've done the opposite. I've made it that the radioactive spider kind of doesn't age him, so he kind of looks the same a little bit since he was 15.
See, I just see him looking vaguely like the guy from that movie Sideways.
Yeah. I would make him look like, I think I made a script of it. People say he sounds like Marty McFly. I always in my head, Peter Parker is Michael J. Fox to me. So that's why I was happy when Tom Holland was like, oh, I based it off, Marty McFly. and I think my Batman thing, I can't we'll see what happens with DC Comics, but it's this it's basically Batman teaming up with Wonder Woman, and Bruce kind of being like, I think I like her. and really exploring that, because I don't know. I don't think I think Wonder Woman is just perfect for Bruce because she's two of those. She's like the light of Superman, but still has like the darkness of like, I'll kill someone, Bruce. If we get married, that clown's dead. I'm sorry. So but yeah, I just kind of see Bruce being with Wonder Woman. I don't see him being with Catwoman. I wish they would get rid of it. Actually, shit, I think they did get rid of it, right? They're divorced now.
They're not sure where it's gonna want. They're the Ross and Rachel of the DC universe.
Yeah, like I don't like it because it perpetuates this thing that like Bruce depends on, like he's codependent on like villains, and I'm like, no, Gotham is the most dangerous place in America. So like there has to be a Batman, there has to be order, because not just like criminals doing crazy shit, there's lots of corruption and stuff. So that's why like he needs to be there all the time. But yeah, I just like my thing was just kind of exploring it and bringing back like an old villain and stuff, and it was called Batman Low because it's like Batman's that goes to like by the time it's over, Batman needs a ton of therapy. and the sequel to it. Oh, go ahead.
Go. No. Yeah,
the sequel to
we're
it.
just right up against our clock, so go ahead and wrap up your thought here.
Oh no, it's just the sequel would be about Batman being in therapy and kind of like an in treatment thing where like this therapist has to kind of like talk to Bruce. She figures out that like he has to come out with his identity. And she's just like, hey, like, it stays in this room. And he's just like, I'm Batman. And she's like, yeah, I know. That's like obvious. And he's like, what? I didn't. And she's like, well, I put it together from all our sessions and stuff. And, you know, all your triggers and tells. You did a really good job of hiding it. I'll give you that. But like, you know, it's a doctor. Like, you know, yeah. So Bruce going to therapy. So all my stories are just kind of breaking down our heroes into like everyday things, like Bruce Wayne going to therapy.
Well, I
Peter
want to
Parker
thank
in his
you, David,
30s.
for coming on Cadets Con 2020 Live. I want to thank you for adjusting your schedule because I'm bad at time, and I want to make sure people understand. Go to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links, scroll down, and there are links for everywhere you can buy Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, and keep an eye out for Nightmare in Newark next year. I'm very excited for it. We will talk again very soon, my friend. Thank you for being here. We will be back in just about a minute with Alison Sampson from Sleeping Beauties and Winnebago Graveyard and so much other stuff. It's 3 a.m. where she is. So she's hyped up on coffee.
Oh, man.
Let's do this. Welcome back to Cadets Con Live Online 2020. Welcome in Alison Sampson, all the way from beautiful England, where it's the middle of the night. How's your coffee?
It is, yes. And it's morning. Good morning to you. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Yeah. Welcome to the middle of the night, or as we know it, comic artist time.
Fair. It's funny. We were talking to, I don't know if you know Declan Shalvey, He's an Irish creator.
Oh, I do, yes.
And we were talking about the time zones. He's going, yeah, you know, she's talking about getting up and drinking coffee, and I'm just going to bed at that time. You know, he goes, comic artists, man, they work weird hours. I'm like, I can get behind it.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm pretty much a morning person. This suits me quite well. I don't normally get up this early, but this is fine. I mean, I'm in the last week of a book deadline, so I should be getting it up at this time and finishing it and getting on. You know.
Is it another issue of this guy?
It is. It is. I'm still drawing it. It's quite a bunch to draw, and yeah. No, it's very, very weird. It's absolutely the weirdest book I have ever seen, and it's got some very odd stuff in it. And how could I put this? I wanted to have a conversation before I drew something with one of the people who review the content of the books at Comixology, because there's some stuff that's actually like that in it, which is not what you expect. It's kind of it's written by Stephen and Owen King, so you know these are very, very popular books, and you know, and lots of people read them and lots of people like them, and yet there's some really, what's the word, edgy stuff in it. I can't say because it's like people be like, what? No, it's like, no, that's really in the book. So yeah, that's where it's at. At the moment, it's fine though. I'm drawing Somebody's Kitchen, which is, you know, bread and butter for me.
Yeah, no, I mean I picked it up this week when you told me that you didn't have copies to show people so that I would have time to read it and to show people. And I got through issue 1 and I'm like, I need to stop and go back and reread issue 1 because as you say, it's got a lot to it. There's a lot happening, and it took me a minute to really break down issue 1. So,
to be fair, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, carry on.
No, I was just going to ask.
What I was going to say is
Stephen and Owen.
No, carry on. We have a time lag. Anybody who can see this.
Yes, I was just going to ask what it was like working with Stephen and Owen.
Well, I don't work with them directly. The way it works is Rio Ewers, who's a Canadian horror novelist, is adapting the novel, and the novel is 700 pages long. So when you were saying, you know, there's a lot in issue 1, we're doing 700 pages in 10 issues of 20 to 22 pages each, which means that you've got 70 pages of novel in that first issue. And Rio has adapted it, and he's going fairly faithful to the novel, is my understanding. I haven't read it, and he's obviously having to shorten it a lot, but he's basically the interface. And I've been quite careful not to read the book because I'm not actually adapting the book. I'm actually adapting Rio's script. I've kind of got to face the audience.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to interact between the script and the reader, and Rio interacts between the King family and me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that was going to be my next question is, are you not reading the book because you're worried that the descriptors they use might influence what you output rather than the descriptors they're using for the adaptation?
Absolutely. I mean, I do have a copy of the book. It's when I finished issue 1, Owen King was so pleased with it that he was like, "Can I have some pages?" And I was like, "Well, no, yes and no. It's all digital. But what I can do is I can print you some pages." And he was like, "Well, how much are they?" And I'm like, "Well, you know, it's your book. I feel kind of slightly weird sort of selling your book back to you. And so if it's okay, could I have a signed copy of the book from you? And so that's what I have. Is I have an Owen King signed copy of the book to have as my treat for when I finish drawing it. And he's drawn in it as well. And so no, Owen King, he's awesome. So we've emailed a bit, but kind of, you know, my understanding from Rio, who talks to him a fair bit, is that he's on board with everything and he's really into it.
That's great, because that would be a total drag if they were seeing it and they're going, well, but if they're super into it, that's amazing. We think we might have a Frozen.
I think you might be right.
So, guys, head over to cadetscon.com. There will be links for Alison's books here in just a couple of minutes on cadetscon.com / or the CadetsCon links page on cadetscon.com, including places you can pick the stuff up and how you can buy them from Miss Jen. Once the freeze seems to have resolved itself, hopefully she'll be right back. There are several other big books that you'll know Alison's name from.
Okay.
And I hope to speak to her about all of them. So that's something to be looking forward to as well. While we wait, Will, how do you think things have been going, man?
It's been interesting. I'll tell you that much. There's nothing like a con, especially in this level, because this is really a first time experience for me. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah. I'm slow or she was slow? What?
Amanda, we need answers.
Right.
It's interesting because I'm wondering when we're going to be able to tell people about the auction for the fundraising part. Seems like we're still getting in stuff for that.
Yes, we're still getting stuff in. You can head over to the CadetsCon Facebook page or the CadetsCon eBay page. You're back.
Yes.
Woo!
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there.
Sometimes when the internet
I think
gets
my internet dropped out.
Well, and the thing about StreamYard, which we're using, is if your internet is weak, it will just take you out and try and let your internet catch back up. That way, it doesn't get worse and worse. So,
yeah, where were we?
Well, we were just about to. I was just about to ask you about your work with Mark Millar on the Hit Girl.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's fine. How can I put this? It was just in my mind, and I really wanted to do it right by people in Mumbai. And this is not really done in comics, that people draw an idea of what they think a place is like. And I've not been there. But I mean, there's a lot of people from India and Pakistan and that part of the world in the UK. And I went to college and I know lots of people whose families have come from there. And of course, all the parents want all the kids to know about where they're from. And so basically I wrote in all my friends, and they are in the book. And so it's a huge, huge team effort. In terms of actually working with Mark, I didn't have a lot of dealings with him. Peter Milligan wrote my Mumbai book. And so really it's a Peter book as opposed to a Mark book. And although it's called Hit Girl, it's more Hit Girl is in it. It's more a story of, how can I put this? People in Mumbai, there's 3 people, and it's their stories. And Hit Girl kind of flies in, drops down into Mumbai, and there's an incredibly large amount of stuff going on. It's one of the world's biggest cities, and it's just incredibly dense and busy, and everybody's up to something, and she drops down into this world and then interacts with people, and she's kind of a catalyst and to other people's stories. And yeah, that was really cool. I'm very into writing or working on books for girls, which that one is. I mean, Mark Miller is not known for girls' books, but that is a girls' book. So,
well, and Peter Milligan's someone I'm just as interested in hearing about. I'm a big fan of his as well. What's it like working with him? I mean, he's a prolific creator in his own right.
Oh yeah, I pretty much think of it as Peter's book. To be honest, it's his love letter to India, which he knows the country well, and he likes it, and so this is him digging in much into. And again, I didn't have direct dealings with him because Rachel Fulton is Mark Miller's editor and everything was done through her. I think by the time I got to draw the book, it was written. And I didn't really get to see Peter until afterwards. I mean, he had views about what I was drawing, but like, I don't think I ever had to alter anything or anything like that. I mean, it's quite a complicated book in terms of what's in. It's a really complicated book in terms of what's in it, and again, I don't know if Mark Miller's readership would be actually expecting some of that stuff or will see it, but you know, there's a lot of detail and things in it that Peter wanted me to get right. And there's also, because it's set in real world Mumbai, there's a lot I want to get right. You know, as I say, you want to do right by people. You want to tell their stories, not with cliches and not with stereotypes, and you want to show people in the best light, ideally.
Well, I can tell you, as a fan of that universe, it's one of my favorite stories in that universe because it is so different from what we've seen.
Yeah. Oh, it really is.
You know, other places. So I have to take a pause just for a second. Our friend Richard, who helped us plan this convention, will not get through this panel if we don't recognize the Brits among us. He is a Brit himself, and he's worried that you got your coffee. There you go.
Everyone has our coffee.
It is. Oh yeah, definitely on the coffee.
Tell me about. Go ahead. Well,
just gonna ask a question on the coffee-related thing. What is your favorite blend of coffee?
You're gonna hate me for this. I like Italian Lavazza coffee. I'm not particularly picky, and I like it. What's the word? I was going to say strong and thick. So it's stuff you get in an Italian cafe, and I cook it on my stovetop in one of those little
percolator type thing.
I don't know if you have them there. Sorry?
Like a little percolator type deal with a little metal top, and it hisses at you when it's ready.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if you have them in the US. You have really, really weird ways of making coffee there that I do not understand. But the one I'm talking about, it's so big, and it's like silver, and it's got the boiler in the bottom, and then the steam comes up through a little pipe, and then sort of it's pushed through the coffee, and then you get this tiny coffee pot, and it's really strong. So I'm like, hey.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, Italian coffee for me.
Can you tell me about Winnebago Graveyard? I mean, you wrote and drew that book, so tell me about that.
Oh no! I didn't write it. I didn't write Winnebago Graveyard. It's written by Steve Niles, and
on Image's website, you're credited as a writer.
Oh, that's very funny. The reason I'm credited as a writer is because at that time there is a very, very clear reason for this. At that time, Image did their solicitations in a different way, and they had story and art on the solicits, and I was like, you know, an artist is as responsible for the story as the writer, so I want to be credited for story as well, please. And they did. And this is not something I ever heard anyone else kick up a fuss about before, but I was like, you know, this isn't right that only writers are credited for story. We do a whole load of stuff. And so then what happened? And that went on for quite a while. And some people dealt with it and some people didn't. And then relatively recently, Image have changed it to the right thing, and they have got it as writer and artist, and or whatever they call it now. And but the designation has been kept because I am listed under both columns. And now the other reason it's important, and this is really, really important, particularly with Image books, is that on the Nielsen, on the book cataloguing system in the world, where bookshops go in and find your book, often there's quite minimal information put in. And historically, it's been just the writer. And this is a real problem for artists trying to market their books, because you go, say, for example, and I've had this, where you go to a big bookshop, and I went to, say, for example, I went to Waterstones, which is a huge chain here. It's our Barnes & Noble. And I was like, yeah, I've done a book. It's been published. Would you like to stock it? Can tell you all about it. And they were like, who are you? And then they looked on the system and I wasn't on it. And then they thought I was a nutter. And then I went away. And this is not desirable when you're doing your own marketing. And because you need to be on the system. So being properly credited and encouraging people, I think it's publishers who fill in the Nielsen information. To fill in the information properly and fully is really important. And what I'm describing has been the case with all Image books. So this story and art thing, where the artist is not on Nielsen, is massively, I won't say it's problematic, because a lot of artists don't market their own books. They leave it to the writer. But kind of, it's not been great. And it has caused me some level of embarrassment personally with bookshops. But kind of, I think now people are more sort of aware of this kind of sort of art credit type thing, which it is. It's less of an issue. There's do you know an author called Sarah McIntyre? She's British. Hi, Richard. You might know Sarah McIntyre. She's a children's author. And she has a campaign, or she's done a campaign called Pictures Mean Business, which is about crediting artists. And she's done a lot of work on this with publishers and with Nielsen, actually. This is how I know about it, because she's been and met with people and had it explained to her, and then she's explained to us how it works. It's basically about form filling and, you know, and yeah. And it's just encouraging people to name the illustrator, and that's a developing thing. But basically, I know Sarah, and I'd read about this stuff, and I was like, right, I want to be on the system, so I can market this book, and that's the story. It's a really long answer, but the other thing is that I think Steve is awesome, and basically, fairly early on in the book, I had a chance to come over to the US and I did some stuff. And then at the end of my trip, I was like, I want to go and meet Steve. Because if you're doing creator and book, it's like being married to somebody. It's kind of really important that they recognize you as a person, like a real person, and, you know, a human being, and they treat you properly and all of this kind of thing. And I was like, I want to go meet Steve. But also I really wanted to go and meet Steve. And so I went down to California and met him at his house, which was incredibly cool. This is a like world-class cool comic experience, going to Steve Niles' house and seeing all his stuff and all his figurines and beautiful art and all of this kind of thing. I got to meet Monica, who is totally awesome. And and they took me out for a meal, and after a while we came back, and then we had a conversation about what we really wanted to do, and then I told him what I thought horror was, and then really that is, I won't say the bones of the book, but the what's the word, sentiments of the book. And where I am very much a country girl. I'm from a farm, and if you're from the countryside, there's a whole load of other stuff that is in your life. And I mean, for example, if you're out where we are, and possibly where you are too, you go out, and in the landscape, there's always like what I call a man in a cap. There's always somebody out there who can see you. You know, people really, you know, they want to know what's going on. But there's somewhere in the landscape, there's always a man with a cap. And this is this kind of ruralophobia where there's a whole lot of stuff going on and you just don't know what it is. You know, sort of stuff. It is like the landscape into which Winnebago Graveyard is made, and this sort of rural horror, which, if you're my age, it's like we are completely brought up with that here, where on the television in the 70s, there was all these kind of public information broadcasts about, you know, bad shit, that really, really bad shit that would happen to you if you didn't do the right thing in the countryside, you know, how many ways to die kind of thing. And this was on TV at lunchtime at the weekend, so like the farm kids would stay safe. And it was really, really gruesome, like gross. And this is kind of where we come from. But the main theme of Winnebago Graveyard is the theme that all Steve Niles' books have, as far as my understanding is, which is, who is the monster? It's very straightforward. And if you read Winnebago Graveyard with that in mind, and on the surface, it's a pretty straightforward book, but it's sort of like, well, you know, you get to the end of that book and ask yourself the question again, who is the monster? And watch what happened. Who really did bad shit in that book? And yeah, it's kind of, you might have a different answer to the one you thought you might have. So yeah, rural horror, men in caps, people are everywhere watching you.
Oh boy.
I totally have that fear, and I live in the middle of a city, but I totally get it.
Yeah.
So, real quick before we continue on and talk more about your work, where can people find you on the social media? Where can they buy stuff directly from you? Do you take commissions, that sort of thing?
Okay. First, at the moment, I'm not taking commissions, and I haven't yet got a shop set up online. To be honest, what I've been depending on was conventions, but I'll come back to that. My social media, I'm on Twitter as Alice Samp. That's ALIS_SAMP. So Alice Samp on Twitter. And then I'm on Instagram as Alison.Sampson, and I've got one L as per my label on here. And but you've got to get the dot in the middle, because otherwise you get somebody else. And I'm on Facebook, and it's just a public profile, and you could find me. I'm the one with the art. And that's pretty much art-based. It's just, it's all about, all my Facebook is all about work, really. And otherwise, you can email me. I'm, you know, if you've got a question, just ask me. And I'm not one of these people who's bothered about hiding my email or not answering or whatever. Just whatever. It's an email. That's where you find me. And what else? So otherwise, I'm really looking forward to getting back to the US to a convention. I don't know when that's going to be. And I've been really, I do my best stuff at conventions. You know, I sell art. Oh, I have an art dealer. I should completely forgot about. Speaking of which, Winnebago Graveyard. I'm with Cadence Comic Art, and you can Google Cadence Comic Art, and I have a whole bunch of Winnebago graveyard art for sale there. And actually, now we mention it, and now you remind me, I think I really need to get my Hit Girl art up for sale. So, and that is really good because I was paid incredibly well to draw Hit Girl, and consequently, I took ages. And it's really detailed and it's really tight and it's not rushed at all. And I think I will probably, I need to talk to Cadence. I think I'm probably going to put my Hit Girl art up, and that is nice. And then, and then after that, like I said, I'll be back at conventions, and I have artist proofs and I have books, and Sleeping Beauties is going to, I would imagine by the time there's a convention I can come to, Sleeping Beauties will probably be published as a collection, and that is going to be amazing. And I will have that. But yeah, if people want things, they can write to me. I don't do a great deal of commissions, but you never know on the timing, you know. It might be the right time. You know, I am told I'm going to have a break in drawing of Sleeping Beauties, although I don't particularly believe it myself. And when that happens, you know, maybe I've got a moment, or I've got a moment afterwards, or whatever. So whatever people want, you know, just email me. My email is AliceSamp. That's ALISSAM for mother, P for person, @gmail.com. Just like, you know, ask me. And hopefully, I mean, if this pandemic carries on, and the USA becomes even more difficult to enter than it already is, which it is difficult to visit. It's been difficult to visit for a while. Then there will be a shop. There's going to have to be, because this now our whole lives are mediated through the internet. It's conventions. It is here. Cadets Con. This is the way how things are going to be.
Well, if you need help with that when that day comes, just let me know.
Oh, I will let you know. You're not going to miss that. Thank you. Thank you.
This what I do. So getting back to the work, one of the people we have on tomorrow is someone you've collaborated with, Ram V, on These Savage Shores.
He's lovely. He has such good hair. Yeah.
All right, I'm super. He sent me his headshot, and I'm like, dude, I'm developing a complex just looking at his headshot.
Yep.
So tell people who don't know, and they'll hear about it again tomorrow. Tell people about These Savage Shores.
Oh, goodness. Well, These Savage Shores is amazing. And Ron V, he's a writer. He lives here in the UK, but originally he's come from India, and he's from Mumbai. And his book is about when it's a historical fiction, and it's where the monsters from here, Britain or Europe or whatever, go to India, and then they meet the local monsters. And very quickly, and it's drawn by a guy called Sumit Kumar, who is somewhere in India. And Sumit Kumar is very good at capturing the sort of the spirit of the story, I think is a way of putting it. You'll see it. Wait, if you see it, you'll see what I mean. And he's clearly, I don't know what film he's been watching, but I don't know. He's got a lot of really good references. And anyway, so the British vampires go to India, and it's what happens next, and it's how they interact. And you're absolutely gripped. And I did a variant cover for this, and Ram gave me, I think I had the first issue of the story to read, and I was like, Ram, you have to tell me what happens. I need to know. You've got to tell me what happens. You know, do those people, you know, and as I say, very quickly with the book, you are rooting for certain people. You're rooting for the Indian monsters, really. And I don't know how he's done this, but it's like, it's really clear. And you're like, it's got to work out for them, you know, what happens. and the book is really about colonialism and what happens, and it's written by a person who is from a place that was colonized, and that is absolutely key to the story, to how you feel about the story, and even if you don't know that or don't appreciate it, it's still an amazing story. But I think the thing is, you read it and you will appreciate it. Ram's very good at getting this in without it being in any way on the nose. You just finish the book and it's like, that's what you think. And so no, an amazing book. I mean, if you haven't read it, read it, get it. There's loads of copies around. It didn't get an Eisner this year, but maybe it should have. A lot of good books listed there, but yeah, it's of that ilk. It's the kind of book that if you don't buy many comics, at least buy that one.
Yeah, Jen King put me onto that book and was just like, hey, I think this is right up your alley. And it was the first time I'd ever read Ram's writing. And it was, the art in it was absolutely phenomenal. And I have your variant, and it's one of those things. It's like, okay, well, how do I buy all of it? And Jen King's like, you just send me your credit card number. And
yeah,
I have all of it, and it totally pays off the way you're suggesting. Is that you get to this point in the book where you don't know, you're so invested in how you feel about these people, how you feel about the sides of this thing, and then you get to the end and it's just like, there's a load off, and it's totally like, okay, now I need to start over. So it's a great binge read. It really is.
Yeah. You can't really say this about a lot. You can't really say that about a lot of comics. But the other thing is, it's not part of any other universe. It completely stands on its own. So it's a genuinely good binge read. It's not like you have to have any background or know anything about anything. I mean, the other thing to say about it is, yes, it's set in India, but it's so specific to its time and place, and India is enormous, so it's set, I don't know, down the coast 200 years earlier from when my book was set, and it is absolutely nothing like it. I mean, there is nothing whatsoever in common with my book except that there's some brown people in it, and it's India. What's the word? Fiction about India is incredibly regional. Looks different, sounds different, feels different, thinks different, and so no, and none of that gets in the way of anybody's enjoyment of the story.
So tell me, you said you work digitally, but I'm looking at the Cadence Comics or Cadence Comic Art page, your art dealer, and you have original pages on there. Tell me about your process.
Oh, yeah.
How do you start to break down a page? How do you do all that?
Well, firstly, with Winnebago Graveyard, with everything up to and including Hit Girl, everything has been pen and ink, and I draw with a fountain pen, and so that's real original art, which is the art that was used to make the book. It's not prints of digital or anything else. So, and then on Sleeping Beauties, because Sleeping Beauties is actually, if you believe it, a monthly, because it doesn't look or feel like a monthly. I'm doing it digitally because I have to, and because I just wouldn't get it done otherwise. And
sure, absolutely.
So what I do is I get the script and I go through the script and I highlight the relevant bits, and then I do layouts, and I was just looking for them. I haven't got any around at the moment. Now there's really, really ugly things where I design 2 pages. I do them a spread at a time. So I design a whole spread of 2 pages together on a piece of A4. It's a little bit smaller than print size, and it's just printer paper. And then I scan that in, and I've got some templates I have templates for all the different publishers in Photoshop, and I put the layout into my appropriate template for this book, and then it's there, and then I get that on my Cintiq, and then I draw over that, and I use quite a lot of reference. I mean, that's like, you think I don't, and I particularly with Sleeping Beauties. Well, both Hit Girl and Sleeping Beauties have. Well, Sleeping Beauties, I think, has more than 100 characters, and Hit Girl had, I think, about 40, and it started with Hit Girl, really, that because I wanted to draw I'm drawing Asian faces, and to get the differentiation and to reflect India in some of its diversity and some of its other issues like class and so on. It's all real people, and which is kind of cool for us here in a whole other way. And so I've done the layouts and I've planned out everything I want to draw and what I do. And if people don't know this, if Jen hasn't said, Jen King is in Sleeping Beauties and she did this, and you're going to see it. And so it will all become much clearer when you see the art which Jen is in. Be like, oh, that's what she does. And then so I visit, or I write to, or people come and see me, and I photograph them, and then I draw them. And Jen. And then, you know, and I draw them with something that more or less replicates the fountain pen I use on paper. And for me, this whole process of drawing digitally is really liberating, because I can vary up the pen thicknesses, and I can do a whole load of stuff that I couldn't do with a fountain pen, and it's kind of great, really. And you can just do a lot more by pressure variation and so on. And but yeah, Jen's in the book, and I sent her a list of things that I wanted, and obviously she knows comics really well, and she knows what's required, and she's got a not small part. Like as I say, there's sort of over 100 people in Sleeping Beauties, and it's her bit starts in issue 4. Not everybody is in every issue. As I say, with 100 characters and 20 to 22 pages an issue, just they're not. Or sometimes they come in for like 1 page or something. And yeah, that's the process. So I do it digitally, and then I have, in the template I've made, I kind of arrange all the borders, and I select all the borders, and I put a stroke on them, and then I flatten the whole thing out and send it off to Elizabeth Bray, who is my editor at IDW. And then what I do is I make another copy of the drawing, and I make colour notes for Triona Farrell, who is colouring it. And the reason I do that, I don't know if a lot of artists do this, is that when I first started doing this, I think it was Robert Ballerman, who was the first colorist on Prophet, which is the image, Brandon Graham's image book. And I had been wanting Richard Ballerman to color Genesis, which was my first comic. And he's a graphic designer, and he's not coloring comics anymore. And actually, he wasn't coloring comics then either. And he was like, can you give me color notes and mood board, whatever? And I'm like, yeah, you can do that. And I've done it for everything I've done since. And it's really very, very helpful for avoiding misunderstandings and highlighting things in the art. I have quite complicated art, but when I draw it, I always, for example, have a light source in mind, or maybe there's lights in the room, and I'll tell people where they are. And I'll say this is naturally lit, or this is the time of day, or this, it'll be time of day, mood, any specific color things. I mean, on the page I've just drawn, there is a television which has something on it. They're in a room, and there's quite a lot of art in the room. And then there's a television, and then behind the television, there is a specific piece of modern art that will appear later in a different way. And that is going to need some quite specific color reference where it's colored one way, then it's colored another way, and so on. And it's all that kind of thing. So I do a whole set of color notes, send them off to Triona and Elizabeth, and then Triona colors it. And then I'm like, yeah, that's cool, more or less. And sometimes I do some color corrections myself, just because sometimes it's on me where I've not been clear enough with the line art or something like that, or it's just easier. And sometimes Triona does it, and then it's processed IDW, and then Elizabeth sends us the lettering draft for us all to look at, and sometimes I have comments on that. And although not a lot, because I don't really need to. I mean, there's other people looking at that. It's not so much my area. And then that's it. And like I say, it all happens in quite a small space of time. I think somebody said to me, it's like, they said, oh, I thought you took ages and ages to do this. I was like, no, I don't, because I can't. But it feels like ages. I mean, it's like, nearly 4 a.m, and I'm like, yeah, I've got a lot to do. It's going to be a long day.
Well, we're not going to keep you too much longer. But
it's 3 a.m. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I know what it's like to have deadlines, and it's like, okay, I'm going to get up at 2 a.m. Then I can drink my coffee till 3. But if I'm not working by 3, I'm not going to make my deadline. I've been there. I've been there a lot. So, you're working on Sleeping Beauties right now, and you're saying that it's a lot, and it is a lot. I mean, I just paged through issue 1, and there's just so much. Is it cool if I show some of this?
Oh, you
I mean,
can
it's
show
out.
what you like. Yeah, go on, feel free.
Well, like I'm just like this page.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
just like the amount that happens in 1, 5, 6, 8 panels is like, this is a big scene.
Yeah.
In the
there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Right.
And it's that compression is the big issue of the book. That's the thing you have picked on is the thing that we find the most challenging, all of us. Or Rio first, me second, Triona maybe less so because she's working with what I give her. But the compression, that's an interesting page actually, because I won't say I do a lot of alteration, but that's definitely one I altered, where I think maybe I added 3 panels in, which were where you have the sound effects. I think originally that might have been 1 panel, and I was like, I don't think you can do all that in 1 panel, or if it doesn't progress in people's minds. That firstly, it would be really complicated to set it up, and secondly, I'm not sure people would understand that a thing has happened. Where it's she sees somebody in the road, she puts her foot down, she gets slammed forward, and whatever happens. And so that was something I put. I think I put. Well, I definitely did put that in. And I have a few things like that where sometimes the set piece is so sort of complicated in the script. I'm like, I don't think people will read it like that, and I have to explain it in a way that I can understand. So sometimes, or for example, if I do it in the way that it's said, the person's face will be so small that nobody will be able to see. What's going on with them, because a lot of this is about what people are feeling and thinking and people's reactions. And so I might put a close-up in of something, be it their face or their hands or something else. And so generally, if the page count goes above 5 or 6, it's absolutely because I've added stuff in to explain something complicated.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fabulous, because it really does change the pacing of the book. It's you get to that page, and it's the first time you read it, I felt myself speeding up to get to the bottom of the page because I saw what was coming. And then the second time I read it, I slowed way down and paid attention to all the little details that I had missed the first time. And it helped me to more fully understand exactly what was happening in that moment and exactly the feelings the characters were having.
Yeah.
And so, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's the thing. We're coming from a novel, it's a very full piece of work. It's Sleeping Beauties is a New York Times best-selling novel for a good reason. That it's tight and it's long and it's full of stuff that people want to know. And this is how it works. I mean, there's some extremely difficult stuff to describe in the book as well. And a lot of it, some of it falls to me Elizabeth and Rio, to put a point on this, do a lot of work on the script before I get it. That they're potting down this book, but also they're dealing with some incredibly sensitive material. And by I get it, it's quite processed. But I also have to manage it as well. For example, is it issue? Yeah, there is a rape in issue 2, and in the book it's dealt with at some length, and in the comic it's dealt with, and I think when I got that, I changed that scene. I'm just trying to think what to do. I think because I only show the back of his head and her face, and I think I show her face again or something. Like I show it twice to show how long this thing is going on for her, and so a lot of this sort of storytelling stuff about how people feel, that will have been I don't know how long it actually lasts if it happened, but for her that was an interminable experience. And therefore is worthy of more than one panel for storytelling purposes. And it's full of really difficult material. I won't start to list it because I don't want to put people off the book, because I think it's handled in such a way that you just kind of slide over stuff that I've just said there was a rape, but it's like, I actually wonder if people, and I'm quite happy for people to glide over the top of it, because it's difficult. And
I can tell you, I read issue 1 twice, and I just skimmed issue 2 just to prepare for today. And it happens. Like, as a reader, I know what I'm witnessing, but it's dealt with in a way that doesn't minimize it, but also doesn't dwell on it, because the story is moving at such a pace that were it to stop and dwell on it, it would make it even more cumbersome and uncomfortable, I think.
I think what it does is it tells you quite a lot. Sometimes that kind of thing is used in the story to give somebody else a motivation. But I think in this story, what it does is actually it tells you quite a lot about Jeanette, who is the character who has that experience, where she appears quite a lot in the book. And she's a sympathetic character. And I think but she's also got quite a lot of spirit, which is like right there. You read it's in that book, it's in the next book, and she's present when quite a lot of stuff is happening, and she is very much a survivor. And she has a young I think she's appeared in every issue so far that I've drawn, and she is a survivor and she's tough. But this also happens to her, but you show her after this and how she manages it, which is as well as anybody could. And but she carries on with her work and her friends, and she does other things, and because she has to, and she has different emotions about different stuff, and it doesn't break her and it doesn't change her, and she doesn't let it do that. So this event speaks very much about Jeanette, and that's why I will go. Mm-hmm. In fact, a lot of the traumatic stuff in the book is like this.
So I know you said that you've still got quite a chunk to do on Sleeping Beauties. it's a big, like you said, mentioned earlier, it's a big book and it's a lot of issues, and 10 issues to cover 700 pages is not an expedient, or not, is a pretty speedy pace. But after that, do you have anything else kind of lined up that people should be watching for on the backside of this?
I do. I have several things. I have a piece of post that I can show the camera, which is, sorry, where is my camera? There we go. That came, it took a whole month. Oh no, have you gone? It took a whole month to get here. And then, I don't know if you're still there, but you've disappeared to me. And,
no, we're spotlight. I was trying to show your piece of mail.
No,
so
that
you
disappeared to me. Anyway, so I've got some correspondence. It's a contract from Dark Horse for a not massively long thing, which I will be doing next. And then I have another project, and there is in what you can see, me talking to you, the clue as to what my next, and it's not that difficult, if you know. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. I think I figured it out.
Can you see that?
But yeah, I think I have an idea, but I'm not going to say anything unless you want to tell people. But
no, it's too soon to talk about. But it is a thing that is going to be done, or at least my understanding it's going to be done. I mean, who knows in these post-COVID times? But kind of, it's my plan, and it's their plan, and it has a publisher, and we've signed the contract, and all that, and that's the next thing as far as I'm concerned. As I say, who knows in these times? And then after that, I don't know. I mean, this is quite a lot of work to have booked in. I mean, I've got a couple of years of work supposedly booked in. That's a lot for a comic artist. And
maybe after that, a vacation.
Yeah, I would like a holiday. Of course, we can't go many places now. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I mean, personally, at my age, I'd quite like to pack in a bit more art. A vacation is nice, but I've got quite a lot more I'd like to do. And yeah, I'm how can I put this? I get asked to do some incredibly cool projects, many of which I have to turn down. I'm very lucky in that I only get to ask to do what I would call good stuff. I have very few duff offers, if any, and I have to turn down more work than I can even think of. I mean, there's things I would like. I would like to draw Valeria Richards for Marvel, which is like, that's not the first time I've said that publicly, and it's a wish. I would like to draw a young adult book for DC, because who wouldn't? I really admire what they're doing, how they connect with people. I want to do that too. And also that's an age group, which is, I was going to say it's my age group, but it's like whatever. And then I would like to do something with the guy, Darcy von Polgeest, who wrote Little Bird, because I like what he's doing, and he will always take a risk, and I'm into that. And then it's usually something weird. It's like I didn't see Sleeping Beauties coming. Actually, no, that's not true. I did. In that Chris Ryle was the first editor I ever met, even before I'd drawn anything for anybody. And he was like, "What do you want to do?" I had a portfolio review with my tiny 6-page portfolio. And he was like, "What do you want to do?" And I'm like, "You do some creator-owned work of a type." And that book that I described in then eventually became Winnebago Graveyard. That wasn't for IDW in the end, but it could have been. And then Sleeping Beauties was the logical outcome of where I did do something for IDW, which was exactly what I'd asked for, I think 9 years ago now. So all this is, you have to remember, all this is really new to me, that I'm, against quite a lot of people, I am pretty new to this. So yeah, I have a lot to do.
Yep.
Who knows where it's going?
I can say with a lot of confidence that Chris is one of those guys that if he likes you when he meets you, he has a long memory, and it always comes back around. So
yeah, no, it took a while, but it was worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for getting up in the middle of the night on a deadline to come and be part of our be part of our little con, Cadets Con 2020 Day 1. Guys, this is it. This is the end of our panel day for the day. Stay tuned though. In about 2 minutes time, we're going to go to the after party, Nerd Killer Warfare, which Jen King has been planning. She may start off by showing us the pictures she took to send to Allison as samples. Because I'll tell you, I will tell you this for her. It's a significant disappointment on her part that she couldn't be here right now. She had another commitment for her business, but she really wanted to be here to talk to you about, hey, so I'm in this book. Tell me about what I do in this book. So
get her to wear the outfit. Get her to wear the outfit. She has an outfit, which is exceptionally flattering.
I gotcha.
Or not.
We'll tell her. We'll tell her she has to. Tomorrow on the con, she has to wear the outfit. So
I bet you
will. We will see you very, very soon. Thank you so much, guys. Head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links. Scroll down a little bit, and there's a link to Alison Sampson's literally everything I could find to put on the internet about her, including a link directly to her art dealer where you could buy original pages if I don't buy them first. So we will see everybody very, very soon. We're getting ready for Nerd Killer Warfare. We will be there in just a minute. See you soon, guys.
Okay.